Esports World Cup Free Fire Champions. Here, there's no map cap. The game goes on until one of the squads earns 90 points and, after that, manages to score a booyah in the next match. Only then can they call themselves the champions.
Here at the Totem, and I am joined by the reporters of the club championship. So every single one of you is going to give us a little bit of I'm going to start off with you, Chris. How are things going, and what can we expect from your stage?
To be honest, it's kind of been business as usual, been going through the motions, getting through the group stage. Today is when we have actually started the survival stage. Relevant of that though, we did have 4 teams top their group, and Falcons, one of those squads, managing to get through, guaranteeing themselves some club championship points. So that's something to keep an eye on. Another notion to today, we got the first 2 teams coming up in this survival stage. Team Liquid, currently down in their series, not looking too great for them. Virtus Pro, they're 1-1 in their series. So both those 2 teams could go out today. Considering where they are, that is a massive result.
Absolutely. And then from you, Trav?
Yeah, so we had Fatal Fury last week, which was a big thing for MIBR in general. So it was Dark Angel who managed to take the 1,000 points home, which is huge for them as well, because they're one of the competing teams in the club championship. Second place as well, Virtus Pro have got a large array of teams across it as well. So them getting those 750 points was huge for them. And then fourth, getting 300. So they had those organizations. Mobile Legends, Bang Bang this week. Has kind of thrown a bit of a spanner in the works. Falcons back again with a couple of rosters. No surprise there. They're investing heavily in stage 4 this year. And Team Vitality off to a flying start.
Yeah, they're the title defenders. I know that for sure. They only managed to get 250 points over in Valorant, so we'll see how that's going to play out for them. But Apex is a very interesting one, Glitter.
Yeah, very different from what you guys have kind of been seeing on your stages. When it comes to Apex, it's obviously done, and the winner was Unlimit. Now, that's important because Unlimit is not participating in the club championship, so those points gone out the window. But the teams we are paying attention to are Team Vision and Sentinels in second and third, who did manage to get some points on the board for their club. However, now we're going into week 2, looking for Free Fire, right? Now, this is kind of where my stage ties into your stages a little bit more, because this year the teams that we're looking at are Team Falcons and Vitality, funny enough. Now, Falcons won Free Fire in 2024, however, they did not last year around. And Vitality even outplaced Falcons last year in Free Fire. So now those are the teams we're going to be looking at, and Falcons actually are a team that are expected to do very well this week. So we'll have to see what that means in the end for our club championship, but it's going to be exciting.
It sounds like the teams that we are keeping our eyes on this week is going to be Sentinels. They're also competing on the League of Legends stage for us. We also got to keep our eyes out for Vitality, because of course they are in the running. Virtus Pro with a lot of teams across a lot of different titles. And for us on the league stage, AG.AL, this is their debut here at EWC. They have a lot of teams competing. We're going to see how this week pans out. Thank you so much for watching. We're going to be back to you guys.
$175 million, 25 tournaments, over 200 clubs, only one club champion. The club championship is the beating heart of the Esports World Cup. Over 7 weeks, esports clubs send their players to compete. Every placement, every win, earns points for their clubs. At the end of 7 weeks, every the club at the top $7 million for the title of best esports club in the world. It's not about being the best, it's about being the best. Depth, versatility, consistency under pressure. One championship trophy. Watch history unfold in Paris at the Esports World Cup 2026.
Discord disconnect
Bonjour, it's Yoso and welcome to EWC26. Right next to me is our player Rasya from EVOS and of course here's our beautiful translator as well. So, to our first questions, being the champions of EWC25 and getting back here again, are you willing to rewrite the history or making something new at this moment? Jadi sebagai champion tahun lalu, adakah tahun ini kamu bersedia untuk melangkah lagi sekali sejarahnya?
Yeah, I'm real confident right now because we're gonna ready to back champion again.
very confident, and I love that. They will get the championship once again. But here's another question. We have Team Secret right here. As you guys all know, Team Secret SWAG got the championship at the Free Fire World Series 2026 Spring here in Buriram, and they're also here to compete with EVOS Divine. So, how do you think about them? Ada tim secret kan, jadi bagaimana perasaannya dengan mereka itu?
I'm feeling like I want to prove to them like EWC is our place. EWC it's mean EVOS World Champion, not Esport World Cup.
Oh my god, wow. I feel the intensity is really much here, but overall that is all we can hear from Russia, and I would love to see more from EVOS Divine and of course other teams right here in EWC26 Free Fire. See you guys later, and thank you for listening.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Free Fire at Esports World Cup 2026 live from Paris. We're finally here. By the way, my name is S8UL. I'm going to be your studio host, and I'm joined by some amazing talent. None other than Conchita and Neptune. Neptune, I'm going to start with you. How are you enjoying Paris so far?
Oh, it's quite different. This is the first time in Paris, and we're really loving it right now, especially the energy that we have right now.
I mean, yeah, we're next to some other stages, and boy, we can definitely feel the crowd energy. How about you, Conchita? How are you enjoying Paris?
It's also my first time in Paris, and it's been amazing. I just can't wait to see how the competition goes this year, and yeah, having a great time so far.
I mean, you know what? Let's just dive right into the competition, because we have EVOS returning, and they could be back-to-back champions here at EWC, Neptune.
Let's see though, because on the regionals, it seems like they're having a lot of trouble. So I don't know if it's just a setup. They will not be known. Their strategy will not be known up to this level, but hopefully it's for the best of them.
Of course, I mean, if we're talking about EVOS Divine, let's not forget we have Russia, the youngest player, also the MVP of last year. I'm pretty sure that today he's back with a vengeance, and he is going for redemption. Honestly, I think EVOS Divine is trying their best to perform well at the EWC, because as you said before, the regional was so great for them. They were having a bit of a time. They struggled, but yeah, I think things are looking up, so I'm pretty hopeful. As a Indonesian, I can help.
Let's find out how hopeful you guys are before we move on to another team. Are they going to make it to the finals, or are they going to be going to survival? Conchita, if you want to go first, or Neptune?
Can I go first?
Go ahead.
I think I'm gonna sound a little biased because again, Indonesian, I can't help it, but I really want them to go straight and not go through the survival. Not because I have that much confidence, but also I'm a little worried actually. I'm a little worried for them to go into the survival stage. So it might as well be, you know, do it quick, do it better, do it perfect, and then go straight to the next stage.
I don't know, because even I think they're confident enough, despite of the record of not having performed from regionals. They're confident enough that if they are being thrown into survival, they know exactly what needs to be done to get into the grand finals. That has been the storyline that they have, even in Southeast Asia. And that's one reason as well. When it comes to the numbers, that looks like they're struggling. But now that I'm thinking about it, how well they are recovering after those instances. So I guess they might be able to do it again, even in EWC.
I mean, sometimes some teams actually benefit. I know this sounds crazy, but sometimes teams benefit if they end up getting that little extra in survival. But the thing is, as you said, it is scary survival because only the top 4 will be moving on to the grand final. So I don't know if they want to put themselves in that position.
True, especially as the reigning champion.
Yes, that's very true. You know what? I don't know if they want to feel that extra pressure there in survival. One team that's looking to not go to survival and qualify directly to finals is Buriram United.
Yes, I'm very proud of Buriram United. I think winning the global finals in 2025 really gave them the confidence they much needed. And EWC is something they've been looking forward to finally have in their store, you know, because it's something that they don't have yet. And Wasana, I think Wasana has been showing a bit more maturity in the way that he's playing, the role that he's taking. I hope that he can be one of the best players that we can see at the EWC 2026.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, we saw now being consistent, being the best rusher out of the team. And also the chemistry out of the team right here has been built for so many years. Even if they haven't grabbed any title or has failed in EWC, we've seen how well they recovered on the global finals. And it's not as if they made a lot of change. The strategy is pretty much the same. Slow in the beginning, mid-game towards the end. That's where they get all those eliminations. And pretty much that's also the same in Champion Rush, because you don't have to rush that much in the first instance, in the first stages. It's just that Booyah needs to be taken where it really matters, and that is for the last day.
And I think it's like a perfect Cinderella story, you know? I mean, they finished 9th in the last year of EWC, but then slowly trying to build themselves up. They show consistency. They finally won the World Series and in the World Finals. It's just a perfect run for them. This would be a full circle moment for Buriram United Esports.
Oh, they're just missing that
Watchparty
championship.
I know.
Another team that's actually missing that one too, that I know a lot of Brazilian people are going to be happy about, is going to be Fluxo. Fluxo's coming in with one of the MVPs too out of the region in MT7. We'll wait and see what that squad's going to be doing. But out of Group A, when we're looking at it, we also have Falcons in there, right? And that's an org that has won before here at EWC Free Fire. They only have just one player from when they won.
I think Neptun's gonna take this one, because speaking of Falcons, I can hear your voice in my head already.
Well, that's one thing though. I mean, Team Falcons, at some point after not like losing a few of their players, they lost their identity. We're not seeing that consistency anymore. There is some fire similar to what we've seen from Buriram, but it's not that aggressive. It's not that much work, and it's a short win for them. So it's really difficult to tell if they're just playing with us, just pulling our leg right now, that they're not that strong, and then later that's when they bring in those in Champion Rush, because again, it's one of the things that I noticed from the team. They choose some stages or some tournament wherein they really want to pop off, because they don't want to give out that much of strategy on their regions.
So I think it's a bit of a unpredictable situation when we talk about Falcons. So yeah, we might have to just wait and see.
Okay, talking about unpredictable, I mean, we got India coming finally to EWC. That could be an unpredictable and a big question mark to a lot of people, as in Group A, we're going to have tag Apex Gaming. I know a lot of fans are going to be tagged on top. We'll see if they're actually going to end up there. The thing is, these groups are going to be playing 12 matches.
Yes.
Can tag maybe end up surprising us in these first 6 matches that they'll be playing today?
Yeah, I do think that's quite possible, because then again, it's a long game that they're playing. It's a game of endurance, basically, because 12 maps is quite a lot from the 6 that we have last year. It's a bit of a jump, but yeah, consistency is something that the teams need to show, and I think they've had it down, because this isn't their first time coming. They know exactly what they're facing, so yeah, it's just quite interesting to see how they maintain the stamina that they have, the endurance that they're going to have to show.
I do agree, because like even in on LAN event, their qualifiers is coming from a LAN event, so they have that experience already. But I'm pretty sure that they have a little bit of their back pocket that they can bring in, because this is some of the teams, the aggressive teams coming from India. And it's tough to say if what they've shown already is what we're going to expect, because they have been preparing for this. After a lot of rest out of esports scene from India, I'm really looking forward to what they're going to bring.
And once again, it's the EWC, of course, it's going to be different. The spirit is also very different. So yeah, looking forward to see how they are performing this year.
Yeah, Southeast Asia's used to dominating EWC. I know a lot of the other regions. Once again, Brazil wants to see if they can finally get the championship, Fluxo especially. And then we have other regions as well, right? We got Pakistan, we got some of the other ones. Looking at the teams from Group A, and I'm going to go with you, Neptune, on this one. Which team do you think can surprise us? We just heard Conchita talk about consistency. We want to look at consistency from some of the squads. Is there any squad that you're like, okay, that one might end up surprising us with consistency?
Well, there's a lot of teams that hasn't shown that much from the previous competition. I think AG.AL is one of the teams that has that confidence right now, especially having that Clash Squad. So it's a different game mode overall. But the team, after getting that championship, they have been in good chemistry up to this point.
Yeah, I have to agree with Neptune on this one because AG.AL, they have been showing amazing performance. I think Drew is in the right place, right space, and it's always possible would do a teamwork and play so well alongside each other. So I'm just really looking forward to see what AG.AL will bring to the
You agree with it too? Okay. I'm gonna put you guys on the spot because I just want to be able to say this. Booyah! Who's gonna be taking of this day?
Oh my god, you really
This is one of those like close your eyes.
Yeah, we literally just started the show. Okay, I think I'm gonna go Buriram Esports.
Come on.
I don't know. I mean,
होइन भन्नाले अब प्लेयरहरुले नै सबै आफ्नो बाटो लागौं उताबाट अलिकति बेसी अफर आयो भनेर लागेको कि कस्तो कि डिस्ब्यान्डै हुन्छ भनेर त्यसपछि टिम खुल्न थालेको
coming from Malaysia, also a first contender in here. I think they will be
मेन रिजन चाहिँ के हो
I thought you were
यसलाई के भन्छ बिसीबाट अरे कसलाई हो
She's staying with Buriram. I was like, for sure he's gonna go with EVOS. But let us know what do you think is gonna be taking the first win? Because this is day one Free Fire at Esports World Cup. You know what? Let's get started.
Wait, 26 सेकेन्ड है हल्ला मात्र गर्छ यो जेनमान्डु भन्दै चाहिँ ल्याकिले उता याकुजाको स्ट्रिममा ए याकुजाको स्ट्रिम
नचाहिएको कुरा मात्रै गर्छ त्यही भनेको यार त्यो कुरा कति सिलाइसक्यो अहिले बल्ल भन्दैछ भनेको
मलाई थाहा छैन अस्ति भर्खर थाहा भएको मैले त टिम पछि
अयो अस्ति भर्खर थाहा भएको जस्तो होला इरनलाई ग्रुप बनाउँदा चाहिँ तपाईँ को आएको थियो
भनौँ त्यही
ल अब आउँछ है प्लेयरहरू आउँछ अब जेनमान्डु
ल अब गेममा फोकस केटा होला
गेम सुरु न अहिले टाइम छ हो अझ गेम सुरु हुन खोइ ब्रोडकास्टमा चाहिँ कति जना पुग्यो हो जेनमान्डुको
60 जना 5 जना पुगेको छैन हो यसको मात्र
त्यो प्रोमा हाने पो पुग्छ त यहाँ प्रोमा हाने
यतिकै राख्छु मलाई हालेन के कति भने यार
को वुड क्याट अरे
वुड क्याट को एचसी भुडे ए
ल अब के होला जस्तो छ यो इन्वेस्टर त खोल्न पाएन एड आउँछ त
अनि अब पैसा कमाउँछ नि त डलरमा
मैले झन् 4 वटा एड
हैन होला कसम युट्युब एप्रुभ भयो त कत्रो एड आउँथ्यो यार मेरोमा नि युट्युब एप्रुभ भएन के
उही याकुजा भाइ पो नाच्न लाग्यो त बिचमा गयो
हाय कहाँ नाच्नु हो
कहिले हो भाइ तिमी यहाँ पुग्ने
पुगमला नि बिस्तारै अब स्प्रिङ अर्को स्प्रिङमा अब अर्को नयाँ टिम बन्दैछ नयाँ टिम बन्छ क्या अब यहाँ खतरा हुँदैछ लगेटा स्पोइलर है स्पोइलर अलर्ट अब
जोसुकै होस् यो रोमियो गेमिङ भन्ने हैन त्यो त्यस्तो कमेन्ट चाहिँ नगर है
सुदर्शन अब यहाँ होरला फ्लप हान्ने त्यसलाई स्टार्ट बनाइसक्यो
रिदिक्सले त अस्ति बनाएको थियो यार के पो थियो यार टिमको नाम आशिष बास्तोराहरुसँग
दामी छ यो ल्याकीले मलाई किन टिकटक स्पेयर हानेर म ल्यापटपमा छैन यार म फोनबाट गरिगयो ल्यापटपमै छैन अलि फेरि हस्पिटल जानु सुरु गर्नु
24 of the most dominant teams in the world will step onto the GunDynasty City today. Teams who swept through their regions and left their opponents in the dust, but now they stand at the base of a mountain faced with an almost impossible climb.
2026, 33 million players play these games every day. But today we will have the 96 best players coming from all around the world.
That's right, from all corners of the world, ready to go toe to toe until they are the last team standing. My name is Barney Banks and I'm your host alongside the incredible Looty. And without any further delay, it's time to introduce your first 12 teams to the main stage.
Yeah, there is a lot of pressure of course, like there is they are coming from all around the world. around, and you know what? Like, I think for them, it's the first time in Europe. The first time in Paris. So, they are far away from home. Hopefully, they're gonna make it right for this first day here at EWC Paris. It's time, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce our first 12 teams. Starting with Demon's Pride!
पाकिस्तानीहरु ल सेक्छ जस्तो छ है
Titan Esports Club.
अभी आमा ब्लेड आयो ब्लेड अन
RS के ब्लेडहरु RS के वी बिलिभ इन डोमिनेसन के भन्छ रे यिनीहरुको
Loud Snickers.
इन्ट्रो चाहिँ सही बनाउँछ हजुर मजा आउँछ हेर्न
Buriram United Esports.
अब यिनीहरु त मिल्दै हुन सक्छ पुरै
वे के सारो
केटी सिच त यार
के बुरिराम हैन AG ग्लोबल हैन
Aurora Gaming.
Aurora.
I'm a gamer.
DRS Gaming.
यो प्याराडॉक्स अफ्रिका को टीम हो गया अफ्रिकाबाट जितेर
GunDynasty.
साउथ अफ्रिका केटाहरु कति आउँछ हौ
अब आउँछ होला अब आउँछ जस्तो लागिरहेछ मलाई
DRS Gaming.
अनि
ओए आमा खगरले खगरला
यो जर्ज सिटी कस्तो अर्कै हो
ठीक है
कस्तो यार यस्तो पुल तरिकाले इन्जेक्ट गरिरहेछन् है
Team Falcons.
अलि सानो पार्न हो यो आवाज यार पक्का आवाज हो
कसको
यो गेमको
यो तपाईले आफै बन्द मिल्छ
Team Apex Gaming.
कस्तो हेरेर छौ तिमीले ल्याकीले जस्तो भर्चुअल क्यामेरा मात्र देखायो के त्यो साउन्ड आउँदैन त्यसमा
And now,
Esports
World Cup
कस्तरी आइराथ्यो हाती हुल्लाएर यस्तो गरेर आइराथ्यो ओइ च्याम्पियनहरु आयो है
मन भित्र के को दर्ज अगाडिदेखि खेलेर देखेको टिमहरु
डिफेन्डिङ च्याम्पियनहरु हाम्रो
अनि यस्तो बुरिराम सुरिराम के हो यिनीहरु यो इभोस अनि
तर
यिनीहरुको साइडमा खेल्नु नै कत्रो ठुलो अचिभमेन्ट हो यहाँ
We've got $1 million on the line, a legacy to forge, and a champion to crown. So today is your only chance to make a first impression. Make it count. The first day of Free Fire in EWC Paris begin now.
Wait, Renisको कत्रो भ्यूज आको आम्मा यार
How hard is it to claim the throne? To rise above and be the best.
Esports World Cup.
To end it, Russia with the final elimination. The Wonder Kid gets the job done.
And how hard is it to stay at the top?
So, मेरो YouTube एप्रो भयो कस्तो रमाइलो हुन्थ्यो यार
Secret WAG rips away the Booyah and Bermuda.
It requires strength,
resilience,
the ability to thrive under pressure. It requires consistency.
अयो ट्याप भएन न हो के हो
And as the kingdom grows, so does the number of contenders. Familiar faces returning and entirely new forces knocking at the gates. But in the end, there can be only one champion and one booyah. And no king rules forever.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages, welcome to the most awaited event for at least the first half of the year. This is Free Fire at the Esports World Cup 2026. We are in Paris, and I expected a heat wave. It was quite cold here, but now with the game starting, Tash, I think we're gonna just bump the heat up a tad bit higher.
It's going to be intense. It's going to be mad hot. We saw the reigning champions walk in and question marks on whether or not they can defend that crown.
Oh yeah, and for the first part of the competition, it's all about survival. We're in the group stage, and for the first time ever, we've got 24 teams from around the world a global battle. Never before. This is the first time we've got so many of them, which means there are going to be a tad bit more heartbreaks out there. The first day, you got early qualifiers, but you definitely want to avoid the bottom of the leaderboard.
For real. Now, as you go into that as well, eliminations are coming through, and as we go through the eliminations, only top 4 will be going straight to the finals, and the rest
absolutely. But today is just day 1. Both groups, A and B, will only play the first 6 matches, right? So it's a little bit of a prelude, it's a little bit of a preview, and thank God we have the preview, because some of the teams here are absolutely clueless about the regions who have not really shown up on the and really check out what their drop spots are like, exactly what their rotations are like, so they are left in the dark, and these underdogs could just be exactly what surprises even the big dogs, right? Because we know for a fact, when you go on to the Free Fire Global Finals, the gameplay there is just very different. The Titans will rule as always, but here at the Esports World Cup, we actually have the capability of underdogs having a dream, right? So far, the winners that have been able to run away with it are winners who haven't been able to achieve much on the global final stage.
Yeah, it's really exciting when you think about that, because it's such a different moment, right? It's a different fun, it's a different capability. And again, there are also, whispers about these new teams coming online. The differences in regional styles of play, whether or not you can adapt to that. You mentioned, right, the drop spots. Are we going to be taking the early fights, or are we going to be avoiding these teams? So those are the questions these teams are going to be asking themselves. Are you brave enough to take a gamble, or are you going to see all the way till the end?
Absolutely. We just saw a little peek of AG.AL. They have already shown their prowess in Clash Squad thus far. Global Finals champions, and recently at the Southeast Asian Clash Masters as well. But that's Clash Squad. In Battle Royale, they have been doing absolutely fine for themselves as well, right? Just very quickly climbing up the ladder, but they have not achieved a championship in VR for themselves just yet. Second at Sea Spring 26, second at even the Free Fire Max Asia Invitational, with a bunch of super teams from Southeast Asia up against the South Asian teams, where they also dominance at.
Yeah, and I think that when you are in that situation, you are trying to think, okay, how exactly am I going to be matching up with these other players? Some of them are very, very new. I would say, sometimes people say, right, the younger players have a little bit more drive, they're hot-headed, they're hot-blooded, they want to go for these early fights. But in this situation, when you go high risk, the high reward moment, if you lose it, you lose it all. In this situation, you want to avoid the very bottom of the ladder. What can we do to make sure that we don't go super high risk and not overheat?
Well, if you do end up at the bottom today, there, but you definitely have to avoid it at all costs. But obviously, not every single team can do that. At the end of the day, you're going to have some winners, you're going to have some teams down at the bottom. Looking at the rise of the underdogs here, mainly at the Esports World Cup, because this is where dreams are made. And again, this guy, he dreamt for many, many years. I'm not so sure exactly what he's trying to do right now, but he's dreamt for many, many years. He's trying to think of on the screen. The moment he gets a booyah, who's capable of walking with a booyah. And speaking of which, this is Group A. Many have termed this group the group of the
A versus B versus C, C versus D versus
right. And I think that when you think about group of death, there are so many situations that, for me personally, last year we had this conversation, right? We were saying, hey, it's going to be the rise of the Brazilians this year. And we were knocked out of the park. We were surprised. It wasn't at all our expectations. Now for this year, the capability of happening again, the favorites being knocked out is going to be happening. I would say is because there are so many teams that we haven't delved in. We haven't seen quite yet on the bigger stages. Maybe regionally we haven't seen Nepal because maybe regionally wise, maybe they're not the best there. But some teams excel on the global stage, and that really surprises me.
It's just such a interesting factor that the teams that perform well on the global final stage, the titans of the competition, just don't find a good run here at the esports. If you look at Buriram, I mean, this is their third year here, and both of the esports in 2024 and 2025, they've placed 5th.
Yes.
It's weird that they are not able to take a step forward. But on the other hand, they always manage to rise up to the occasion. I wonder what's the difference going to be like this time around, right? Because you look at the teams, yes, the teams have grown, yes, the mechanical skills of these players have definitely been sharpened up, but we also have to take a look at the meta. This is the season for the snipers to rise up to the occasion.
Yeah, the snipers have been buffed, and I think that what's really good about this as well, I think there were whispers about the Indonesian squads running that double sniper. Seeing that is going to be fun, but again, as we go into this first game, I am curious to see what exactly is going to be happening. Is it going to be double snipers? Is it going to be a different kind of meta? What do you think, AJ?
Well, I think everybody's going to be able to compete this time around because of the high tier loot zone, or it could also be a potential avoidance of these high tier loot zones for the underdogs of the competition, just so that they avoid early annihilation from these lobbies. But one thing's for sure, we're gonna spot quite a number of hot drops because of the fact where we haven't built dominance on these compounds just yet. Day 1 is gonna be a very messy day, and I think we already see a couple of hot drops out there.
Yeah, and I'm seeing a very interesting moment here, where we are looking at Mars, Electra, and Pochino just completely full of players. Circle coming up toward the middle central side there. So the rotations coming in from southern side is going to be fun to see, especially AG.AL from Sentosa.
Yeah, absolutely. So GunDynasty up against Aurora. And this is going to be a little tough for GunDynasty if they don't manage to overwhelm the Malaysian squad, who has been performing extremely well in the recent past. We've also got the team of Team Apex Gaming from India. Now, speaking of Aurora and the players of GD, let's see if or not they'll be able to knock each other out or very safely avoid each other after picking off a couple of points. S8UL Mac 10 in hand for medkits, no glue walls, getting stuck in a battle could be deadly. But he does have the time turner on him, keeping the active skill alive. Let's see if they'll be able to engage well. Vega, on the other hand, already has the M82B in hand. 2 players from the side of GD actually holding back. The triple 4 moving on in, bringing the full squad for the attack. Jun's about to be in trouble here. David has the P90 as well, quickly avoids the engagement. And Aurora does not want a straightforward fight. A little mistake here from S8UL as he hops on into the battle. David will find him for the backup, and the back 7 shines for the side of Aurora. They've already lost 2-3 players down to the ground.
It's a chaotic moment here right now, as Jun also gets knocked down quickly. Shobi comes in, and somehow in no way, Aurora Gaming eliminated too soon. We're able to tie down the last few moments. As we walk over on this side, TAG crossing over, GD will be waiting on the other side here, but they haven't been spotted out quite yet. If the rotation is good, I think they may be able to come on to the screen right now. PDX right now.
Yeah, Paradox up against DRS, 3 eliminations in hand. They started off really hot, but it looks like Paradox will have to back away from this equation here. Snipe with the VSS is going to be standing by to distract the players of the real soldiers. Was his buddy makes it away from the compound, looking for a revival on the rest of the Paradox squad. Alu and Fatih making sure they don't make a mistake here in the Valley Dash. Takes down Snipe's defenses. They pick up their 4th point. A great start for DRS.
Yeah, DRS just walk up and just took the area like it's nobody's business. Snipe back into the game as Madara does get knocked down here. EVOS, he does try to make a move onto the enemy team on the other side here, but they weren't able to find an opening toward them. Since DP does have the upper hand, drops down, but Albox knocked out of the game already, and the rest of the team completely collapses. EVOS run away into the other compound here. They're trying to just crush them from different areas. Ray can hold on here. Rasha does get a pick up. stuff of his own, but DP doing a great job of just annihilating EVOS.
Oh, it was a great start here from Demon's Pride, taking on the reigning defending champions in EVOS Divine, trying to take them out of the equation, but it's not going to be that easy. The White Tigers of Indonesia rising to the occasion, instant pickups from their side, and they turn the tables on Demon's Pride, showing them who the true demons of this competition are.
It's honestly insane because the start off was just so in favor of DP. Shot gets picked off by Falcons. Limit, a big pickup here already. Right timing to just catch him off guard before EVOS was even able to reposition.
Yeah, great positioning from Russia as far as the battle up against Demon's Pride was. They did not expect battle to drop by. And here comes GunDynasty yet again in another battle. But their prime player, David 444, down on the ground. But DRS Gaming needs a very early win up against the LATAM Giants.
Man, we already have two teams already out of the game and EVOS in trouble. As Falcons just cleaned up house, eliminated so quickly. Demon's Pride as well out of the game fairly soon. And these are big numbers. We talked about this in the show about what we were expecting to see from the beginning.
Game one on day one as expected here. Most of the teams just do not know what to expect from the others in terms of drop spot, in terms of rotation. They'll have to stay on their tippy toes and sneak around these compounds as best possible. And if that fails, we'll just go all out with the gunfights, just like what EVOS did earlier. But I'll have to say, Demon's Pride was not as big a threat as Falcons. Pina with the car 98 takes down EVOS. Good just out of nowhere. TZ joining the party as well. Two teams the players on the side of EVOS Divine, the reigning defending champions, might get taken out and Bradford too early here.
It's honestly insane. EVOS completely annihilated. And now on this side here, Falcons on a rampage. Limits doing the damage onto the player of DEC. The pressure is on, and DEC can't do anything about it.
Titans Esports Club, what do you have in you? Have your wings been clipped? The Red Hawks of the past have not been able to fly very far. But this time around, picking up some crucial early points. They do have the vending machine beside the final surviving player. But it looks like it's going to be a rough one as TEC bows out as well.
There's just so many things happening around the map right now as we're looking here. Loud and EVOS in one compound in the corner. GD trying to rotate into the zone as well as it's just slowly dwindling. But the northern side is hectic right now.
Rough fight here. They take on the champions of the Esports World Cup 2024. GD themselves, they're very sound in terms of mechanically able squad in the world of Free Fire. This battle is going to be a rough one for them. Now they're trying to sneak outside the compound of the blue zone here. They get scanned out by the binoculars as well. Falcons have a tad bit of information, but David 444 again the most lethal player on the side of GunDynasty. Rushing on Raja versus David 444 is going to be a rough one for Raja, but they do have the electrotherapy on their side. Valiant Dash brings down their defenses. Raja with the F590, but David again lethal with a Mag 7 pops his head. Vega takes out on fire, and LATAM exactly what they can do on the world stage.
This is crazy. That circle rotation meant that a lot of fights were going to be happening as this rotation comes through. Middle circle full in control out here as we look at the Falcons try to find their way into the zone. They're not stopping. That sniper is just doing so much damage in the hands of these players. Pina found by GD already and quickly amazing work coming from the Limit alone as Vegeta comes through. Limit tries to get a break off here and he's down and out.
I mean, David got taken down once again, but he's the rusher. He's very aggressive with the backup from Shiru, the backup from Blaine. It is absolutely perfect. Now, we used to see David was using the Free Fire World Series USA, and the guy was lighting up the battlefield, recently acquired by GunDynasty for a good reason, to stomp down these squads out here at the Esports World Cup. Let's see how far they can go. But Falcons are not out of it just yet, completing their full revival spree here, back to a full squad. But can they loot up and be battle ready before the next circle?
Speaking of that as well, I mean, EVOS had so many close calls throughout this entire game. I think there was 2 times that they really got knocked out and somehow survived middle of the circle already as On Fire runs for for his life. Cypher going in for that chain. Gonna try and stay alive, but he's going there as eventually gets taken down. AG.AL, one more.
Watchparty just had no chance there in that situation. AG.AL just swooping on and spotting a little prey and showing that they can be a prime predator. That was a 2v1. Little bit of an unfair fight now. A team that has been keeping very quiet is Buriram. They managed to bring a lot of respect for these other squads, especially here on the Esports World Cup stage. Can this be their year? The third time here at EWC, maybe the third time's the charm for the squad.
Last movements now, we are seeing still DRS and PDX still very much outside the zone, really taking their time here. But DRS is slowly moving toward Pina. It's making me a little bit nervous for them.
Loud. They definitely are a loud squad out there. Very constant organization on our global stage around the 2021-2023 timing, but they've been missing the past couple of years. Now back with a brand new roster.
Oh, nice.
And all five Falcons just can't catch a break as they GunDynasty show exactly who's going to be ruling these lobbies from the get-go on fire again. Just out.
Bilbo Green got the so thank you भन्नु उल्टे कहाँ tap tap हान न ए बिल्बो ग्रीन को भन्दा के भयो त tap tap हान्नु पर्यो त ब्रो
too thin on the battlefield.
काली सपनामा जान्छ अब भरे राति MVP भएर आउँछ अरे
अग्री वे सही And Falcons, that's it for them, not able to come back into the game.
Yeah, unfortunately, he was just too broke. Even if he got to a vending machine, which is quite far in that situation, wouldn't have been able to bring anyone back. He was looking for those coins, and Takuri found some coins out of him instead.
Yeah. Now, the southern side here is very interesting, AJ. Look at the amount of teams here. You have EVOS hanging out, PDX as well. I wouldn't be surprised if a big fight were to happen around here, and it's going to be fire, because GD right now is so comfortable northern side alone.
Absolutely. 5 teams out already. Paradox still alive and kicking alongside. They drop into some soup and they're about to get cooked here. With some good elimination. Showing won't find Jiru. They're taking out as well. And Loud interfering in this battle. And they walk away as the best third party for day 1. GunDynasty with your final survivor. It's been a great run so far. But the vending machine a tad bit too far away from him.
Loud
Situation also coming into the zone as well. But in this situation here, DRS with the upper hand, just because they have a bit more of a second.
Can he do it?
Area.
Nice. Tried to run away. Had the vehicle. Got sniped, quickly hopped on out of it to play a recovery. Now going to be tanking the damage from the blue. But he's looking for the vending machine. He's got enough coins to bring the full squad back. All he needs to do is just run out of bullseye. But the problem is, he's right in the middle of the bullseye of the process of the opposite teams who are looking for an extra point and an extra team to eliminate.
And how PDX is moving here, they're just trying to find a way into the game here. PDX should probably come down to the peripherals of Loud as well. Now Russia, big kill there onto a player, and he gets somehow off the grid. Gets knocked out as well.
Zone gone in. They're in a great position here, but just a tad bit too close to the edge of the current zone, which is moving aggressively. The problem is going to be DRS for AG.AL as they start moving in. They do have a little bit of compound cover. But GunDynasty, full revive, clutch play. The squad is back, but the circle is small. Getting smashed out of the skies is a big possibility here. Let's see how the luck is for the side of GunDynasty.
Interestingly enough as well, the rotations coming in. DRS very comfortable in the middle side area as well. As we see Snipe getting knocked out here by Trap. Immediately is sent in the lobby. But Takuri is the one that takes away that point.
Let's see exactly what the reigning defending champions EVOS can do. It has been a rough start for them, but recovery has been solid for EVOS. Just 6 eliminations, not too high, but it's not about the number of eliminations for EVOS. They just want to get to that final circle, safe and sound, just like what Buriram is doing. And I feel like that is going to be the sound strategy if you want to get into the grand finals as well as walk away with the championship at the end of the day. The game has turned around. It's no longer about pure domination on eliminations. It's all about can you get the booyah when you need it, and you gotta start practicing early.
I agree with you. I think Buriram United has always liked that approach, right? They find that last possible moment, just really come in, steal away the booyah and those extra few points in the last few battles. We can see a few players taking a bit more damage in the rotations. GD comes through here, will cross paths with DRS. BN is already at the bottom side.
Unfortunately for him, they have to pick him up. They have to defend here. It's gonna be tough.
Lovely.
Taken out of the equation as well. AG.AL scurrying around, barely and as expected, the pressure is on as they try to look for the next circle. And they're going to make a wild rotation round. To see if they can snap the players on the side of DRS as well as GunDynasty. But they're going to be pressured around the blue wall melted. This is GunDynasty from the outside. DRS from the high ground advantage up against them as well. On the opposite side, Loud doing a number of the rest of the players out there. Buriram fighting the players of AG.AL as well as EVOS. Things are getting messy.
Yeah, you knocked out its team wipe out so quickly as AG.AL is now
lovely,
DRS. Trying to way into the circle and stay alive. EVOS barely taking so much damage and pressure from other teams and the zone as well.
Benel has kept the squad together so far for the side of GunDynasty. Can he continue to pull it? They are in a great spot, but they also need to move on into the circle. And they've got a great position to attack DRS. On the other hand, lightning goes right above their heads. And this is a classic play by GunDynasty. If we've ever seen one. And through the lightning zone, there is a big advantage here. Loud on the other hand, just not stepping on out too much. They will take a hit from the lightning zone, but nothing that they want to worry about so far. Moshi with the snipe. He was still once again under pressure. But the pickups are interesting. They've got the haystack for the extra defense as well. But the rest of the squad is putting
EVOS is now out and down for the count as DRS rushes into the safer zone here, trying to find a way to stay alive. It's Loud trying to find a way to just really find an angle. He's coming out here, just really zone them away. But no one's making a move quite yet.
Cool, calm, collected. Taking advantage of any extra points they can find out. But now up against GunDynasty. Can we see Buriram shine or will GunDynasty continue to stomp every single squad they come across? Then 444 still alive and kicking. But now their super savior still alive and kicking. GunDynasty looking absolutely solid to build their dynasty here. Right here on game one. Loud on the other hand, backing away.
Lovely.
It's DRS striking up against GunDynasty, and they've got 13 eliminations in the Nepali squad. Absolute wonder run so far on game one.
Has made a huge, I would say, tactical retreat. A lot of space doesn't stop the damage. Trying their way in the best to stay alive right now. And pressure on the team. They can't do more than that. They do it still away. The players of GD. One player down already. And BRU up to 5. Not happening. Staying alive. Coming through for the util.
Yeah, Trap just playing through to his game and bringing in the thrill of battle. Trapping in Buriram. They actually had to wait quite a number of seconds already. Buriram quickly recovering. Attack. Loud played the timing well, but Buriram had the extra layer of defense with those fences. And now here comes Takuri. Guaka finds Moshi. The sniper of Buriram's out of the equation, and Takuri can do a number on them. Can he nail out the full squad of Buriram? It goes wide attack big. Now Takuri needs to become the doctor for the squad. David 444, the final player on the side of GunDynasty that's alive and kicking. But they've done well enough in this game. 17 eliminations strong. Final 4 teams, 4 regions in the final circle. And GunDynasty is the first one to tap out.
Yeah, it's insane now. With Buriram United waiting in the wings. Strong. Trying to find a way to shut down the damage of Buriram United, but they have no way. Watana, repositions.
कस्तो हान्छ भन्ने क्या स्टुडेन्टले उयो हाने
and you cannot use your active skills to take them on, but that knock buys them a little bit of extra time. What can Strowex do? It's a 1v3. He's got a sniper in hand. M590 is loaded up on the side of Loud. It's a 3v1 easy play here. That's Strowex. Jumps on back. Loud absolutely not. They take away the first win. And Brazil showing that they are going to be making a lot of noise here on the stage.
They're loud, they're dominant, and they know exactly what they're doing. They know exactly when to attack and when to go for those tactical retreats. Massive safety and distance from them and the other teams. Amazing work.
Consistent. The Esports World Cup 2024 technically team solid. A majority of the team solid players on Loud right now, and they are here to run circles around these teams. Again, Tash, I mentioned during the game, it's not about how many eliminations you get. It's all about strategizing the final circle, surviving long enough, and taking advantage of the right situations. And that was executed perfectly by this Brazilian squad.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see them as well. They weren't too flashy super early. When we saw toward that mid-game, they made so much noise. They started to get really active. They started to really move around that map. And they're tactical on which fights they wanted to take and which fights they decided to leave.
And I have to say, it's Trap that was the mastermind of that battle. Constantly timing perfectly for the side of Loud. If it wasn't for them, I think Buriram would have had an easy rotation in that final circle to avoid the battle. But the thrill of battle, and again, even in the final battle up against these players from the side of DRS, it was a thrill battle that is not just the support player who activates the battle from the back and then allows the to get the job done. He hops on into the fight as well with the M590. Phenomenal mechanical skills. Timing, everything went well here for Loud, but I have to say that was a really messy lobby, because again, that's exactly what we expect here. Day one, game one, you barely know where your goals are dropping. I mean, you can go in and do a lot of research, but it's really also at the end of the day, and I think Loud handled these situations out there really fine.
Yeah, and I think what's really exciting as well for me personally, I thought that today we're going to be seeing the rise of the underdogs, like the more quieter teams that never really made that big splash quite yet, because that's usually how day one goes, because everyone's a little bit more cautious. Regardless, after this, we'll be seeing more of the Free Fire at EWC, so do not go anywhere, excuse me, we'll be right back.
Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by clay.
Hello guys, welcome to EWC 2026 Paris. I'm Conchita, and right next to me is Wasana from Buriram United Esports. We're gonna have a bit of a chit chat. Of course, we have Kay here to help translate us as well. Okay, Wasana, welcome back to EWC 2026. It's so great to have you back. How does it feel to be back, and how is the preparation leading up to the World Cup?
ก็ก่อนอื่นเลยนะครับขอยินดีต้อนรับน้องวัฒนาฮะแล้วก็ทีมบุรีรัมย์นะครับเข้าสู่การแข่งขัน EWC 2026ครับที่ปารีสนะฮะอยากสอบถามว่ารู้สึกยังไงบ้างที่ได้กลับมาเล่นในรายการนี้แล้วก็ไหนฮะก็รู้สึกดีใจมากครับที่ได้มาเล่นในรายการนี้ก็เป็นหนึ่งในรายการที่พวกผมอยากคว้าแชมป์แล้วก็การเตรียมตัวพวกผมก็เตรียมตัวมาพร้อมครับเต็มที่ I'm very happy and excited to be back on EWC stage and we are so ready. Our preparation is like so can't wait to be back on the stage.
Ooh, okay. So speaking of preparation, we all know that the other teams are also going for the title. Obviously, this is the one title that Buriram United really wanted to have. What do you think is the biggest obstacle that you're gonna have to face on the stage this year?
ก็เมื่อกี้เราพูดถึงว่าเราเตรียมตัวมาอย่างดีเลยใช่ไหมฮะอยากสอบถามว่าทุกทีมเขาก็เตรียมตัวมาพร้อมมากที่จะได้ขึ้นเป็นแชมป์ในรายการ EWC 2026เนี่ยฮะอยากสอบถามว่าเรามีอุปสรรคอะไรไหมในช่วงการเตรียมตัวการแข่งขันครั้งนี้ครับ
เราแท็บแบบน้ำเนอะคิวเสียไรต่อ
สำหรับผมว่าน่าจะเป็นเรื่องสุขภาพ
เสียไร
ปัญหาของตัวเรามากกว่าก็คือตอนนี้ก็พร้อม 100% แล้วครับ
For me, I think like it's gonna be like our health issue and our health condition because like we're flying over to like from Bangkok to Paris and the weather is like it's very hot right now, but right now we are good to go.
Good to go, well adjusted, even though, yeah, of course, it takes a lot and a while to get here. But speaking of contenders, who do you think is the biggest rival that you have on a World Cup right now? Because if we're talking about EVOS Divine, yes, they are the reigning champions, but it hasn't really been a great year for them.
ก็อยากสอบถามว่าคิดว่าทีมไหนที่จะเป็นว่าแบบเป็นตัวที่ทีมที่ทำให้เราเข้าถึงจุดที่เรียกว่าเราได้แชมป์ได้ยากที่สุดครับ
สำหรับผมก็ไม่มีนะครับเพราะว่า
มีแล้วเนี่ยต้นเรา
ส่วนตัวก็คือน่าจะเป็นที่ตัวเองมากกว่าถ้าตัวเองในวันนั้นเล่นได้กันทุกคนก็น่าจะไม่มี
I think that there's none of the team that gonna play against us gonna be like the obstacle for us to claim the champion titles, but the biggest obstacle gonna be like ourselves and our players in the team. Like if we can play on the level that we practice, everything gonna be fine for us.
That's a great answer. I love your answer, by the way. Love the confidence. Is there anything you'd like to say to the other team that are also competing against you today?
ก็วันนี้ผมขอจองท็อป 1ไว้ก่อนนะครับ
ได้เนี่ยเนี่ยสเต็กเลยนี่ตัดไหมวะ
Oh my god, I'm so excited. I can feel the competition.
Been shocking the world is how GunDynasty is running the game out there. Eliminations wise, they absolutely knocked the ball out of the park, right? You have to respect the absolute tenacity. They bumped into many squads and barely anyone was able to keep up with them. I mean, the Falcons multiple times, they just got hunted down, and that's exactly what you expect out of the LATAM squad. Again, mechanically very sound, and it looks like they have definitely worked on their rotations a lot. I feel like this is one of those teams we have to look out for. Looking like a solid team to make it into a grand finals, maybe even one of the first 4 to qualify into the grand finals directly. But DRS, that was the standout team for me because nobody would have expected that sort of a performance out of the Nepali squad.
Yeah, coming into DRS as well, I think that they're really good not only at rotations but also moving with their fight. They have a lot of zone control when they find an area. They are not quick to give it away either, and they're not quick to just really go and overhit and go for these fights. I'm seeing a lot of respect they're giving to other teams to make sure that in terms of survivability, they can survive all the way to the later stages of the map.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, in this game, what sounds easy is absolutely difficult to execute out there on the battlefield. We talk about how important the mechanical skills are. We talk about how important the decision making and the timing is going to be for a lot of the squads out here. But DRS pulled off these things absolutely perfect in this first game. Right? You look at the mechanical skills, they were handling some of those gunfights like pros. Their timing were absolutely perfect. They have great numbers behind them, and it's a bit of a shocker for me because we definitely saw their performance at the Free Fire Max Asia Invitational, and they didn't really give us a lot to talk about. Right? They had some good games, but fairly inconsistent with their run. But a game this explosive up against a lineup of squads that's, you know, global level, superstars, multiple time world champions, it's insane. And you got to respect that out of Nepal. Now the big question is of course going to be whether or not we're going to see the consistent plays out of them.
Yeah, and I think what's really, important to think about all these is I'm a big believer that you gotta fail in order to do well. And I think that now that you mentioned DRS didn't really have a good maybe they learned a lot from it. Maybe they picked up the weaknesses and made it way better for here. But again, this is after all the first map. It's still, I think, a heat check for many of these teams. Trying to figure out where the drops are, how each team plays, how the rotations are gonna go.
Yeah, and also if you look at it from a standpoint of how much pressure these squads are under, the bigger your name is, the more your achievements, the bigger the pressure is going to be because everybody expects you to perform. And if you're a team like the Real Soldiers, DRS, the expectations are fairly low. They have got nothing to lose,
exactly.
Right? It's the first time they on the global stage. It's one of the regions that we have brought in to play on a stage like this, and they are shining right now. They have to make sure they don't allow their nerves to catch up with them. It's going to be rough if they do. But if they continue on with this momentum, I think it's going to be a solid run for DRS. They might just be the underdogs that we have been looking out for all of these years. But again, consistency on a stage like this this is very difficult to hold on to. We have even seen teams like Fluxo kind of flunk out. What more DRS, right? But if they do manage to pull it off, it will definitely be a legendary run.
Yeah, I was about to say that as well. You know, coming in, we've seen so many legendary teams just really, find their way almost to the finishing line and then just completely lose their cool. And the thing is, when you have nothing to lose, when you are on a big stage where you're just saying, hey, let's just come in here, have a great time without having to really bow down to the pressure from the bigger teams, you can make your name in history. Everything is earned.
Team Apex earlier, the team from India. Got knocked out with no placement points whatsoever. Only 2 eliminations. And I feel like this is one of those teams that we can expect to see a little bit better here on Solara. As we hop on in, these slide rails are going to be attractive to your compound. I think the third-party situation in Solara has always been extremely exciting to watch. And it looks like GunDynasty is looking for a big fight again with the early clash up against the Malaysians. Aurora Gaming, EQOO Drain, battle up against GunDynasty. It's going to be a rough one.
Yeah, and it's always going to be super exciting when you go on these early fights. The rest of the map, though, fairly safe other than Delta. Delta right now also is, I think, very, very hectic. Now, in this situation there, I am wanting to see how GD is going to be handling this. As we're rushing forward already, barely alive, as Astra already had turned on the time turn.
This is a 50-50 early hot drop. Aurora does have a chance in here if they can manage to flank around and play their strategy well. Trogon in the hands of June.
YouTube
does not have his preferred gun. June for the backup. Axel nails him down with a headshot of the AUG. And it's a great start here for the Malaysian squad. Maybe this is that perfect comeback, that perfect revenge early on. GD snuffs them out, kicking them out of the lobby. A tad bit too earlier. But now, again, the super savior of the squad will hit that double revive, making sure even if GunDynasty falls early here up against Aurora, they will stay in the lobby. But the White Tigers, they smell blood and they want the points.
Yeah, they're coming in as a third party here as well. Gives a bit of space for Aurora to go for that reposition. It's a bit quiet right now. They don't want to do anything. They can see Aurora leaving away from the area. GD has to deal with the White Tigers right now.
Apex. The Kimbo Vector in hand. Rate of fire is there. The damage questionable for sure. Spots one out. It's the cord. And it looks like he's going to be gagging himself. And beautiful Valiant dash. Aim God hopping on in with that back. And they definitely have the advantage on their side with the numbers. And on the other side, AG.AL up against DEC. It looks like AG.AL just weren't having a good run up against them.
No, it's just so unlucky to meet them. I just want to say I'm living this proactivity coming in from EVOS. Go in and just force that third-party fight. But in this situation, I was surprised it didn't go 3 ways. Aurora, this time around, they got knocked a bit too early just now. They want to make up for just now.
Benel versus Aim God. It's a 1v1. Fair fight. Aim God spots Simfest. Shot finds no connection. Benel looking for the quick reposition. But the rest of the EVOS squad, they've entered the compound already. Benel's in. A tad bit of trouble, to say the least. Moving back and away. Team Apex Gaming. Can they take the fight up against the 2024 Esports World Cup champions? And walk away with the victory here. There is a vending machine in play. You can see the Apex player already camping away at it. In case they need to pull in. A quick revival. Watch out on the hot side. Jad has been spotted out already. Wolvin sticking his head out. That is a bait on fire. Flanking around from the right hand side. Max 7. His own blue wall keeps him in a way. And to keep himself in the
Falcons knocking a majority of the TEG players down here. 2 eliminations already done here. And now they go for more. TEG stuck in a corner. 3 players crunching him all alone. The wave from On Fire is here. A 2v1 swing out means that he cannot survive.
Man, KD God, I don't know where he is, but he was in a fantastic spot to punish the players on the side of Falcons. Managed to get a double knock, but the recovery from your 2024 EWC champions absolutely swift. But KD God in trouble now. Team Apex Gaming. They've already hit the and they're holding on. Riptide rhythm from KD God just to put a little bit extra pressure on them. The nade is in the air. on the chase.
And
now he has an advantage as he hops off of the slide rails, takes another shot straight to the back. And Pina with the mini Uzi looking to see him take him out of the equation. The machine right beside, it's a 1v1. Kenny has the better gun in this situation. But Pina absolutely sneaky, just hopping on from the back of the glue wall, taking the shots quickly, hiding away. And from having a disadvantage with the gun, Pina turns things around.
Oh my gosh, that was a hot chase from the other side of the map all the way till here. Movement was insane coming from this guy.
Oh yeah. Gotta respect Falcons this time, hungry for those points. They obviously won the better run in the earlier game, did not find it. 10 points on their side. Very aggressive game one. 7 eliminations, but only 3 placement points. Just have to make sure the same mistake is not made here on Solara. But so far, so good. You see the points on the other side, absolutely stacked up. And he's alive and kicking with a ton of elimination points already on their side in the Solara game.
Oh man, Barros putting a damage on the top.
That's it.
Takes a lot of damage, knocked down here, but moves around the area, cannot survive, and knocked out as well.
Yeah, Barros, great play on the 1v1. Thrill of battle popped in a timely manner, locking him down. And a swift elimination right after. AG.AL on the prowl, looking for some extra points. But Cypher's gonna get caught out here. Jazzy Aswap and the smooth criminal Cypher quickly getting away. Barros looking for the backup and the bait and switch. Barros now holding back. Jazzy taking out of the equation. Barros, you monster!
That was the biggest nope I've ever seen in my life. And Cypher is down and out. We're trying to see where exactly can go in this situation. Coming in into the rotations here. A lot of players already inside of the zone, mid-side area. I'm really curious. I'm seeing AG.AL and Loud there.
AG.AL, again, this is their third EWC. Just like Buriram. Perhaps third time's the charm. David 444 taken out early here. This is one of the prime players out of GunDynasty. Buriram hunting them down. With the previous game, we could not get to the booyah, and this time we will take you out of the lobby early. But can we see a recovery again? Benel, the super savior of GunDynasty, keeping them in the race.
Honestly, getting that pickup right as the glue wall goes down is just diabolical. Now, the zone has shifted a little bit more here. And in this situation, most players are back into the game.
Man, but now, what in the world? This guy.
Yes, most revival.
He's definitely on the most revival so far. It's absolutely brilliant to see him pull off these amazing saves in such an insane lobby on a stage like this. I wonder how is he managing to get things done, and how is he having so many coins on his side? We gotta check that out later. He was divine though. 3 eliminations. Aggressive start this time around, but they want more. DRS up against Falcons. They had a phenomenal run in game 1. And Falcons are trying to deny that. Pina down already. Strowex, fantastic shot. He eliminates Pina from the equation. But no glue wall, but the time turner on his side allows him a quick recovery. Kar98 in hand. Anybody that takes the slide rails up against Alu might be in a tad bit of trouble. But Falcons not going to make that mistake just yet.
Look at the due diligence here, dotting their I, crossing their T's as well. I think DRS is doing, fairly wise, just really back away from this fight. Now for Falcons, they brought back Pina into the game. That's once again on their side here. The southern side here, DP and AG.AL looks very interesting right now.
Falcons understanding that Alu would probably pop their heads if they took the slide rail. Trying to just cut the distance out with the vehicles. On the other side, even Sprite top 16. Tagged up already that Moko giving away his position. And it's too easy for Dew to go in for the follow-up. Super Sniper turned Russia in the situation, connected with the electrotherapy. This is the result of too many cap spots.
196,
and in this situation as well, I think everyone is just sort of like kind of moving away on that western side here, just trying to find a way into the zone, making sure that they don't get sniped out as they take that slide rail. We saw so many of that happening way too soon. Well, it is fun for us viewers to see it, but for them, it's probably a very high stakes, heart attack situation.
The Clash Masters competitions have forced the snipers to play a closer range battle. which means more shotguns, more SMGs, and it is having its results shown beautifully on the Battle Royale scene. And that's just going to be making these snipers so much more deadlier. Long range, short range. They're now becoming all-rounders. But this next circle, though, looking deadly. Falcons scanning out the area of Team Apex. Sahil Jat gets caught in the binocular scan. Not waiting. They sustain some shots. But they go straight in for the elimination. And a four-man scan here, potentially by the White Tigers. EVOS divided and a double scan. Probably Aurora as well as LYON. EVOS in trouble. As two teams have got the information on them. Team Apex Gaming, on the other hand, already scanned out by the Falcons squad earlier on, but Falcons are the ones who are in a tad bit more trouble.
Ooh, nice shot.
Sahil Jat looking for the revival, pulls Shoto back into the race, but he sacrifices himself in the same run.
I mean, what can you do? Just really survive longer here.
Katie God in trouble. Out of the pan, into the fire. EVOS Divine does not spot him out.
They don't know.
This could just be the survival play, but Tech is right behind him, so this is going to be GG, bro. I don't know if or not that was super intentional, but Katie God now clipped on by the thrill of battle, has got no way to use his active skill. But EVOS Divine not making the mistake of looking for one extra point and potentially sacrificing two of their players. They know the players of TEC is right there beside them. So moving to find an extra point might put them in a little bit of trouble, and the veteran experience of EVOS Divine keeping them alive and kicking, but the Rail Soldiers hopping on in as well. This is about to become a rough three-way battle.
Yeah, coming through here as well because Katie got finally knocked out as well. As DEC, their compound is being taken. DRS gonna trust really hunker down here in the situation. Maybe we have a spike or hoping for an opening to either go into the fight or just go for a tactical retreat.
Yeah, playing on the meta, the AWM, the ESKs, they've got the long-range weapons perfect for Solara. And I will not doubt those M590s are on standby as well. Great rotation by EVOS Divine, avoiding the initial engagement with DRS. Right below the players of Titan Esports Club. This means Bangladesh is going to have a rough time to get out of their spot, but thankfully the circle's still with them. The next zone is going to be crucial to see which teams get caught out here on the rotation. There is a high chance it moves towards the conglomeration of the three squads here. EVOS Divine, TEC as well as DRS.
DRS, you're being very, very patient, but the problem is right now you go toward EVOS, there's a potential of getting knocked out by TEC from that top side of the building as well.
Yeah.
And I think that this is a situation where
nice play. And now it's just all out annihilation. As multiple teams are so close to each other. GunDynasty swap too low. And the final bullet by Baga takes him out of the equation. David's picked right back up, and again, GunDynasty's going to be.
here as we already see that surviving a little bit longer this time, and they want to go for this fight against GD. In front of them, they already started that one pickoff here. Aurora did very well fighting the players of GD, but they still have 3 more members to worry about on the other side.
Yeah, to snuff out GunDynasty, you gotta take Budel out of the equation because that man is a miracle worker for this revive. Somehow, he always brings the rest of the team members back in, but without him, they're gonna crumble one after the other. Vega taken out of the equation as well. And it looks like GunDynasty, that's the end for them. Aurora and LYON. This is gonna be a rough rotation for them, as every has anticipated earlier on. The next circle finds EVOS, TEC as well as DRS, but now they've got one extra contender, AG.AL. Safe haven here in the next circle already. Teams like they're gonna have to battle it out before stepping into the next zone.
And it is Buriram last a very rough area here to the side. Here's one, despite one, and here comes the nades as well. The reposition is not true. The members of Buriram United.
And that's just going to keep them at bay. Get high XL, looking for the pickup onto Asana. But now outside the zone, he has the electrotherapy. The alive and kicking. DRS had stayed in there for long enough. They were keeping an eye on EVOS. And AG.AL with the backstab took advantage of that situation. Wasana's going to get snuffed out as well. And it looks like Buriram again a fantastic run. Esports World Cup third run, Team Falcons out. The dice one dropping like flies, one after the other. But AG.AL looking to represent the nation absolutely strong as they look for a big battle up against LYON potentially.
Already as well for Aurora, they've already been eliminated here. As for the White Tigers, trying to find a way from this area. DEC is being so annoying, pressuring them from that top side, not able to move, and they have made a nice bound to climb over and take this fight face to face.
Yes, that way to heaven, but who goes to heaven? Is it going to be you guys? Right above. And smart play by EVOS here. They don't quickly rush on top. They understand that AG.AL is holding on to a prime position right behind them. And they do have the advantage with the move off the circle. AG.AL will have to keep an eye on LYON. And TEC, they don't need to do much with that high ground. They just need to play fishing here. They do have a prime spot and a big advantage in terms of how that circle is now going to move.
AG.AL looking really good just now. They move over the air and rush us big open up the two is going to put AG.AL.
Shooting the feed. Russia, sneaky play, has got the stealth bites of the Morse as well. But this is going to be a rough one for Russia if he cannot quickly catch up the rest of his team members. And great placements of glue walls with the extra assistance of the stealth bites. EVOS are the first ones to make that move. TEC is going to be holding back. And LYON in a lot of trouble up against EVOS as well as TEC. But they've got the double vehicles on their side for the quick reposition. And now this is where Russia can be troublesome as he quickly shoots at those vehicles, lighting them up.
Yeah, that's the repositioning going to be taken away from them. And now LYON is stuck in the corner. What a shot coming in from Russia. Straight out though by Guaksa. But Ray, nice damage onto Cypher as well. Taking two lives at the same time.
It's hitting a triple, saving AG.AL for the time being. TEC were doing a number on them, but EVOS divided the party of right there. Ray with the final nade onto Kutush. The pickups were solid, and now the battle between EVOS and LYON. They take the fight straight out. They understand that they're going to be a problem. In front of the M590, Valiant Dash already used up, and he finds VZP from around the glue wall, looking for another. Annihilates VZP first. And EVOS Divine looking strong for the Booyah.
He's looking so good right now. Have 15 eliminations already. Guaksa and Nix already knocked out of the game. LYON with only one member still alive. What are you going to do here? As AG.AL managing to steal away one more elim. Titan Esports Club now down for the count. As EVOS, they know exactly where Nameless is. Where are you going to go? What are you going to do here? A triple man push. But there's still one more player plus to worry about.
Amazing run from Titan Esports Club. But AimGod now looking to clean up. Nameless found. Thrill of Nameless has no chance. And they all gank up upon him. Playing the game of numbers. Looking for the final LYON player out there. Back-to-back Booyah for Brazil. EVOS Divine, the reigning defending champions, will say. And the wonder kid Russia does it again with a final elimination.
Russia putting in the damage and pressure to every single one of these teams. EVOS have been so proactive with these early fights, maintaining aggression all the way till that last final
This is what you want to see from your reigning defending champs. Not taking it lying down, but rising up to the occasion and showing everyone not just rotations, but mechanically they're still sound. And yes, questions have been asked. What is going to happen to EVOS? Because after winning the Esports World Cup last year, they have been dormant. They have just been hibernating. They have not been a massive threat in any of the competitions that they hopped on into. But this is not that same EVOS Divine. They are rising up to the occasion and they want to prove that the White Tigers are not here to play. They are here to annihilate. Look at these nades, man. I mean, they were a flurry that instantly snuffed out the chances of Titan Esports Club.
You know what's really interesting? In so many interviews, they said, what is our secret weapon? It was Russia. And you saw that pressure coming in in from him. But Ray as well is putting in and showing us why exactly he's also part of the team.
You know, a big problem that I had with the EVOS Divine run in 2025 is that without Russia, I think they would have lost many of those lobbies. Just like what Benel is doing for the side of the players of GunDynasty. We saw Russia being that backup player, that sniper, continuously revive the rest of his team members. But this time, they're not putting the responsibility on the shoulder of the super sniper.
Water bottle ban भएर के हो पानीले खानी स्ट्रोले खानी यहाँ नि पाइप हाल्दिनु म खुसी
I feel like it was not like any of those players were bad.
सिधै पाइप हाल्दिने भाइ मुखमै पाइप हाल्दिने
trying out a flavor that perhaps did not favor them, and it required multiple clutches from Russia. This time, if they continue this run, they don't need Russia to clutch it out. They are going to annihilate everyone.
Yeah, it's always important to talk about like how each player is individually important, right? Right now, match standings look so good. EVOS at 41 points, matching up with loud Snickers so quickly as well. These are only seen 2 maps.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, great equalizer here from EVOS. But again, shout out to DRS Gaming, the real soldier, showing us that when you get an underdog team a opportunity on a stage like this, they will not let it go that easy. They're keeping up with the pressure that the competition brings, and they are delivering on every bit of expectation from the Nepalese fans. But here on the second page, you see it's a small little problem. India definitely has got one of the biggest crowds in terms of fan base, but they're not doing too well just yet. Now we've got Carol with Tash and I will be right back with you.
Hello guys, Carol Bombshell here, pleasure to be here, and especially with Trap, team's captain for LYON. Ok, Trap, você começou o dia já, o time da LYON já começou o dia com buia, e especialmente com a Buriram no top 4. Como é a confiança de você estar nesse momento? Vocês ainda conseguiram chegar num segundo lugar nessa última partida. Você acha que isso tem sido importante para o time de vocês?
Acho que a confiança nossa tá lá em cima, de acordo com os resultados que vêm durante alguns meses. Estamos evoluindo a cada dia, a gente quer muito representar o Brasil bem nesse Mundial. Já começamos muito bem, um top 1 e um top 2. É isso, estamos amassando e manter mais 4 quedinhas aí pra cima.
Yes, of course. Starting the championship, starting WC 2026 in Kabuya was very important for us. Our confidence and our security is way above. And right now, to get Abuya in a second place, we feel like we are in the right path to reach the finals. O time de vocês, o time da LYON, vocês conseguiram ter uma boa performance durante o Campeonato Brasileiro. Você acha que vocês estão no caminho certo para voltar a colocar a LYON no topo? Para de fato vocês voltarem a ser os reis do futebol do Brasil?
A gente veio pra isso, a gente voltou pra fazer a LYON ser campeã mundial. Que é o objetivo da LYON e o nosso. E a gente voltou pra colocar a LYON no topo, assim como nós também queremos ficar no topo.
Yes, of course. Performing well in Brazil brings us such great confidence, and we are here for that. We are here to bring the old LYON that you guys haven't seen before, and right now we are gonna put LYON for sure on the top again, but not only in Brazil, in the world, and that's why we are here at EWC 2026. First to finish the interview, I would like to ask, vocês terminaram o Mundial de Free Fire no top 5, né, no ano passado. Quão importante foi isso para vocês? Jogarem internacionalmente, obviamente vocês estavam em outro time, mas você acha que esse resultado de um top 5 trouxe mais confiança para vocês performarem agora aqui no EWC 2026?
Com certeza, assim como no Campeonato Brasileiro que a gente sempre joga um campeonato, quando ele acaba e o desempenho não é tão bom, eu sempre solto uma frase que eu falo com o Joe, que eu falo: mano, aqui nós aprendemos a jogar esse campeonato. A partir de agora, nós só vai desempenhar bem. Acho que foi o que aconteceu no último Mundial. Quando ele acabou, em vez de mim ficar triste e de cabeça baixa, eu falei: a partir de agora, nosso time aprendeu como jogar o Mundial.
Wow, that's very special. Okay, so reach.
के भन्छ अघि मैले पनि पोस्ट देखेको थिएँ यार तर त्यो खै बेस कि कसको त्यो चित्त नबुझेको भन्छ
त्यो कुरा नगर न यार त्यो कुरा कस्तो
सरी केटा हो सरी हैन अघि कुरा भइरहेको थियो त्यही भएर सरी
नगर त्यसको मात्र कुरा
राइट छ के सबैलाई बोल्नलाई
त्यही त आफ्नो राइट आफूले कन्सेप्ट राख्यो के हामीले वाच पार्टी गरेर रमाइलो गेम
हेर न अहिले पछि हेरिरहेछ
अलि यहाँ
केटा अघि कस्टमर आएर टेन्सन यार
ओहो केटा यहाँ त पिसी बनाउन जानु पर्छ क्या हो
बुरुरु
फेरि कस्तो पर्यो कि हेर न याकुजा भाइले पनि लेनोभो लिजेन्डबाटै गर्दैछ
के हो स्पोन्सर यतिबाट तान्यो हो के ल्यापटप
भने के हो याकुजा भाइ
के हो EWC बाट डाइरेक्ट आएको हो क्या हो
भन्दै गरे के
ल PUBG को नहीं है क्या?
हाँ?
PUBG को नहीं नमने.
You ended Russia with the final.
क्या रे? क्या PUBG को?
Just thinking about we're gonna lift the trophy. I don't think that much when that moment. That was my first international game, so that was quite easy for me to get the MVP. And yeah, very lovely.
What made them strong in 2025 was the one kid called Russia. You know, he's been in the circuit for many years, and for many years he could not play on a stage like this because he was underage, their best sniper. And I think that was their secret sauce to success. If you look at him, he is the most humble kid you'll ever come across. You know, bright eyes. He never ever underestimates anyone. I think the most important thing is he wants to prove himself out there as well. And the moment he got the opportunity to do that, he did exactly that.
No, I think I feel so confident. We're training so hard in Indonesia, so we're very confident to lift the trophy again.
From the champions of Clash Quad and still on the roll.
Kemarin kita piala-piala lagi kita bisa ngejuarain turnamen-turnamen berikutnya mungkin karena kita udah tapi di hari ini sudah ingat siapa diri kita.
If you look at the data, it says they will not be the back-to-back champions. If you look at the kids and if you look at how determined they are to be back-to-back champions, there's a slight possibility. But it's going to be difficult because for the first time ever on the global stage, of 24 teams, everybody's got that exact same dream. Because the dream is alive for the rest, the chances of EVOS Divine doing it back-to-back may be a little lower.
Kalau untuk tim-tim lain sih, kalau buat saya sendiri saya tidak perlu saya sudah percaya kepada coach saya. Jadi saya tinggal fokus aja main. Nah itu yang terbaik pokoknya. Pesan-pesan untuk tim-tim lain ya hati-hatilah karena ini EWC bukan turnamen yang lain. Kalian bisa lihat sejarah-sejarah kita di turnamen EWC kemarin. Nah itu dia kalian hati-hati yang ngegangguin drop zone kita.
च्याम्पियन टिम भएर देखाएको के
Anybody that was wondering how EVOS Divine was going to start Free Fire at EWC26, boy did we get an answer because they came in hot. By the way, yes, you saw one more person added to this amazing panel that we have. But Lace, I'm actually not going to start with you just yet.
He doesn't want to talk to me yet.
Sorry, because I want to talk about EVOS. And you were wondering how they were going to be doing. All of us were wondering how they were going to be doing. They're doing pretty damn good.
They're doing pretty well. I'm kind of relieved actually because EVOS had so many close calls throughout the whole entire first game, and it got me worrying. Not something that I want to see, obviously, but at least they slowly climbing the elimination points ladder, and they fixed what could be perfected on the first game because hey, come the second game, they know exactly what they need to do, and we see Russia obviously as a pivot sniper. He's gonna need more room for him to do dynamic movements, and that's exactly what the support gave them. So yeah, it works well for them. EVOS is finally finding the rhythm that they kind of lost the first time. Again, maybe opening game, of course, the nerf. It's something that maybe we cannot explain. It's something that's always difficult, always hard for anyone at the EWC.
Yeah, they got that pressure on their shoulders. You know what I mean? We've got to do it again. So like that's got to add on top of this as well. And I guess we saw that in the games too.
Yeah, but now leading the standing with 41 total points and 23 elimination points. I mean, that is crazy. Even you have to admit that.
I mean, it's amazing, not gonna lie. Seeing the players just chilling back there after getting that booyah and then looking at the keys, they're probably wondering which keys are going to be crushing now. But talking about teams that might be possibly crushing some keys, we're going to talk about Loud because my goodness, Loud was another team that started off hot. You could say the first win was a big given, but boy, they took advantage of it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, coming from the position where they're not really found in the map, I'm really looking forward to how they're going to adapt right now. They were trying to do the similar approach on that game number 2, but it's just unfortunate that EVOS is the one who cut them off on the rotation. Just hanging in the middle of that final circle is one thing that Loud has been doing for the first 2 games, but it's just unfortunate that rotation was not favoring them, and even Launchpad was not on them in that final moment. So it was tough for them to make that rotation.
It definitely was. One thing, I mean, we've been seeing some of the squads now being able to
perform
thank you. Right? EVOS, Loud out of Brazil. Earlier you were talking about rhythm. Conchita. I mean, Loud definitely is finding that rhythm. One team that is currently not finding their rhythm, though, Lace, is none other than Falcons.
Yeah, you know, we've been talking about that pressure, and they've got the pressure of the club championships on their shoulders. So, you know, amounts of other Falcons, you know, in different games coming through. So, of course, you know, they're sitting in that kind of middle of the pack at the moment. They are trying to find those eliminations early on. There was actually a moment in the second match where we saw Team Falcons hunting down Team Tag. They were able to take 2 limbs from the team. And they're like, no revivals for you guys, and we just saw them sort of launch over to where Tag was trying to recover the rest of the team and try and get those early eliminations. So, you know, I think they're sitting about 6th place, 27. It's nothing, you know, at the top of those 41 sorts of points there, but look, they have shown the same kind of consistency that they had, you know, in these previous global series that they have. Sometimes they do incredibly well, sometimes they choke and aren't flying like a Falcon should, but look, don't take your eyes off Team Falcons, guys, because they are capitalizing on those early eliminations, which are putting those points on the boards, and, you know, they're just looking for that booyah.
Yeah,
they're looking for that later on.
Let's see if they're going to end up getting it, because I'm looking at number 4 here. GunDynasty, I mean, 32 points, that's not bad either.
Yes, GunDynasty, that first game was definitely something. I did not expect them to do so well. I mean, they have been consistently showing amazing strength and courage and the skill to back it up. So I am just at awe at how amazing GunDynasty is performing at the very first game. And sitting at 4th with 23 elimination points surely isn't bad. But I also kind of want to talk about Buriram, AG.AL. It's like they're not fully being themselves. I don't know what is happening actually, Neptune.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, from what we've seen in AG.AL and Buriram, they're trying their best to study their opponents just yet. Again, it's some of the teams are in here quite fresh. They haven't met them in Southeast Asia or some of the global tournaments that they have. So they need a little bit of time to study their opponents. And that's what they're doing for most part of the game. First half was just silent, and then towards the end, that's where they try to put in a little pressure. But at some point, there's still a lot of teams surviving towards that final circle. So third party is Buriram United's one's weakness.
Yeah, I agree, because when I see Buriram United, it's like they're trying so hard to match the Brazil's gameplay, but somehow it bites them back in the process. So it's definitely something that we want to see from either from AG.AL.
You'll be able to see it later on today. And I was asking him about Tag. You guys were mentioning Tag, how they're outperforming too. This squad, he was telling me that this squad tends to start slow, but they picked it up on the second day earlier. Let's rewind it back. You were talking about consistency, right? That we want to see out of these teams. So now that we got 2 matches done today, we got 4 matches left for this group A. What are your expectations for Tag?
Actually, my expectation is that they could somehow learn from the mistakes, obviously, because the first 2 games, boy, oh boy, they were a little all over the place, if I can say that. I'm really sorry again.
It's okay, it's our job. It's our job to point out.
Because I really want them to do well. I mean, obviously, they have quite a name, a reputation they need to upkeep. So this is just something that I feel very sad about seeing from them. I just hope that they can bounce back and do better.
Well, we'll have to see though, because judging from that
No
story,
one's talking
you
about it.
really
Yeah,
need plenty of time, and we're only talking about what 4 days overall. Also, right here, you don't want to be in the bottom 2 of that leaderboard because true enough, after 2 days, you'll be out.
You'll definitely be out, and you know what? I want you, Lace, to put in your coach mentality. If you're looking at EP from Pakistan, I mean, this squad, a lot of people expected them to do well, especially all the crowd from Pakistan. Right now, they're in last place. If you're the coach, what are you gonna go over there and tell them?
I'm telling you to get a boo freaking yeah. That's what I'm saying.
That's
what I'm saying.
I can tell there's something Lace really want to tell them, but she can't say it on camera. I gotta be
broadcast friendly here, okay? Let me let like the
Australian out, please, guys.
But look, those teams, and this is what we talk about when you say, you know, the mental capabilities of these teams. When you sit at that lower of the leaderboard, it is hard to sort of pick it back up and get to those sorts of spots with our AG.ALs and even like our GDs and stuff like that. It's going to be a little bit of a trek, but obviously 4 matches. Purgatory's next. I heard Neptune say it. This is heaven or hell. So can we maybe get the heaven then Purgatory?
Purgatory coming up. What are we expecting, Neptune?
I'm hoping for a smooth flight path and a rough circle. Sorry for the teams out there. I know you want to get it easy right now, but I should be asking for the other one, for the reverse. Because what I did to Aurora there was just definitely jinxed it.
I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself, okay? We got 2 more matches coming up before you probably end up seeing us. Overall, 4 more matches here for Group A. Would you like to change your pick from Aurora?
Oh my god.
I'm
scared for you, really.
Would you like to curse any other team, sir?
Actually, I don't want to curse any teams anymore because it's very getting very dangerous right now. Like this is a big stage, and if I'm being blamed of them not getting into this stage, so I don't know, but I'm still cheering on for Aurora. Hopefully this time it's just a first game jinx, and then the rest will be quite well, because even in game 2, like we've seen them perform well. So first day jitters, first game jitters, that's what they might have felt, but yeah, let's see if they can get that booyah.
That's exactly
I see you smiling on it. She's like,
yeah, I mean, I've been talking about the first day is always unpredictable, right? Because of the jitters, the nervousness, the pressure that they have. But yeah, going into the fourth game, I think a lot of things need to change. And Purgatory is actually a map that is a little forgiving on that. It's a great place for a reset. So I'm just so excited to see what the teams are going to bring.
And we have seen some of the other squads, right? Especially going back to the first game, AG. AG did great. I mean, this is one squad that you guys were picking as a surprise to be able to do good here. Boy, did they surprise us in the first game.
Yeah, one thing that the personality of AG is trying to keep away from all those engagement. If they can bathe onto like outside the circle on the 3rd, 4th basis of that map, then they will do so. And even with a like team booster that we have, zone buff that is available, so they will be able to soak up in there, just get their position, because do really need that time to get information as a sniper of the squad. And also the launch pad, that's the angle that needs to take right there, was just difficult, especially if you have what is 6 or 7 teams remaining on 4th to 5th phases.
So what are you saying? Like, we're seeing AG.AL probably follow their same format coming out of match 1, because like, you know, they did land uncontested in like our first map, and then they, you know, GD that we saw, who is just an absolute heavy hitter, they were kind of like sneaking on down to AG, and AG.AL's like, no, we need a little bit of space. So that's what you're saying. Match number 3, they're going to need their space, and then that's where they fly.
Okay, you know what? You got lucky, because I was going to have you pick a team, and I was going to see if you would end up cursing a team. But I'm being told game 3 is ready, so why not? Let's send it to AJ and Tash, and maybe they'll be willing to curse a team or encourage them.
Yeah, thanks, Seven. You know what? I don't think we're going to be cursing any squads. In fact, we are going to be blessing them with a little bit of extra luck out there. You know, in the first 2 games, we did see consistency from the reigning defending champions, EVOS Divine, as well as the Brazilian squad, Loud. but there are a couple of teams down at the bottom. I'm hoping to see more from this time round. I think that the panel called them out earlier. Apex Gaming, the Indian squad hasn't really been having a smooth run out there. It's a huge map. Lots of compounds out there. You can play avoidance of majority of these initial engagements. And this could just be the kind of break the tag needs, but that is going to be purely dependent on if or not they're going to be able to avoid early.
Yeah, I really want to also say that some teams take a while to really heat up, right? Yeah. Especially since today and tomorrow they have a little bit of a leeway, just really find their footing. I think you know, like what Panchi just said, they're nervous, they're a little bit more, I would say, pressured. But now as you go to the map, now things should just ease up.
Absolutely. And again, in a little bit of a pickle. They've got two monsters right beside them. One from LATAM. GunDynasty has been cooking the squads that they come across in the early parts of the game so far. They've got the Dinoculus used up already, scanning out multiple players. Falcons scanning the area as well. On fire and Raja just at the perimeter, looking to play third party. And perhaps this is that one big blessing that Team Apex Gaming is going to get from this equation. Maybe having Falcons a little bit closer to GunDynasty will give them an advantage to survive this initial battle.
And already brought back into the game quickly. Shoto barely alive.
Tax out.
Oh man!
How? How in the world did we lose Titan Esports Club before even hopping on into the game here? Unbelievable! 19 points, and they do not have anything from this game. But GunDynasty on the other hand, they're going to go in here for the annihilation. But now, punishing KD God and the Super Survivor, Super Reviver of the GunDynasty squad, looking for more. Shoto cracks it on in with the Valiant Dash, catching up with and taking Manel out with the Max 7.
Yeah, and he's the guy that's responsible to bring the team back into the game. Now he has to be brought in here. Now Tag has an idea of where exactly everyone is. EVOS decides to join in on the fight as well. Still waiting in the wings for the right, I think, opening just really join in, but now on fire, fighting Wolfen already, and this off angle by Rasha could be nasty for the Falcons players.
Team Apex Gaming, all the blessings in the world. See, I told you, panel, we were going to bless them, not curse them. All the blessings in the world, they get to avoid the initial encounter. We thought Falcons was going to be a little bit of a problem to deal with, but the right Tigers dropped on in to say hello. You turning the table on them. Ain't going to take it out the equation already. Apex, the electrotherapy is on connection. But unfortunately for the rest of the Falcons players, they will not be able to get out of this pitch. Shoto now, tossing in the grenade. Can he find more? And it's just going to be the ice grenade. Gives him a little bit of an advantage. Team Apex Gaming not running away, staying and taking a fight straight to them.
And it started off with Tag with the ones that's on the lower of Shoto putting the damage.
What I do anything, man?
It's coming in. Rasha cannot run away with his life.
Yeah, taking it there, baby. Shailjaat though, knocked down. Shiru finding him from across. Can they get more? GunDynasty trying to take a little bit of a revenge here on the Team Apex Gaming. Two players out of the equation already, but on the other side of DC, it was the battle up against Paradox earlier, and Windy did a number on them, connected with the electrotherapy, was down, almost taken out, but he got the triple on them to knock them out of the lobby early.
That is almost surgical when you think about it, how they're moving around together as a team. Meanwhile, Tag already on 6 eliminations here. Wolf is now back into the game. All eyes are on GD here, as Falcons as well is in trouble. There we go. Pina now out.
Shout out to production. I love the fact that they caught us up with what happened to GEC in the earlier parts of the game. And it's great to see Africa stepping up their gameplay out there. But Team Apex Gaming, talk a little bit about some step up out there, baby. 7 eliminations already, and they're looking for more. Buriram fighting with the players on the side of DP. Manara straight down to the ground. Taken out of the equation already. Get high and Moshi looking for more. Top 16 though has got the vending machine right behind him. But does he have the coins to bring back his buddies?
Now in this situation here, Jonas was barely alive, trying to stay here. But even then, look at his rotations. I think that for DP, the easiest way to move around this is just really stay alive and move away from the area.
Okay, to answer my own question, he did not have enough coins. He brought right back in. But the stealth bites helps him to reposition, catching up with Aswab. The players now looking to find a little bit of a reset. You will find Paradox sniping down, sniping himself. Pun not intended. Windy gonna get the wind knocked out of him. Pun definitely intended. And AG.AL and Benel is up to it again, continuously reviving the rest of his team members. He's pulling a on the rest of the world.
I really am curious, like, toward the end of this tournament, how many Benel would have, revived, and would it be a world record to see how many he would be able to do so? Now, the rest of GD also back into the game as well. The map here. There's like, what, 4 teams hanging around there? Buriram United, PDX, Aurora, even DRS somewhere close by. DP, AG.AL.
Kill toward the air.
Azrael? Man,
Azrael.
But that was desperation for sure. Up against 2 players. Jumped on the vehicle, but the BSK snaps him right out of it. And Aurora in a pinch, but maybe the interference of Buriram can help the Malaysian squad. Alu now focusing on the players on the side of Buriram. Electrotherapy connected to the rest of his buddies, but if Alu gets taken out early here, DRS is going to be in a little bit of a pinch without their support player. But Pratik is in a great position with the car. Have a tad bit of an advantage here, but the angle's just not working out for them. DRS wants to reposition. And thankfully, Buriram is actually not going in for the hunt. They're looking to reposition. They're finding a safer haven for themselves instead.
Yeah, United always like to practice.
Nepal best duo cha uta Wasana ra udesko pani best duo cha.
On the other end, got me a bit nervous for Buriram United when I saw some
yo duo pareko bela chai maja aउँछ
really hot at their heels right then. But Buriram United, if they do move forward there, they will be running up against DP.
तर अघि खाए नि हैन फर्स्ट म्यापमा वासनाहरुले खाए त
AG.AL players.
तर बेस्ट दुओ हाम्रो बेस्ट दुओमा एउटा यो गएको थियो अलरेडी कन्फर्म भइसक्यो
for making sure you guys catch all of the action out there because it is hot on the lobby today. And like you said, we've got too many squads in this next circle, and that's exactly what Purgatory has been able to give us for quite a bit. Leading the eliminations, and Benel actually keeping up with them. With the damage out there, I mean, Benel, what a superstar. Super survivor, super rescuer, reviving the squad multiple times. Also one of the rushers of the squad, bringing in the numbers through eliminations for the squad. This is the best that we have seen out of them. I feel like they're giving us the consistency that we usually look for. But Team Apex Gaming, can they continue against the champions of 2024? Falcons right in front of them, but Falcons are spread out. This is a big advantage for Team Apex Gaming.
Yeah, this is really great at just really finding its openings. And you can tell they're very hungry. Falcons skills for quite some time here. Fire right now. And the rest of TAG wants to collapse onto this fight. They've taken away the space.
They gotta be careful here. They don't have information. They're rushing straight in. Slow down the pacing here. Get that info and then play their positions well. Because the flank on the side of Falcons might just be exactly what gives them the victory over Team Apex Gaming. And as requested, Team Apex Gaming says hasta la vista, putting a little bit of a distance between themselves and Falcons. Pina, a sliver of health on it, but don't finish it just yet. The Vocal tagging them up, and India get away their positions, but Wolwin, Thompson play, knocking down on fire. Raja with the M590, looking for the revenge, but those glue walls played perfectly by India.
They kept him away, he wasn't able to follow, he cannot come in. And now the rest of TAG wants to go to this fight. Here Raja is alone, Ahli in the corner, on fire's back in the game already. Rushes forward, Raja in the corner and taken down and out. Eliminated already. Quickly.
Yeah, boy, on fire. Team Apex Gaming right back in it. They gotta make sure they finish what they started. Right out there. With the support play. And this is still trouble time. Team Apex Gaming, they've got the vending machine out here outside the circle. They need to clean up their act right here, right now. The eliminations are looking good, but Falcons are not going to get taken down that easy. Shut up with the flank. Team Apex Gaming was so
I love Shoto, how aggressive, how confident he was in taking up that space, knowing how exactly to play with the information and position he has.
What a recovery! Team Apex Gaming on Purgatory. We talked about them having a little bit of extra room to breathe. And with that extra bit of oxygen in their system, they are on fire. And Falcons now on the revival spree with 1,300 in his pockets. Double revival, no problems at all. Falcons though on a little bit of a reset. Buriram close to their compound, but I don't think the World Champs will be looking to take the fight up against them. Falcons scanning out their area with the Dinoculus, a counter Dinoculus by either EVOS or Buriram. As the players on the side of DP slowly makes their way in, AG.AL looking for that backstab. Not intentionally, they gotta find one, but they're not gonna second guess their movements at all. They want to take DP out of the equation here. They take away the defensive spot as well.
I am curious to see how exactly the rotation is going to come in for TAG. They're so far away from everyone else, but this rotation could potentially benefit them. Letting everyone take this fight early. Benno quick to find Alu here as well. One knockdown. Top 16 also almost following suit here. And AG.AL knowing this, quick reposition forward and DRS now knockdown.
GunDynasty coming across DRS. For the rail soldier. Taking throw X, turning things around. Swap. And this is AG.AL interfering, perfect timing, and DRS in a little bit of a pickle. Strowex, can you get away? Even if you do, can you get enough coins to play recovery? All alone now for the side of the Rail Soldiers in GunDynasty. The recovery is going to be close to impossible here for GunDynasty. If they pull it off somehow without Benel, it is going to be a miraculous run for Schwerf.
Polish gold
right now. Kiroro is here with Falcons. They have like a nice, I think, off angle to play with, but not even close to get into that circle. You have to take this fight against EVOS. Even Strowex, look how far back he has to move away from the area just to survive.
A little bit of a slower pace. And scanning out 4 players on the side of EVOS as well. Good Dinocular once again on the side of Falcons, but what can you do with that extra bit of information? To the left and tank a lot of the damage, putting yourself out in the open. So Falcons are going to actually go in for a direct approach here. And clearly Abex, the M249X in hand, not worry at all about losing his Valley needing to pray, but Team Apex Gaming, I hope you said your prayers already. You're coming close to one of the biggest dominators in the competition, who are not really on fire just yet. So maybe that's going to be the blessing here. Showtime, Superman for the side of Team Apex Gaming, looking for the shutdown. Wasana looking for those nades as well. And for the time being, the ice grenades tagging them out. But Buriram not going anywhere. They want to take this fight, and they're waiting for Team Apex Gaming to break down those blue walls so they can have an advantage.
Out of that circle. Pina finds this angle, puts the damage on James, reposition. Hard to do anything as EVOS collapses onto the members of the Falcons. Knocked down as well. Moving together to see the double swings are too much to deal with.
Yeah, that's what I said, man. Falcons can get all the information they want off of the Dinoculus in a rough spot positionally. Could not flank around to the left. EVOS would have sniped them out of the waters instantaneously. Had to take a straightforward fight because of the damage of the circle, and EVOS just had the better position. The Rail Soldiers, on the other hand, there's nowhere else to go. Dynasty still alive and kicking with the 2 players. No revives possible for them, but they're now trying to play the placement points. AimGod looking for the reposition. Russia tagged up already. Strowex single-handedly trying to take down as many players as possible from the side of EVOS. The jig is up. The moment GunDynasty closes in on him, DRS that GunDynasty needs.
Here comes Ray as well. Strowex taking a lot of damage already hanging in this corner. He's stuck here. Either you go down to the zone or you go out in the open and you crunch between 2 different teams. But he's not going to stop trying though. He spots Rasha, goes a bit too wide, and the rest of EVOS, they're just going to wait for him to come out in the open.
Launch on his side. He can quickly reposition, but potential to be sniped out of the air is high here. He's probably not running the team boosters. And he's gonna sustain a ton of damage off of that, but still playing it safe. Finding some cover. And this is so much the tree can do for you, buddy. The grenades are gonna find the tags onto him, forcing him to use those medkits as well. One great wall Keeping AG.AL and Buriram far away from each other. And the engagement between these two titans will not break out just yet.
AG.AL had taken a lot of players out here as well. Like, EVOS is kind of just moving around the zone right now, trying to see whether I can get some pickoffs. Excuse me. Maybe they can just stay away from these fights. We got fights here. BRU up against AG.AL. The only thing separating them is just this wall. Cypher does take a bit of damage here, but if anything, eventually it's going to be Apex with a great opening there.
Okay, a couple of grenades over the wall. Could be a big one, but Buriram calls for the bolt maker. Lightning zone now. It's going to be that pressure from AG.AL as well as EVOS. Going to be hopping on in the battle as well, but Waka eliminated from the equation before he can even make a play. And encounter Lightning zone called upon Buriram as well. Two teams with the bolt maker out there. EVOS divided the big break play on those monster trucks. Extra layer of defense here for them. You can blow it up, but you cannot touch them just yet.
goal maker ne kotro pressure handira
Rasha goes for two even to the AG.AL side. And now Buriram United wants to go.
Go yataबाट लोड्रो किल उठाइदियो सब किल यताबाट उठाइदियो
to secure every single elimination point. Now the tension changes. Buriram United has to fight against EVOS.
एउटा मात्रै रहेको छ उतापट्टि.
Try and collapse forward.
Situation here, Southeast Asia takes over by the prey. And EVOS
EVOS एउटा नक भयो.
Buriram United Esports.
Double दिइहाल्यो.
Can they go
for
a back-to-back booyah?
Player होता है मतलब लोस वाला भाग दिइहाल्यो. वासनाको रस लेट्स सी.
At the top of the leaderboard, looking at their consistency so far. Valiant Dash breaking down their own defenses, but Wasana doesn't pull away too much from that. Moshi with the M82B gets the knock. Ray still standing up close to personal against Jonah, who gets the top of the glue wall and finds A-God right behind it. And Buriram
Wasana jadi gila ya, okay.
Sharp against EVOS.
Yeah, Wasana just rushing for Rasha here all alone.
Going a bit too
Bila. And there we go, Buriram United.
Zero kill boy आ रहे हैं last time
amazing work, Jonah with the god.
Even खुशी जाए dude.
The champion
Wasana रस्ता मानसी है ना किसको kill नहीं मानसी है ना zero kill में
Buriram United Esports. We talked about how Russia was that super sniper on the side of EVOS. We saw the amazing plays from them, but we cannot forget the one and only Moshi, baby. I fell in love with the snipers because of this guy, and he is back. This is his meta. This is his time to shine once again, and he cleaned up the battle.
Honestly, every single one of these members for the team stood out to me as well. The final few picks coming from Moshi just and turned the tide. EVOS divide, and I thought they have high capabilities of turning around the tides.
Yeah.
But Buriram United, knowing this, did not give them that chance this time and completely decided to just completely collapse at the right timing.
Absolutely.
Three-time
world champs. Mainly Jonah, who I think is the most decorated player on that stage as far as his career. They are the ones who have everything on their side in terms of rotations, IQ plays, perhaps a couple of hiccups here and there, but nobody can take away the fact that they are definitely one of the favorites out here to cause a lot of trouble. But can they get all the way to the end? Because EWC hasn't really been very kind to the squad so far.
No, I completely agree with you. There are just so many times that I think the Southeast Asian talent Buriram United is going to be the one at the very, very top. They always start off very, very hot, I believe. But then after a while, you start to see them waver a little bit. I'm wondering how this year would change for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, towards the end, it was more of all those shots. And Moshi, as the sniper of the squad, just not holding back at all, right? Just taking the fight straight up through them. The M82B got a little bit of a bump recently on the OB update. These guys are not at all in terms of usage. Now, we've got a few commercials to play. Tash and I will be right back with you. Catches up.
मेरो नाम अगाडि
Hello everyone, it's Yoso and we are live
यो
in
रोइदिएको होइन
Paris
अस्ति
here
एसी
at
को
EWC
हुँदाखेरि
26 Free Fire stage. And right next to me, we have our two
Hey,
co-streamers
production
from
hoidiru.
Vietnam.
Hey, này,
Introduce to
Wacko,
you
tên.
Backgao
Không có
and
tên.
Cyrus. Xin chào tất cả mọi người. Thì không biết là hiện tại là mình đang được ngồi đây sân khấu tại Pháp thì mọi người đang cảm giác như thế nào vậy ạ?
केटाले अरू केही नले पनि यो होस्टिङ गर्ने केटी बोकेर लिएर आयो
đây gọi là tuyệt vời và chưa bao giờ mà thấy một cái sân khấu mà lớn như thế này các bạn ơi. Mình không biết là áp lực của các team thủ sẽ như thế nào nữa.
Sau đó thì cảm thấy như thế nào ạ?
Em có thấy rất là
यिनीहरूले स्ट्रिम गरिदियो क्या यहाँबाट
vui ạ.
Vui rồi hả? Mình
Watch
quay rất
party.
là lâu tới đây mà
Watch party.
hả?
वाच पार्टी हो क्या यिनीहरूको च्यानलमा गएर हेर न सिक्रेट कि टिकटकमा होला यिनीहरू
Overall, the stage is really hype, big. They have never seen any stage like this. Very special to them in this Free Fire scenes. And overall, a very overwhelming feelings, happy when they're here in Paris to attend EWC26 Free Fire. Okay, so I can see in the comment section thì không biết là từ nãy đến giờ mọi người theo dõi được 2 trận đấu rồi. Thì không biết là cả Backgao và cả Sarah
Gọi đi, gọi đi, gọi là mình
như thế
sẽ
nào
chờ
vậy?
được.
Mọi người có hưng phấn và có đang chờ đợi màn trình diễn của team Snickers của mình không ạ?
Muốn chơi làm đi.
Wow, rất nhiều người ở Việt Nam và rất nhiều người khán giả hâm mộ của
फोनबाट छ त उनीहरू के तीनटा मोबाइलबाट तीनटा पीसीबाट छ नि
và rất nhiều khán giả đang coi ở tất cả kênh sóng của GunDynasty Việt Nam đang rất bất ngờ bởi vì cái phong thái
comment để đều là cái comment
Tam hay là ở kể cả Mexico hoặc là Ấn Độ.
Kalau फोन dia sama dia semua dah ada ni.
Xin trở lại
Bayangin गर्छ त बोल्ने बेलामा पनि के भन्ने पनि किन ट्याङ गर्छ र
ए भने जस्तो भयो नि तिनीहरूको पनि केही
गर्छ
मलाई चाहिँ के त म चाहिँ त्यो पार्ट हो र त्यहाँको भाषा बुझ्ने जस्तो सोध्न मलाई चाहिँ
त अघिदेखि भाषा बुझिरहेको छु त्यही भएर
ए हस् दाइ
बचाउनु पर्छ मजा आइरहेको छ सुन्न उयो साउन्ड के भयो
अफ गरेको छु के गरेको मात्रै के सुन्नु
अन गर्नु मलाई कस्तो मजा आइरहेछ केटी बोलेको सुन्न होस्टिङको आवाज कस्तो क्युट रहेछ क्या लगा न
To get the champions at EWC26.
हाम्रो केटाहरूको छेउमा पुग्यो भने केटाहरू त लजारै सकिन्छ होला त
Who got the weakness has to go down, obviously. And of course, I can see that everyone is really hyped, especially for Team Secret, as known as WAG from Vietnam, are also here to attend EWC26. We'll attend the match in the Group B after this Group A end. Well, this is the end, and I love the energy of everyone here. Everyone looks so happy and very hyped for the favorite team. I do hope you guys are also like that. Please continue to support your team.
Boy, we had to make sure we got away from some of our other analysts because I know they were hyped. That Buriram has finally showed up. They got that booyah, and this is what we were expecting out of the 3-time world champs.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's champions against champions right now. One taking the global finals, one taking the EWC. So it looks like really fire getting played out of that final match, final circle. AG.AL though, I mean, I think like we just looked away, and then the moment that we look back, they were out. So the final two teams, 4v4, it was just phenomenal. But I'm also looking forward to how Lao is going to recover. Right because I think they pushed down Buriram United after getting that booyah. They just kind of themselves up.
Do you think they're going to be, especially for Loud, right? Do you think this is the next game? It's time for them to bounce back because we're seeing consistency once again out of EVOS.
Yeah, I mean, EVOS being a top 3 in 2 games or 3 games already is enough. Like, if you want to be in there, just an easier ticket to stage 3, then that's what they need right now, compared to their Southeast Asia, right? And they always go for the longer route, the longer days, like even not skipping a day because they're there at the bottom going into elimination before the grand final, before point rush. So I'm loving this version of EVOS Divine right now. Probably it's because of the crowd giving them more energy.
True, and this is the for Free Fire at Esports World Cup 26. Now, I've got squads, right? We're hyping up the squads that are doing good. Let's talk about some of the other squads that needed to improve on that third game. And one of them that ended up improving, at least for my liking, had to be tagged. boy, this squad was finally able to start putting up some eliminations on the board, and this is what we're expecting them. I know Lucifer in the back is expecting even more out of them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we were just talking about that earlier before the game started, and then we saw them perform. So it's a good thing as well that it only took them a couple of games before for their warm-up, before they really bring it on. Because being in the bottom two, or almost the bottom two, that's not a place that you want to be, even if you still have another day to play. So you don't want to risk it. At least bring yourself halfway to what is intended, and then that's when you play. If you don't like, that's when you gauge. If you really don't want to show that much performance, just go in there in the skirts of what is needed to get to the next stage.
Yeah, and the good thing too, like going in regards to EVOS, in regards to Buriram United, now that are starting to get all these points right. One thing that is going good for this squad, yeah, they're performing well, they're being consistent, but they're just sponging up all those points at the top. And don't forget, once we finish tomorrow from Group A, the top 4 will be going to Champion Rush Finals. And the last 2 will be going home, and in between they'll be going to survival. But that's bunch of points there from the top. It's gonna just make it tighter.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's difficult for them to really catch up. The huge lead that you have right there is making it hard for the teams to really catch up. And it's also your team at the bottom trying and struggling that much with numbers, and then you see the top wherein you, even if you still have one day, but everyone is competitive at this point. You want to get closer and closer to where you're intended to be, to skip one day and just watch everyone play.
Yeah, and from this map that we just saw, Purgatory, remember, this is one that you were looking to see some crazy stuff. I gotta ask you, were you happy with what we saw there out of Purgatory, or do you want to see more madness? We'll definitely more chaos with a K. I'm not giving that most of the opportunity for a skewed flight path, the like ruining for final circle, but at least the teams are treating it as if it's a skewed flight path. The early engagement that's happening, a lot of teams trying to go in and out for battle. They're just playing it with the spirit of the map itself.
Going
to the last 3 games here of Group A, right? Earlier we were talking about tag. We wanted to see them being able to step up. I know we have a team from Pakistan as well that, I mean, we want them to step up because they just have such a passionate fan base back at home. I want you to tell me a team that you're going to be looking at, especially this next 3 matches, to either continue to be consistent the way they have been, or that you want to see some fluctuation in their performances.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see Paris Gaming currently. They're at the bottom of the leaderboard right now, but at some point we've seen progression as well from their region. So some of the consistency that we've seen from DRS Gaming, because the Real Soldiers Gaming is one of those that we didn't expect really show up. First time in EWC, first time in global in terms of a free fire. I don't know if this is of their performance, or they're just waiting for the opportunity to
they just gotta put themselves in that position where they can actually Buriram United Esports was the last one. Wasana was one of the players that I know could in their performance and actually perform for their squad. Is there any player or any 2 players that in the next 2 matches you're going to be keeping a close eye on because you want them to impact the game in a positive way for their team?
Yeah, one thing I'm really looking at, especially if Wasana is involved, you have Get High in there. Get High with a combination of Wasana will be really aggressive. And also Moshi in there, like stay in the back lines. Depending on the map though, if we go into a map where it's like favoring the snipers, we might see Moshi and Jonah pull away, try double sniper, or just get information in the early parts of the game. Let's go. Opportunity for Wasana as well as Get High to go for those elimination. And one signature I keep seeing from Buriram United is once they get that knock, they pull out the launch pad and jump straight into the battle.
We have a lot of viewers that might be watching Free Fire for the first time. If you are one of those viewers, please let us know on social media. Use that hashtag EWC. Use that hashtag EWC26. I want you to explain to the new viewers that are watching Free Fire for the first time about that launch pad, because I absolutely love it, as we're just being absolutely sidetracked here by a dancing bull. Dancing cow. And I love the energy. I love the energy on the stage right now. Yeah, it is. It is. I have glasses on and I can't tell if it's like you guys playing like 3 more games, okay? Your group is gonna be coming up. Hopefully you guys brought the drums, you brought that Brazilian energy, because we've seen it so far with Loud. But I know once we go into
oh yeah, I mean, great potential for the team right now. Storyline coming from them, because from what we've seen as well, there's a lot of disappointing run, and it was caused by these of champions that we have in front of us right now. So I love to see. It's a good thing as well, since they're a different group, because they won't have to beat them on the get-go. They're just waiting to see each other on the finals or survival, which honestly, if you're EVOS, if you're Buriram, is not going to be looking like you're going to be like this. Consistency, you might as well just put it in their middle name, because these squads have been very consistent. But I think it's time we start the second half of Group A. Let's send it over to AJ.
Honestly, insane seeing what's going on ground. We have so many people here. We have mascots on the ground. We're already halfway through the first group.
Absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm very sure the fans out there are excited to see their teams perform out here on the battles. But it is definitely a big question mark for some of the squads, right? You look at Paradox Gaming, you look at how they're doing out there so far. I feel like the gunfights in Purgatory were so much better, but they're still having their first day jitters full on. I want to see a little bit of improvement as we head on into this game number 4.
Yeah, I mean, we talked a little bit about how space to really warm up the engine, get yourself into the groove of the game. But as we go today, yes, 2 days already for Group A, we're halfway through. 3 more rounds to go before they go on a break for the rest of the day and then come back tomorrow. But then again, against these teams
locally for Paradox, this is one of their better maps. So this could just be here on day 1. Back into the competition. Twisted minds as hell don't want to be at the bottom. Straight up relegation tomorrow, if that is where you're gonna end this day on. But as we head on into
DRS about
bits and bobs part of still seeing a hot drop here. Looking here, we have PDX toward the Deca square with another team. I'm not too sure. I can't really see.
16 points personally delivered by the super sniper Wonder Kid, still the Wonder Kid, and I think the kind of determination, the kind of hunger that Russia has shown us ever since he stepped onto a stage like this. But Loud, once again, looking to do exactly that as they play a little bit of fast squad against Falcons.
There's a lot of things going on over there as well. We see On Fire reposition himself a little bit more further forward, keeping his head down here, because there's a lot of pressure that they're putting onto him as well. His teammates aren't super close as well. So if anything, he's just buying a bit of time, but his teammates, I think, should be able to bring him back to the game if he does go down fairly early. But if anything, the best second position before you get knocked down here.
And I guess it's not a full-on Clash Squad battle, because Falcons, most of them out of this rush down area. The rotations are coming on through, and it looks like Loud wants that big flank to find the extra point off of the Falcon player. We'll catch up with them later on as Buriram spots out.
Ande 1v1,
Ande. To be tagged up. Jonah has got the just no angles to work off of it just yet. GunDynasty on the other hand with a very early reset at least pulling back one player back in here, and with a phenomenal flank on fire, finally taken out of position there. AG.AL, one player down on the ground. The battle between them and GunDynasty does not end well here for GunDynasty. The recovery definitely needed once again. And Benel is on the case.
Yeah, in this situation here, AG.AL so proactive with these early fights as well. Already 5 eliminations here. Saifa once more. Rahat is on the other end. Already in such a precarious position, but his teammates able to be brought back into the game. But Nejat goes down to PDX.
Oh, Team Apex Gaming. Extra point for them, baby. If they can pick this up, Thrill of Battle popped perfectly. And the timely Thrill of Battle leads to Wolven picking up that extra point. Steven's pride. They want the fight. They take this jump straight to the vending machine. Instant revival, but Madara sacrifices himself for that pick. Jazzy comes in for the save, picking up his buddy. No extra revivals needed. TAG, Team Apex Gaming, didn't finish those players off just yet. Catch a quick replay here in the middle of a very important battle for Team Apex Gaming. But it looks like they're going for a little bit of truce for the time being.
Yeah, just now, I think a lot of things are going on in that situation. I think they got
cornered.
Now, if you look at the main fight that's currently going here, TAG is still chasing the back out of DP. Jazzy already knocked down as well. And I have to say, TAG doing a great job just cornering their prey, making sure that they can't reposition.
Almost got a little bit messy there.
Apex Esports,
Obviously, the recovery was going to be important, and that's exactly what Team Apex Gaming finds for themselves. Buriram, they saw players step into the compound of the Indian squad. Takes him right off the board. It looks like Buriram's taking a full-on fight. Off screen and Loud spotting out GunDynasty, who is looking for the battle. One player from the side of TEC is going to be stuck in this compound as well. They can't find
UAV is out as well. Should give away the position. Waka tried to get that. I think he tried to just jump in get some info, but he got tagged. If anything, in this situation here, Kutush might be in trouble next. I have to say, Battle doing a great job of marking every single enemy around the area. Nothing gets away from this guy.
Yeah, absolutely. They played the Morphle really well. And he had the M82B and the SKS as well. Great attention from that long range and the advantage taken. And Katie God keeping the Indian squad still in the game with the double revive. Buriram trickled in one after the other, finding Team Apex Gaming. But the Indian squad could not take these giants out. 3-time world champs for a good reason. They're just ramping up very slowly here, not showing their aggressive side just yet, Buriram.
You can see it, how active the map is right now. Loud's getting a few pickoffs as well, DRS as well. While everything has been going on here. In this situation, I think...
No, Katie God was the wrong spot. Ran straight in at Buriram. No binoculars, no extra information out in the open. Just got spent. And now Falcons fighting the players of GunDynasty. Just had a run in this lobby this time round. Nexteris just not their place. Limit will find one from afar. David 444 found as well. The players of GunDynasty flanked all around, and it's the Falcons looking for a meal. And GunDynasty is just that filled.
Yeah, Shairu is stuck outside the zone as well. What are you going to do here? You have to run into the area. And Falcons want, they desperately really want that one extra point. It almost feels like they just are playing with the vengeance. Now in this situation here, GD looking good with 6 points already. Shairu still managing to stay alive. And right now, if we were to look at the leaderboard here, EVOS is looking lead compared to the rest of the team. And in terms of fairly alive. If anything, throughout the entirety of this day, EVOS has been doing well in terms of positioning, in terms of looking for pickups, in terms of looking for fights as well. And I don't think this is going to change.
Nexteris has always given us a lot of eliminations thanks to number of vending machines, compounds, having to use up all of your glue walls too early. And we're going to see quite a number of survivors again As I say that, the Rail Soldiers pulling in a double revive. Yet again, extra coins. Takuri making sure he brings back the 2 revives first. So great strategy played by him before he got caught out there. Unfortunate. Final revive. So 2 players down.
AG.AL is really scary. If you think you managed to shake them off, they just really a false sense of security before finally being taken out. He's done his due diligence though. He brought his teammates back into the game, and I think bringing them back into the game poses a big threat to so many of these teams. Now in this particular area, what Falcons was, you could see just now they were really looking for Jazzy. He's still very much alive, but they have to be very, very aware that Loud is close by somewhere in the wing. So this could potentially be a 2-way fight. It's looking really good right now.
Rough run for Demon's Pride definitely taking a hit here on day 1. Still down at the very bottom of our leaderboard. Just 10 points to the side. Triple down on the ground. Instant pick up there, and the recovery is solid for GunDynasty. But they have been challenged all throughout this lobby. The only luck they have now is they're dealing with DRS. And they've got the advantage in this battle as well.
As well as really
tries to put a little bit of space away from GD. He's able to maybe isolate this fight by a bit of time, so Strox will be able to give him a bit of support. That'll be really good. Now the Falcons finally ran to the toe against Loud. BCP forced to move away here as the Falcons finally rally back. They have a nice high ground to play with over on the other side here. Gonna cook up that nade. Going a little bit too wide as BZP is just so quick on that
zone
no Moko for the advantage. Good time turner for BCP. They've got the double barrel, but the DRS को कस्तो भनेको आफै सोच्दै छ कस्तो मर्दै बताउँदै recovery is not going to be impossible here, but they're going up against one of the best Brazilian squads.
तर यो गेम थियो नि फेरि केटाहरुले हान्दै खेल्ने म्याप थियो के यो म्याप भनेको चाहिँ खास गरी
on fire taken down.
यो म्यापमा हान्दै खेल्नु भने त अलि के हुन्थ्यो र केटाहरु
but the pickups have to be the focus here.
तो आनेर खेल्नु हुँदै केटाहरुले दामी त हुन्थ्यो
way to back up the rest of his brothers, and Falcons will survive because of that.
I am loving the fact that Falcons really doubled down on this, and then Dedrick as well just stuck in the corner trying his best to survive. But Buriram United, they're saying no, so as much as you want to survive, it's not going to happen. We will dig you out of that hole if we have to. And now they're going to go and fight a different way into the area. This mid-side area in terms of rotations here, southern side, EVOS has controlled that area. Toward the western side, you have PDX is sort of moving around the area. Northern side, Aurora. Middle side here, you have, I think, GD.
यो फर्स्ट सेकेन्ड थर्डले मात्रै हानु छैन अनि हाम्रो केटाहरु ठ्याक्क फोटमा गएर होल्ड होस् के
Just with the game 3, Buriram has jumped into the top 3.
फर्स्ट सेकेन्ड थर्डको त अब उपरै हान्ने भएको छ के केटाहरु
Side of Team Apex Gaming. This is a little bit of a pinch. AG.AL focus fire.
हेर्न अनि म हेर्न नभए किल 10-10 11 छ हैन यही टिमले मात्रै लोबी डोमिनेट गर्यो र हाम्रो केटाहरुले पोजिसन किल निकाल्दै गएर फोट भयो के दामी हुन्छ
A sticky situation here for the Indian squad for sure.
But they're not really showing their
hand.
Hoping to weather down that storm. Because no team can really get too close to one another. Pina, somewhere along the lines there, does find Strox eventually. Alu rushing forward there, almost taking down fire, but regardless of that, would have been traded. So now the blue zone comes through here. Kiroro should be brought back into the game. As Loud is slowly trying to
the double revive coming on through. Full squad once again for the Brazilian squad. Loud have been loud from the start. Very consistent to keep themselves in the top 4. But they have to make sure they play a little bit of recovery here. And Nix is going to have his foot shot off. Paybacks with a sharp shot from afar. AC80 perfection once again. And yet again, the Brazilian squad on the back foot. This is just not their lobby. Recovery seems to be very difficult. That's exactly what Nextera is. Lots of spots to hide away at. And we have got a ton of squads. So many players still alive and kicking as we approach the 12 minutes.
Yeah, Alu's not going to be able to hit the ground there.
So
quickly. His teammate did try to give a bit of pressure there onto Buriram United. Not happening though. Like you mentioned, Moshi just so smart on the snipers.
Oh yeah. Buriram showing that yes.
Chala TAG किन बोला घोरा यार वही को गेम में लोत्रे वाली को गेम में लोत्रे
right below the bridge like a troll up against Falcons, but
TAG ने 2 गेम जी सबलाई छोड दिएको हो जस्तो फिल लागिसक्यो यार मलाई.
In the rotation, Russia, can you survive this one? What kind of trickery will you show us? It's GunDynasty that takes advantage of that chaos, and the follow-up is solid. EVOS with the revenge. The players on the side of Paradox taking advantage of the situation as well. The Greek is going to pick right back up. And Falcons follow the rotation, put themselves under the bridge, losing 2 players in that sequence.
In this situation, EVOS as well, trying to take away this positioning coming in from Aurora. But cannot able to come close to them at all. And EVOS is very trying to find an opening, an angle, anything, but also aware that Loud is close by. One more it's going to be instantly popping up on both of these teams here. And it's a momentary stalemate between these 3 teams. You have to worry about PDX as well. You also see that they're trying to rush away from the area as On Fire tries to put in the damage.
Can get this catch up here, quickly repositioning right on the it gives them a little cover for the time being. The launch pad, I think they were looking for a little bit of a higher angle. DRS Gaming gets taken out of the equation, locked down by the thrill of battle. And Falcons quickly reposition. Stuck in a fight without their active skills. Riptide Rhythm from a
TAG भन्दैछु त भाइ 2 गेम जिति मेरो हान केटाकेटी हो अनि हामी हान्छु भन्दै खेल्दै यहाँ.
Slowly seeing their way back in here. Locked up by the thrill of battle. Potentially out of the Brazilian squad this time round. Grenade. What a tight angle played perfectly. But Loud up against EVOS. That's going to be the appointment that they have to go through first before catching up with the Malaysians.
High stakes fights as well as fighting for this unrealized property. Saifa gets knocked down somewhere in the corner here as EVOS still saves their lives, but it's hunting down in a corner away from the initial onslaught. You see Trap barely alive, taking out so much damage. And the top here trying to break into the building, and somewhere in the corner, Team Apex Gaming does already get eliminated here. Loud waiting patiently on the outer side here, like it or not, EVOS are gonna have to vacate the premises. And the blue wall involved in the area. EVOS forced to move back as well.
A smart reposition here by Loud. To put a great distance between
themselves and
now leaving the battle between the Malaysian and the Indonesian squad. AG.AL putting the pressure onto both Aurora and EVOS. Sneaky. But he saw the Riptide Rhythm and quickly stepped away from the window. Ray, on the other hand, not doing that. AG.AL getting a couple of tags in. Ingot, the Molko tagging him up already. And it looks like he will sneak away. Ray, on the other hand, will not get the pleasure of doing so. Can do. Put so much pressure, taking advantage of this tight little compound. And Aurora
is really catching people in the mid of the rotations as well. Now EVOS only is alive, gonna hunker down the corner. He's gonna work their magic onto GD. Ingot rushing through, but for the other side, there's gonna be massive Nix and Trap doing a lot of magic, but GD pressuring them. And AG.AL also wants to join in on that fight. GD rushing forward, and now AG.AL find the last possible member from EVOS.
Yeah, that's it for EVOS. AG.AL spawned them out and they were just tracking them all the way through. GunDynasty trying to take on the Brazilian squad. AG.AL long range away and almost no walls. This is going to be trouble if Skyler is in the hands of either GunDynasty or Loud. And they'll quickly take some cover behind the wall as well as these trees. Great rotation, great defense from the Thai squad.
AG.AL being very patient here, stuck behind a rock, but definitely not a hard place. But he wants to take away this real estate from Loud, cannot do so. Only damage onto Trap, but no more than that.
Beautifully played here by Latam. Understanding the angles perfectly. Instead of taking a straightforward fight up against Loud, caught in hand, looking for the flank, trying to play a little bit of pressure on AG.AL to take AG.AL out of the equation here before they have to deal with Brazil. And AG.AL understands the little bit of a pitch that they are in, trying to close the distance down to take the positional advantage away from GD as the circle forces them closer in.
Heroes just trying to really just come into the area. AG.AL does try to collapse the amount of pressure that LYON is putting on them is incredible. The glue walls are just immediately destroyed. David, good one onto him as well. His position finally sees ऊपर उठाइन्छ तर अब ला नाइस नाइस अब यहाँ बुझाएगा अब यहाँ बुझायो एजीएल पनि जित्यो ला
What a beautiful rotation, man. That's perfection. AG.AL. But now, how do you deal with this at a disadvantage at this point of time? But when the circle starts closing on in, it's going to be trouble. Where will the zone move? Who does it favor? And David taken out, but the time turner is active on their side. They didn't waste it earlier on, and that allows them to pick up their rush.
गिरी गएको उसमा माथिबाट लाउडले उयो गरे हुन्थ्यो लाउडले दियो सक्यो गलत भयो बेटा गलत गरौँ त घरभित्र छिरेर पनि कमसे
Second booyah of the day for Brazil. And they are not messing around. Pushed down a tad bit. Not the best. At Solara, it was decent. But this is going to get them right back in contention for the #1 spot for sure. AG.AL definitely going to be in the race for the top 3 back performance. We saw them pick up a massive number of eliminations off of Purgatory, and they have got to into it and next era with the exact same performance. Say from both teams.
What's really impressive about AG.AL, the fact that in the beginning of the game, they're all around the map. We come to them finally after seeing this initial fight. Something like, they already have 6 eliminations. Silent but deadly, but definitely loud toward the end as well. It felt like a bait and switch because GD was the one that had a compound advantage.
And this was where it all came crumbling down for AG.AL. They went in. They took the house as their defensive compound, what they were not expecting was the play out of GunDynasty. And the play out of GunDynasty LYON started tossing those grenades at them. GunDynasty had to make a decision, and the only decision they could make was take the fight up against AG.AL, and they played that perfectly. Rushing straight at them, and again, I've always mentioned how David 444 is one of the most lethal rushes out there, and he took the fight straight up against them with the Mag 7, demanding a lot of points in that house, and he got it for their side. But towards the end, it just wasn't enough. AG.AL stood their ground really well with the defense, but they had to lose 2 players in that sequence as well, and LYON with the advantage just walked away with it towards the end. It's not always about the most aggressive. Sometimes it's about who understands the final circle better.
Yeah, you have the eliminations. You have to find that I would say balance, right?
Yeah.
Between getting to that last few points with those placements, plus also getting those eliminations as well. And AG.AL has, I would say AG.AL, LYON, Buriram United have really good, I would say, grasp on being able to do all of this.
Organizer
I think what's really fun to see as well is just the fact that for AG.AL, they know how to do the bait and switch. They know how to go for zone control. They know how the height advantage. They know that they can just really kind of keep out GD from their area and force GD and AG.AL to go for that fight, and all they do is just clean up house.
Yeah, and it's been very impressive to see this Brazilian squad so far, because yes, it wasn't a very aggressive placement in all 4 games so far has been phenomenal. We're going to take a quick short break now. When we come back, the final 2 games of the day.
यहाँ छ त रुक यहाँले सिल भयो ल हेर ल अब पिट्टी हानु त्यहाँ बसेर केटा आइछ उयो भुँडी यहीँ छ अझै काम छैन आज
ब्रेक चलो के दिनु भन्नाले हाम्रो नि त्यही हो हाम्रो आवाज जाँदैन हाम्रो आवाज नि हटाइदियो भने यो याकुजा भाइको पनि
Break out the drums because Brazil is showing up. 2 booyahs today for Loud, and my gosh, Neptune, this squad is consistent as heck.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, imagine 2 booyahs and 3 times on the top 3 out of 4 games. And this is just something that we don't expect to see, especially in day number 1 out of this kind of competition. Most of the time in this level of competition, there's a lot of stealing of those booyahs. There's a lot of stealing of those numbers as well in terms of elimination. So Loud is just doing quite well in positioning themselves and making sure that they are not out there being gunned down.
Yeah, and of course, Loud is so much better tactically when we compare to the other teams. They have the patience, they have the drive. Again, it's something so refreshing to see. But then again, it's a Brazil team. Are we even that surprised?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Brazil has been one of that contender that has been a bane in when it comes to like a battle of Southeast Asia and Brazil and also other regions being introduced. And with the more regions in here being put in the mix, like they have that elements of surprise because the focus would be on the newcomers and they will be most of the target. And we were seeing that at the bottom leaderboard.
Yeah, we definitely were. I mean, I was going to be looking at the match standings right here. GD being able to put up some points as well. Out of all their squads, AG, how about that with those 27 points?
27 points, 18 elimination points, and I gotta hand it down to Du and Saifa. They're doing so well. This is exactly the teamwork that I actually wanted to see from EVOS Divine because as an Indonesian, of course, I do hope that they can learn from the best. And honestly, I think that game, it really showcased the ability of Du and the capability that he has to lead the team towards victory.
Honestly, I thought AG.AL was going to take the booyah in that last match. Their positioning in the bottom of building, I thought, oh, surely they have this. Surely they've got this. But no, of course, you know, Loud's just sitting on top in the way that they were they're able to accelerate and take more of positioning in the zone. It was exceptional. And I know, Neptune, you got something to say about that, don't you? Like, yeah, let's get loud.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's more of what they can do in terms of the number. Again, getting a booyah will add up for your total points, but elimination is at some point at this stage of the competition is even more important because you have to bring that much to pull yourself at the top of the leaderboard, and booyah is something that is reserved for the team, especially with the champion rush condition towards the grand finals.
And I think looking at the overall standing, something that I'm really aware is that it is so scary for EVOS Divine in the very beginning of the competition. I mean, we started off really shaky, but looking at it now, we have 84 points and then 50 kills. That is not bad at all, even though we only have 1 booyah secured right now. I think what I said at the beginning of the show might come true. I don't want to jinx it. I don't want to keep repeating it, but I do think there's a huge chance for EVOS Divine to maintain this position and actually be, I don't know, the next one to go to the next stage.
And the one thing that we were talking about earlier is that sponge between those teams towards the top. And it's starting to get even more and more. Once we see the overall, you get a chance to see exactly what I'm talking about in regards to those teams at the top, just making an even bigger gap to some of the other squads. Now, one thing I know has been sticking out besides the top squads, right? We got to go to PDX. I mean, I was talking about earlier in regards to tag. That's a squad that needed to be able to step it up. They have since then, since we've mentioned it. I know you were looking at PDX, Lace.
Yeah, see, I'm looking at Paradox, and look, they're not sitting pretty on the top of the leaderboard, okay? You know, we're talking about the LYONs and the AG.ALs. I feel like there's two games going on at the moment. We've got like the AG.ALs, the LYONs, EVOS, you know, kind of having their own scuffles in the top of the leaderboard. And when you move further down, the tags, we got Paradox down there. I know Paradox had an accelerating run against Tag, but unfortunately fell like a little bit short in that match there. And it just seems like they're just not making the best decisions for their team. They managed to sort of get split. But where we were looking more into that final zone, Paradox, it was probably the first time I actually saw them group up and were able to put more eliminations on the board, and that's what we need to see from them. So I don't really know what's happening like in and amongst the early fights and stuff for them, but that was probably the best performance we have seen from them. But they are, you know, not being able to get those eliminations and those placement points on the board.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, the first few games they're not that aggressive, and the signature of Paradox Gaming is that like the signature of Paradox Gaming coming from their regionals is that aggressive team. Like from Africa, they managed to clutch it towards the end and getting that qualifier on the EWC, and it's more of the elimination. So this is one thing that we were expecting at get-go. There's a lot of teams who want to show up strong, especially if they are new to this contention.
Yep.
But for Paradox Gaming, they need that time to recover. But what I'm worried about is if that time is running out, because again, that's already 4 games and you only have 2 more for this group.
Yeah, and speaking of trying to come off as strong, courageous, again, I feel we...
Thanks, girl.
Then we gotta add gorgeous then, girl, because you are drop dead gorgeous. Okay, anyways. Speaking of courage, of course, we have to also talk about GunDynasty again, because finishing at top 3, it's just so amazing. It's making me feel like I need to know more about this LATAM team. I mean, that is just crazy. They are now at the 5th position of the overall standing. 69 points, 23 plays, and then I'm seeing 46 kills. That is amazingly huge for them, Neptune.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, from the first and the last game, they managed to get 20 plus on elimination. It was a little bit slow though on that second game, and towards that third. I think it's because of the challenge they have on that game number 2 or the match number 2. Thus, they didn't get that much on the point. But I'm really looking forward to them to catapult themselves a little bit higher in this point right now, because they're very close against Buriram United.
Yes, I'm about to say something that I might regret, but right now, I actually enjoy watching GunDynasty more than Buriram United Esports.
Oh,
I enjoy them so much. It's crazy. Like, I found a new love today.
What's making you enjoy it so much? Because remember, Buriram, even though you didn't get a chance to talk about them earlier, they did end up picking up that one booyah.
Yes, they did, but I think it's just about time for GunDynasty. I mean, you saw it on the 4th game. They were so amazing. And again, the courage that they have and the strength to back it up, it's just so amazing to see.
Yeah, I guess the difference between the gameplay of GunDynasty is in the beginning of the game, they show up.
Yes.
That's where more the hype is coming from. And compared to what we've seen in Buriram United Esports, again, the signature is you're invisible in the first half, then to the second half, that's where you get all those elimination. But at some point, they're surprised. I'm pretty sure they're counting how many opponents that they have in front of them towards the end. And with say 7 or 8 teams against you, you couldn't, or Buriram United couldn't really bring that fire and catch up with the numbers. But it's a good thing that they did get that booyah.
Yeah, and right now we're looking at their squads that they need to wake up, especially when we're going to be going into the final 2 games of Group A. Keep in mind, for everybody watching at home, you're saying, wait, final 2 games? No, we still got 6 more from Group B coming up. So make sure you stay tuned for that. But I mean, from some of the other squads that we're watching, we saw the Pakistan team, right? They're towards the bottom. They need to do something, because right now the top 4 squads, the cutoff is at 70 points, and that's not going to stop. That's just going to keep going because of the consistency see, Conchita, that we're currently seeing out of their squads? What can we see out of those bottom squads in the last 2 matches? Because they need to wake up.
Yes, they do need to wake up. Unfortunately, I'm not really familiar with the way the Pakistani teams play, but what I see from their performance today is that there's a gap of, capability that apparently they still have against the other team. And that is something that I hope they can catch up as soon as possible, because obviously being on the bottom 2 is not so ideal. Looking at it, it's still quite a climb that they need to do. But yeah, keeping my fingers crossed.
And then you have Aurora. Aurora is currently 40 points. I'm sorry I have to do it to you.
I won't mention their name anymore.
You can talk about them, but just don't mention their name.
Yeah.
From that squad, I mean, you were talking about having eliminations earlier on. They only have 19 eliminations so far. We've seen squads being able to get almost that in just 1 match.
I think what Aurora Gaming is finding right now is a balance of, because they failed in the first game. Yeah, I mean,
it's okay.
I'm thinking it's my fault, but they failed in the first few games. But since they couldn't bring the elimination, they couldn't bring the fire, so they're going back to the basic. Go for survivability, trying to balance it out, elimination and placement point. And that's why they're trying something different. Because just go and try a catch up, or go for catch up on the placement point. Once they get the groove of how to find the final circle, then they can get those elimination.
Yeah, what I've been noticing is that every time they go into an altercation or try to take a fight, they come out as the losing team. It's down to 1 player, then they're going to have to make that revive and try and do that. So I do believe that, yeah, if they can continue that survivability, because eliminations will come in the end, okay? As long as you can make your rotation, you get to that final zone, the elims will come. So hopefully we can see that sort of progress into the next games, because they slightly started doing it in that final match, but the first couple of matches, every time I saw Aurora fight, it was them out, and it's not working for them. So they definitely need to adapt and change, because mechanically they're gifted, but they're not making these decisions correctly.
Yeah, I so agree, because individually they're great players, but somehow when it comes to the teamwork, something just isn't working. There is something that they need to change. I mean, it's like someone needs to step up, I guess, and be the role model for them. Yeah. No.
I might step out.
I'm sorry, man. I'm going to target you for this one. Yeah.
No need to do that. I mean, in regards to eliminations, one squad that has been stepping up is Team Apex Gaming. They have been able to put up those elims. At the beginning of the day, they were struggling a lot. Even Lucifer, one of our casters, is going to be coming for Group B. He was saying they're slow starters. He was actually expecting them to do better in the second day. Yeah. But you can't be mad. Honestly, Neptune, you cannot be mad at the way that this squad has now been able to put up those eliminations.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's more of elimination geared. Apex Gaming.
It's the complete opposite, right?
Complete opposite of what we're going for earlier. Like placement point, they like no regards of placement point. All they have to do is early on the get-go, they want to get all those eliminations in, and at some point for teams, they're treating it as a 50-50. Like it's a double-edged sword. But for Team Apex Gaming, they want to bring down the sword against the opponent. Whether they lose, I think they can carry over those eliminations in the following round. The risk is they're losing the balance of finding the final circle. And again, there's still importance of that booyah. Probably not this point at this stage, but if you're really catching up in numbers, you have to do well on both.
Yeah, because 29 elimination points is not bad at all. I mean, from what we see out of the 4th games that we have just watched, Apex really is trying to fix the mistake they have on the first game. And yeah, I think things are quite looking up for them right now.
You can see they got fans right now here in the arena live from Paris. This is Free Fire at EWC. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be going into the last 2 matches of Group A. Can those bottom squads step it up like we've been wanting to see? Or is it just going to be too little, too late in this last 2 matches before we go into tomorrow? AJ, Tash Bunny, take it away.
Thank you very much, Seven. Man, it has been an exciting one here for sure. We expected Nextera to deliver, and Nextera did exactly that. 121 eliminations in that lobby. It was explosive end to end. But now we head on into Kalahari. We head on into the map where the snipers usually rule Let's see exactly which sniper stands tall by the end of this.
It's always very fun, right? I think we've already kind of pinpointed which players we want to see.
Yeah.
We saw it coming in from Moshi. We saw it coming in from Rasha as well. Some of the two hard hitters for this particular game. And now that this is actually our first Kalahari of the day, I'm wondering if it's going to be a slower start, or will the momentum of that fast, aggressive starts keep going all the way till the very end of this Group A day?
Demon's Pride currently at the very bottom of our leaderboard. Not in the right spot, if you ask me. Taking the fight up early at Refinery against Loud. AG.AL Cypher being cheeky as well to check out exactly what's going on at Refinery. So that shows a potential intention of AG.AL wanting to rotate in towards this high platform later on. DRS, Team Apex Gaming, Tech. This is going to be a tad bit crowded. Command post only usually has one team commanding it. This time you've got three vying for that spot.
You know, looking at the most damage and also most elims as well, right? You're seeing a majority of the players coming in for, I think, most eliminations. I think on top of Rasha, you also have both Dew and Cypher as well, which actually sets a precedent on how aggressive and how much, I think, AG.AL prioritizes these eliminations.
Sahil Jat is in a tricky position here. He does have the flank, but he cannot back up the rest of his team members just yet. Shoto gonna get caught out here by Blade. The caught up close and personal, plus the electrotherapy, giving Blade the extra advantage in that battle. Sahil Jat's finally going to show up. And that's just the wrong timing. He drops a little bit of a present here for Tech as he quickly tries to back away. But a quick recap here as well for Demon's Pride up against Loud earlier on. The time turner actually saving BZP a little bit of extra time, but Jazzy only could get that knock off of that engagement, sending top 16 running away from the compound. Demon's Pride again starting off on the back foot here, but the recovery was solid through those revives.
TEC just now looks like they had the upper hand in that fight, and now DRS has decided to join in on this fight. And DRS has been scary today in terms of positioning and even fights here. It's Wolfen that will be the first one to fall as the rest of TEC waits in the wings. Nejat as well will be picked off somewhere else, and now Buriram United also here joining in that fight. It is hectic over here at command post as well, as Moshi finally finds a final nail in the coffin to a member of TEC.
Yeah, if command post wasn't already crowded, here comes Buriram jumping into the fray as well, looking to be the third party in the situation. DRS gonna shut down the remaining players on the side of TEC, one after the other, but Buriram, as mentioned, is still in here. Locked down by the thrill of battle now. Takuri, big advantage, but it looks like he's not gonna be able to walk away from much. Pratik knocked down once again. And the recovery is going to be slow here from the side of DRS as they continuously are pressured by Buriram Takuri. Jonah finds him with the VSK, and Strowex far away from the rest of the battle, but will Buriram be able to snuff him out? He's got the stealth bites, which is about to run out, and he gets away in the nick of time. And perhaps this is going to be the final survivor here on the side of DRS that brings them right back in, but he has to play this one slow because Loud is right in front of him.
And Barros as well. Oh no, he is the one to go down here somehow. Ben is just doing such a great job of being able to fight him in the end. Top 16 will be found out finally by GD here. It's just such an unlucky situation as Shiro quickly brought back into the game in this situation. And I think that in so many of these fights as well, we see one team having the upper hand situation, and then suddenly the rest of the collapse coming in from so many teams. We start to see a systematic way for most of these teams trying to bring themselves back into the game. And Cypher, nasty shot coming in, and he's just gonna bleed out here.
Yeah, Benel is definitely one of the super flex players out there. He is the Swiss Army knife of the GD squad and GunDynasty. Just showing everyone that they're just not here to fill up a slot. They are here to rip away the championship. And if they keep this up, they sure as hell are going to be able to do that. First of all, getting into the grand finals is looking like it's going to be an easy journey for GunDynasty. But it looks like at Bayfront, we've got a little bit more of a tense situation as two Southeast Asian squads take on each other in a battle. Falcons versus EVOS Divine.
EVOS Divine in this situation, you just gotta wait things out. You just gotta find a window of opportunity to bring your team back into the game. I'm not too sure if AIM-God is being marked right now is the question. Because there hasn't really been too much of movement from the rest of the teams as well. Now, you look at TEC, they've come back into the game. It started off really well for them in the early fights, but then the collapse coming in. I think the possibility of third parties today have been incredible for so many teams. We see it happening from so many different angles. And for Falcons, they want to try and check this fight against TAG.
A crucial rotation here from AIM-God, looking to bring the squad of EVOS back into play. If they get eliminated now, being overtaken by AG.AL and LYON is a no-brainer. The players on the side of Falcons, on the other hand, on their rotation, they spot out TAG, Team Apex Gaming, in a little bit of a trouble. Riptide Rhythm's going to be breaking down the defenses. ILJAT can't drive away. Wolvin stuck. Time Turner is on his side, and he needs to hope and pray that Falcons make a mistake here, but the valiant dash of Afina is just going to put him in a little bit of a pickle, and now it's all up to KD God. He's got coins to revive the squad twice around, but can he get to a vending machine in time?
Yeah, it's just really scary right now. You have no clue or idea where exactly anyone can be. And granted, this map is huge. Everyone has a bit of an area. The high grounds are looking good as well. There we go. EVOS back into the game as AIM-God finds a way in here. As for the rest of the team, the reposition is going to be incredibly hard. They just take a lot of damage. Benel, oh my gosh, nasty shot coming in from multiple angles. The Swiss Army knife for the team. Not only is he sharp, but also is he diligent. He revives and he kills as well.
But now you monster. But now in a 1v1 up against Rahat, can you get the hit? David and Vega down on the ground already. But Benel looking like he wants to shine on his own in this situation. Doesn't have much of a choice, but Barros shows up in his radar as well. And Benel making the right move here to disengage from that situation. Rahat can deal with Barros, the player from the side of AG.AL. GunDynasty in a little bit of a pickle, and Benel once again dropping back to see if he can save the squad. But the pickups are going to be solid here from Shivu. And with the stealth bites, Benel's going to get out of that sticky situation, keeping GunDynasty definitely in the driver's seat here for the day.
Oh yeah, KD got in trouble. Takes a bit of chip damage, but nothing more than that. The Falcons are hungry and they really want these kills. Forced to reposition, drops down to the ground, but Unfire is refilling that space that's been left behind. KD got a lot of damage taken from the util as well. He is barely alive. Forced to go in the open, and Unfire should find him in the end. Knocks him down. The inhaler should keep him alive for some time. SaiJack cannot do more than that. And the Falcons are looking to hunt down the last few players. Wolvin in the sky, but the shots for Kiroro are just nasty.
Wolvin, the escape plan failed, but he did manage to pull in a final second revive for Team Apex Gaming. That's going to be their insurance policy for the time. Falcons, on the other hand, they found that one to be a little bit too easy based on the position of the TAG players, but Shoto just shining right before he got taken down. KD God bringing Wolvin right back in. The recovery play is already in motion for Team Apex Gaming.
Falcons doing great in terms of reposition. How they collapse is just so scary to see, especially if you're caught out here alone here. Now, Falcons, nice position here, fairly safe away from the rest of the teams, but they have to rotate eventually as TEC, despite losing so many players early, they are also very slippery, still very much in the game. Knockdown, Rahat does find Jonah in exchange, but Wasana wants to avenge his teammates.
And he'll be able to do that with a valiant dash. Phenomenally done. Timed perfectly. Captain Jonas out of the equation, but Buriram have got the vending machine on their side. Get high once again as usual on the recovery plays. Moshi, M82B looking for Nejad. Can he pull the final strike to take TEC out of the lobby early here? He focuses towards the right instead as AG.AL shows up on the radar of Buriram, and that is the saving grace for TEC, who managed to pull in at least one revive to stay in play.
Yeah, Kutush gets knocked down somewhere in that process as well here. As the Falcons come through, I think there should be fairly clear to go into that until they hit Bayfront, because TAG is waiting there right now. And I have to say, TAG had so many close calls today. Shoto got knocked down, I think, twice already, but they're slippery.
Big advantage on the airdrop here. No other teams aiming for it. Falcons get a freebie advantage, rotating towards it, finding nobody there. So great in terms of decision making, as well as a little bit of luck on the side of the EWC 24 champs. And it's only Apex in their way as they will try to get into Bayfront in a little. Can the Indian squad punish the champions of EWC 24, or will they get punished instead? The battle between Buriram and AG.AL still continues as both squads need to get into the next zone. And Jonah on the revive with the Car 98 punishing Baros, which means the front liner out of the equation. A little bit of an extra advantage for the side of Buriram, and AG.AL does not want to stay and play. They use the launcher to get themselves out of that sticky situation far away from Buriram.
Yeah, and I think it's a really good tactical decision as well. You're taking up too much damage already. Buriram United was in a great position, just really overwhelmed them as well. And I think if anything, if AG.AL can find a good position, they are the type of team that if they are prepared for it, they can take these fights and just completely dominate so many different areas. Now, Buriram United will follow suit here, coming into the safer zone as well. The southern side underneath the circle is looking scary. Loud is there, EVOS is there, TEC coming through, DP on the wings as well. And it's going to be really nasty. I love where Loud has put himself. Look at this sniper. Buriram United don't know.
The trigger discipline there, making sure he doesn't give away his position, which is a prime one. He wants to maintain the bird's eye view, stay out of trouble, and then strike when it's truly needed. But for how long are you going to stay undetected up there? Loud definitely has a big advantage for this next circle. And Southeast Asia battling each other to find the next circle for themselves. This time it's going to be Falcons versus AG.AL. The shot is there. Aurora versus GunDynasty. Aurora, you cannot take this fight. Team Apex Gaming interfering as well. Car 98 perfect for Katie God. As straight down to the ground. Jun looking for the recovery here. Will be the distraction as he gets clipped down by the thrill of battle as well. Nothing much that Aurora can do in this situation up against EVOS as well as GunDynasty.
Ezreal is barely alive right now, and I think the rest of the teams here know that, so they want to try and go in for this collapse. GD is close by as well. Aim got marking them, making sure they don't come close. Both teams are being so cautious of one another, but Loud decides to jump in here. Aurora might be crunched.
Close to 13 minutes, 11 squads still alive and kicking. Things are about to get very messy. Pandemonium about to break out here on the battlefield if we don't start thinning down these numbers. Loud with a phenomenal rotation has been able to keep themselves safe for the time being. Good glue walls pulled out, timely manner. Not having to waste a lot of those medkits on unnecessary recoveries. EVOS, Loud, Aurora in a tight little spot, but they've got the advantage for the next circle. They can keep an eye on the rest of the competition.
Yeah, he even has an idea that someone is coming through as well. Gonna try and break it as the rest of the teams here. Loud at the bottom side, Aurora on the top side. If Aurora were to jump out, they're gonna fall straight into Loud's arms as well. A lot of damage coming in from Ray. A lot of, I think, a lot of pressure coming in from GD. So no one is really in the green. If anything, anyone is out here for grabs. It's an FFA area, free for all, for the first person that pops out their head. And everyone very cautious. And over to our Bayfront as well. The same thing is happening because TAG, you have Falcons coming through, watching straight for to attack, and AG.AL, you know them, you see them fighting, they're gonna try and third party you.
Yeah, but still gate kept by Team Apex Gaming, and he's just trying to avoid the engagement with the Indian squad as much as possible. But will India take advantage of the situation? If they want to battle, they have to take it now. But as I say that, Falcons dropping on in. Team Apex Gaming holding their fort strong here. Pina trying to break down the defenses, finds an opening, and with the Punisher takes down Shoto. A deadly shot, but the follow-up is slow. Team Apex Gaming again, barricading all of those windows, trying to keep Pina out of their way. And it looks like the players of GunDynasty will spot out this battle between the two, trying to play third party from that high ground.
Yeah, and it's just really annoying to be dealing with all of this as well. KD got this with the damage. Even Pina out in the open. Caught! Limit does find one. Wolvin eliminated as well.
Oh.
Forced out in the open. What can you do? You stay inside. You eat damage from the util. And now for GD, all they have to do is just pick them off one by one in the middle of those rotations.
GunDynasty, the biggest winner in that equation. And Team Apex Gaming, they survive the ambush by Falcons. Not somehow, that's how. Beautiful play of GunDynasty. And GunDynasty doesn't care exactly who's in front of them. They just want these points. And yet again, GunDynasty taking the fight up against Team Apex Gaming. But this time, they do not manage to defend themselves. LATAM just too strong. And GunDynasty, from being the third party to the predators in that equation, and Team Apex Gaming had nothing left in the gas tank.
They have such good timing and such insane awareness. Now AG.AL, because they're at the lower side here, they have to wait through for this first fight to happen. And finally, the stalemate is broken. DP now in the open out and just fighting. PDX as well in the same situation. Top 16, taken one already.
This is not a equal battle. Paradox can be outgunned here by GunDynasty. The only difference maker is going to be the ambush by AG.AL. They take the timing right. But now, super low. It's the lightning zone that gives them the extra bit of advantage as well. And EVOS has showed up out of nowhere. And GunDynasty, like the third party equation that they pulled off, they get shut down. Aurora makes their way out of the lobby a little bit too early once again. GunDynasty looking for the recovery, but Nell and David, no vending machines around them, and the shutdown by Cypher off of that Mag 7 is perfect. GunDynasty loses yet another, and Paradox still alive and kicking through all of that.
And it is hectic here as Buriram United completely want to crunch down Loud, and they do just that. Moshi knocked down already. Wasana coming close, keeping the team fairly alive and healthy. Here's PDX coming close, trying to take a little bit more space, but the high ground Buriram United has gives so much vantage.
This is the most eliminations we've seen out of Buriram so far, and AG.AL is on fire as usual. The most they picked up was 18 eliminations at Nextera, and they want to break their own record here on day one's run. What a phenomenal day AG.AL is having for themselves, and two Thai squads in this final circle up against GunDynasty that stands no chance because of their numbers.
Yeah, GD only one player alive, not for long, but now will go down next year. And AG.AL on fire, crushes through here, kept away by those blue walls. Moshi almost getting clipped, finally does, goes down to Baros, and he's not done quite yet. Cypher finding great angles and positions here as Jonah puts in the damage from far away. It's hectic. Wasana jumping, trying to find a way against Cypher, but cannot do more than that.
The record for eliminations is 18, set by AG Global, but no booyah for them on that match. Buriram, on the other hand, looking to set the record for the day, and now it's a 1v1. The support up against the sniper, and the support player is stealthy on the front lines and deadly with the Mag 7. Buriram late to the party, but biggest on the numbers as they break the record set by AG.AL.
Record-breaking and second booyah of the day. This team feels unstoppable. There's just so many things happening right now, but they're so, I would say, aware on how the positions are going to go, how the movement is going to be, and somehow they managed to find that last crucial kill at the very, very last possible timing.
It was Buriram that set the record for the highest points at Purgatory. 15 eliminations plus the booyah. But they got matched up with that. Problem was at Nextera, AG.AL just could not walk away with the booyah. It was Loud that ruined the uplands, walking away with the second booyah of the day for Brazil, and kept them from breaking the record of Buriram, and Buriram showing exactly why they are 3-time world champs. Phenomenal play. Let's check out these replays as well, as Buriram pulled off that final battle sequence.
Honestly, I think that what's really exciting about this particular match was not just about Buriram United, but I think it's just more of like how they decided to just really double down in fights. Usually it's a bit more quiet by them early, right? But this time around, you could feel like they're just starting to just get into the groove. They're starting to really feel themselves in this fight. Positioning-wise was also really good as well. They had so much control of that high ground.
I mean, the comms obviously just cool, calm, collected, not panicking in that situation at all. And get high XL, man. This guy is one of the most lethal supports out there on the battlefield, hands down. And when you've got a support player who can annihilate the squads, you really don't need to worry in a situation like that. A good reason why Buriram sets the record is because they are no strangers to it.
Yeah, I think it's also really exciting to think about how, Buriram United approaches this game. Sometimes they're going a little bit more slow. They have a lot of pages in their playbook as well coming into this game. But I am really surprised at how, I would say, aggressive so many of these teams are starting from that get-go. I think everyone's starting to get really confident coming to the game. Even TEC, I would say, had a little bit more spark in them compared to the beginning of the day.
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't been a great day for TEC. Managing to play a little bit of recovery on Kalahari was crucial for them. But, you know, it's just going to be enough to get them out of the danger zone. Not permanently just yet, because they've spent too much of time down in the bottom two. Now, we have got a little bit of a breather here for the casting desk. We are going to throw you guys onto a tad bit of a break. We'll catch up with you guys in a bit for Game 6 later, the final one for Group A.
What's up, everyone? Carol Bombshell here. I know you guys are having so much fun watching Free Fire, but there is a lot more going on here at EWC 2026 in Paris. So come with me, let's check this out. Let's go! Having to choose your outfit for today? No problem. There is a lot of options here at the official store. T-shirts, hoodies, socks, teddy bears, even hats. Oh, you want to customize with your own name? Yes, there is a bunch of options here. What about your team is not doing so well? No problem. There's another options here, another teams that you can cheer for. Okay, guys, I'm so sorry. We gotta cut this right now because I'm gonna customize my own t-shirt. Bye. Lots of fun activations here, like in Lenovo Stand. You can play games and also you can do some different things. Look at this. Maybe I wanna try. Okay. Oh, sorry. I was trying to help you. Oh, maybe I should get in the line because we got a full house. You better don't take too long to come. Wow, we are in the middle of it all, the heart of EWC. We got a great atmosphere here with fans at stage 1, stage 2, the most important stage for you. Stage 3, stage 4. Oh my gosh. Oh, did you notice Team Vitality? It's your favorite team, so come and drink a coffee with them. Are you missing Qiddiya City? No problem. We got Qiddiya City right here with a lot of fun activations, interactions for you to have fun the whole day. And you know what? If you are in the area, you got to be mad to not to come here. So I'm waiting for you. See you soon.
And what an insane last match that was. I feel like that was probably the most chaotic end zone that we have had in these games today. I don't understand really what went on in these first original matches to then pop out with this. It's like all the teams switched on. Did any stand out to you?
Lace, what we just saw is actually a classic battle between Buriram United Esports and of course AG.AL. We are practically seeing history repeat itself again and again and again. And it was so amazing to see Get High finally came out as the winner because boy, that was intense. I am so giddy inside. I'm so excited, and it's only the 5th game of the day. We still have one more game from the A group.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen obviously AG.AL dominating at the time, but it's nice to see these sort of other teams take over in the mix. But I think if we sort of go back to that end zone there, I feel like these players are switching on and they're like, you know what? We kind of didn't do, that great in these first couple of matches, and now we know it needs to turn up. I know we're talking about it the game, we're in game 5 coming up now, but like, is it a little bit too late? Is there a particular team that you found in that end zone? I know I did. I was talking about them before, and that was Paradox, where I said they need to get better placement points. They need to turn up, and they were actually in that position in that final zone.
Yes, but also if you talk about the Southeast Asian games, teams, I mean, I honestly think that they are kind of dominating their points throughout the whole entire day, and it is so refreshing to see because usually we see that happening from the Brazilian team. Yes, I mean, Loud has been amazing. Loud has been a very powerful, but then again, it is the time for the Southeast Asian to really show the world what they are made of, and that's exactly what they've been doing. I mean, I'm so proud to see my boys killing it out there.
Yeah, I love that. Can I tell you a little bit of a story? And this was actually back to match number 1. Yeah. I'm going to take you guys back just a little bit here, but that is none other than GunDynasty and Banal, okay? I don't know if you saw me get out of my seat for this part, but they were making sort of a swift recovery, and then Banal pulls out the monster truck, and you kind of think that all fails and it's going to end there, but no, they sort of take that smooth transition to make that recovery, and the mechanical skill that Banal has for his team and the adaptation is simply exceptional. And if y'all missed that, obviously we got the replay, but they took this opportunity early to sort of maximize their eliminations, and I think they actually pulled up 17 elims in that first match. And what that obviously does for this team, and it sets them in a standard that is above and beyond the rest. Currently sitting more in the middle of the leaderboard, you know, against our Louds and our AG.ALs, but that first match is something that I feel like these other teams need to follow suit, because consider me and color me impressed, because I'm a Banal fan now. I don't know about you.
Well, same here, because you know what they say, right? The first match usually sets the tone, and that's exactly what they did. It was so amazing to see and so refreshing to see Banal. I mean, I said I just found a new love, and I think you felt it too. But then again, looking at the overall standing, AG.AL, oh my God, 109 points, 70 elimination points. That is so amazing, and that is something that I'm so excited to see at the opening of EWC 2026. And of course, if we're talking about the top 5, we have Buriram United Esports, as well as EVOS, GunDynasty, and LYON Snickers. That is, oh my God, that is what I expected and more.
Well, I know we're super excited here. I hope you guys are super excited at home, because we're heading into our next match. Take it away, casters.
Man, I tell you, the day has been looking super solid, but I did not expect only a handful of teams to walk away from Kalahari with double-digit eliminations. But what happened was the teams that did walk away with a double-digit elimination, which by the way was only 4 squads, walked away with a ton of points, right? We're talking about 23 eliminations from Buriram. AG.AL walked away with a total of 19 eliminations, GD with the 15, and LYON walking it with just 10. Yeah, but that's still quite a lot for the squad, because they're obviously looking to maintain their dominance on the leaderboard, and you're looking for the top 4 spots. But even with 2 Booyahs, it's surprising how LYON is still behind GD. GunDynasty has been amazing today.
I know, I was going to say that, right? The survivability was really good, their aggression was really good, their proactivity was really good, their rotations was also really good. They're like the kind of team that are very silent but deadly. You don't see them on the Booyah screen, but no Booyah, no problem.
No Booyah, no problem at all. At least on stage 1. But as we spot out the map here, it looks like finally we get some discipline. We get some quiet out there. We are back on Nextera, baby. And Nextera is the map that gave us the most number of eliminations from the day. 121 eliminations earlier on at Nextera, just to light up the battlefield. And I talked about how we kind of were lacking through these eliminations on Kalahari from a lot of the teams, but still it was the second highest with 102 eliminations. So I think some of these teams are definitely warming up, to say the least.
It's always very fun to see these things happening. And again, you know, how aggressive these maps have been. In the show just now, you said that some of these maps can go a bit faster. And that's how fast we're going right now. As Jazzy does get one quickly. Ray rushes forward. Top is barely alive right now. I'm not too sure how much longer he can survive here. Ray does put his shot first out here, but finally in the end does go down. And the points being stolen away by EVOS here, starting off real hot as Jazzy crosses the peripherals of the rest of EVOS, and you cannot get away by trying to play like that against them.
Demon's Pride, getting their pride crushed out there, but they were not too arrogant to begin with. They were humble enough to acknowledge that this was going to be a very big stage, a massive challenge for them, for their region, but they're giving it their best. Their best so far hasn't been good enough. We did see a little bit of recovery play from Demon's Pride on that Kalahari match, and that has been their best game of the day, where they scored 10 points. The rest of those matches were way lower than that. That's exactly what's keeping them at the very bottom of the leaderboard. But thankfully, they've got 6 more games to look forward to tomorrow and a lot of these mistakes to recover from.
Yeah, EVOS is still on it as well, chasing the last few members of DP here. So Madara instantly brought back into the game. Yes, but you're just giving up so many points to EVOS right now. But also at the same time, we were looking at GD for quite some time. We're saying how aggressive they are. PDX is going to go down eventually by them.
Absolutely, and EVOS picking up elimination number 5. Well, thanks to AimGod and his thirst for a few extra elimination points. Jazzy out all alone. He's protecting no compound whatsoever. Madara's just dropping right behind him, and they're just going to be hoping and praying that EVOS does not go out hunting. And thankfully, EVOS looks the other way. They walk away from the potential point. But DRS out early, though. This is not what I was expecting, but Aurora picking off the solid 4 points from the Nepali squad.
Yeah, I think that feels like DRS is starting to slow down just a little bit as well. They didn't get the deeper run that we saw in the beginning of the day from this team. Aurora, though, looking into playing a different tune here. They want to try and catch up with Kiroro. They can crunch him from multiple angles. Kiroro in trouble. The CQC, he tries to keep alive. He does, but not for long here as Zeus finally chunks him down eventually.
Yeah, Kiroro just trying his best to get away the stealth bites, but Zeus was just way too close. And he had the Valiant Dash as well to just break down those defenses instantly to get another point for Aurora, who's definitely having a much better game here. But Team Apex Gaming up against your reigning defending champions of the Esports World Cup. Free Fire. Can we see India take down one of the most lethal squads out there? AimGod, the shield gun in hand. Won't be able to get aggressive just yet. Waiting for the rest of the team members to catch up as well. Woven going in for the tags, but instead the reversal and the backup from the rest of the EVOS members puts him on the ground. Shoto's gonna get caught out here as well. It's a 2v1. Valiant Dash still keeping Shoto alive, but the numbers play will catch up. And a disadvantage for Team Apex Gaming here. Slowly, the team crumbling with the vending machine inside SaiLJat. Can he pull off some sort of a miracle here for the squad?
Yeah, but he's being marked by Rasha, who just desperately wants to take him down. Takes a little bit more damage here. It goes down. Rasha coming through as well. Not able to do so. SaiLJat finally wins it out in the end. Perfect positioning, but still has to deal with the rest of EVOS.
I'll take that, man. I'll take that. Good enough from Team Apex Gaming. SaiLJat giving us some exciting tightrope walking survival plays off of the glue wall, just at the very edge of that platform there. But of course, EVOS Divine still with the advantage on the numbers. But what's important is the recovery play off of the Indian squad. He bought enough time for the survivors to scurry on away, pull in those revives. And we're going to get to see if or not Team Apex Gaming finds that full recovery later on. Aurora, on the other hand, on one of their better runs so far. The most number of eliminations Aurora has pulled from a lobby today has been 9. They're already at 8, and this game is still fairly early. Can they continue their run, or will they fizzle out? Demon's Pride, again, still no way whatsoever to recover their gameplay here as they're scrambled on the battlefield.
Jazzy taking a lot of damage as well. Limit putting in the damage. And there we go. Falcons clean up house there as well. Another point in the back for DP. Brought back into the game quickly. Somehow I'm surprised the AG.AL with only one player left. I wonder what happened there.
Madara, Aswab. Too close to Aurora. Easy picking here for the Aurora players. I see Tech in there as well. Potential 10-pointer. Best elimination game run here for Aurora on this next Jara map. Thanks to the players here from South Asia. The Dinocular will scan out the Demon's Pride players. Aurora's definitely on the hunt as they rotate around into Twin Bridge, looking for Intellect Center. It's actually Demon's Pride being the first team to make it into the next circle. Good on them, but scrambled from the very start. Holy mama!
Gosh!
Rasya brought it to AG.AL. That deadly shot.
He did it twice! Unmoved, undeterred, cool, and collected. Look at his reaction.
I mean, that's the best way to take the #1 spot. take the guys out of the #1 spot and move on into where they stand. But EVOS Divine, obviously, they need a few more points to climb the leaderboard. They were behind Buriram before the start of this match. Not by too many, of course. Catching up isn't going to be too impossible. And Demon's Pride again, all their revives are just giving some extra bonus points to anyone that comes across them.
Yeah, TAG now in trouble as well. Buriram United bringing his teammates back into the game. Katie got to stay alive, but this shot from Moshi, nothing crosses this guy. Gonna be able to confirm that elimination fairly cleanly. Shoto's close by, Sahil Jet and Wolvin around as well. And for Buriram United, I'm wondering what the next steps are going to be. Are they gonna go clean up house, get the last few eliminations, or are they gonna go and prioritize the positionings instead? And from the rotations, they're gonna try and go northern side here because the circle did hard shift north side.
Damn, Moshi, you're good. The follow-up off of the Riptide Rhythm is too perfect. Timely. But now, GunDynasty scrambling for safety as Falcons go out on the hunt. Vega's gonna get tagged up, and Peanuts therefore the finisher on the front lines, backed up by Limit. And the Riptide Rhythm causing a lot of chaos out here in the lobby, just not from one team, multiple squads depending on that Skylar. And we saw the perfection out of Moshi. Limit showing us that he can murk magic off of that as well. Shiru, Benel too far away from the vending machine. Shiru's going to be chased off of it as well. But Benel from afar with the strike of the VSK, finding the headshot. Deadly play from this guy. Knocks down Pina as well. And Benel single-handedly taking the fight up to Falcons. And that should be enough to contain the champions of EWC24.
Should be able to bring back his teammate into the game as well. He kill, he heal, and he also eliminates players in this game. TAG once again brought back the teammates into the game once more as well. GD gonna launch themselves forward. Okay, this is gonna be interesting to be chased by EVOS here.
GunDynasty gets to survive a little bit longer because the Super Survivor, Super Reviver will be on to his mission once again.
Now looking at Falcons, they really took their time to come into the circle as well. Coming back to GD, David, Vega also getting knocked down already. Benel just waiting for the right timing here. Just pop up his head, steal away those very nasty shots as he's been delivering toward this, first side of the game, first part of the map, excuse me.
EVOS fully recovered already. Looking to take the #1 spot by the very end of the day for Group A. Can the reigning defending champions find that full recovery for themselves? TC, on the other hand, quickly trying to play the reposition. Paradox, one of the teams that have been struggling, but definitely doing better than TEC at this point of time. Taking TEC out of the equation here. And give them a slight boost, and it's definitely a fair fight between the two, but Nezad with the monster god name and going in for the finisher as well. Has got the electrotherapy connected to him, but can he get the job done?
Can't really get too close.
Slows the pace down a tad bit, and that does not give them that advantage they wanted.
Yeah, they're forced to reposition, go down to the lower ground as well. This is a three-way fight. GD is here, Paradox is here, TEC as well. But they're going to take this bit by bit. Decides to pick and fight TEC first. Blade coming in hot, has an angle to work with, but finally locked out of the angle. You have the time timer online. Denrick trying to find a different angle into the area. The inhaler keeps him surviving for quite some time. Snipe goes down, Kutush, huge for that as well. Even Denrick is found in this situation. Blade also decides to end Denrick's life in the end. As TEC, the players are just getting dropped left, right, and center. As GD decides to join in the fight. Shiro here, found in the end, but TEC with the upper hand.
Big play there by a Blade. Phenomenal. And Benel is on it again. This guy is unstoppable on the revives. Yeah, definitely not the right kind of record to be holding on to, because you know your team's getting tortured out there, but they're also picking up some big points. TEC's out after that fantastic play. Shiru shut down by Moshi as he got revived, shot out of the air. And this is getting fairly dicey. Lightning Zone called out, and Aurora in a pickle out in the open.
Forced to reposition, rushes away with their lives. Look at the amount of pressure they are feeling right now. Finally, in the green for the time being, no. Has to wait this out. And if they do come in here, not too far of a jump, but it's okay. Gives a bit of space between them and the rest of the teams.
Holy mama. GunDynasty, bloody impressive. So many times tortured, so many times losing their players. But the recovery as well as the dominance with the mechanical plays have been unbelievable. They sure as hell are on fire, and even literally out there right now within the lobby. Can they pick up more for themselves? 15 eliminations and still going with 3 players still alive.
Here comes the wait. Jonah putting a bit of space between him and the rest of the team. Now gonna rush forward here. Aurora gonna take this fight, I think, head on against Buriram United. They're so aware that they're very close by. They're, I think, pressuring them with the nades as real. A lot of damage taken. Zeus is barely alive right now. The rush forward is good. Get high, does find Azrael here somewhere. And Wasana, the jump shots are just nasty. Zones them away, chasing the rest of the team, but still not able to completely wipe them out of the map.
Yeah, big mistake there from the Malaysian squad. Trickling in one after the other up against your world champs. That's just not gonna work out. This ain't no Bollywood movie. And the heroes, regardless whether or not it is a Bollywood movie, will always win out. And Buriram just that hero. Now the numbers disadvantage for Aurora. Buriram goes in for the finisher. Falling shot, Wasana M590. Perfection, get high with a backup. And Wasana cleans up the house. Pulling away. 13 eliminations in totality, but now they're going to be pressured from the back. GunDynasty spotting them out. Loud's in the vicinity as well. And Demon Sprite surviving somehow and finding their way in here.
This is a really great round for them as well, surviving this long. And it's really exciting to see someone as aggressive as Jonah just really get up close and personal and just clean up the area. Shiru will be the one to go down next year. Falcons still putting in that pressure. The rotations are got to be very, very intense. Falcons does have a bit of a zone control to play with, but we are seeing GD come close.
It's Thailand versus LATAM. Who's gonna get that #1 spot? Both GunDynasty and Buriram, full squad. But GunDynasty on that high ground, this can turn into a disadvantage. What is a massive advantage for them right now with a bird's eye view. Can turn it around instantly if someone gets the God nade. It's going to be Benel taking Jazzy out of the side of Demon Sprite. A valiant run here for Demon Sprite. It's not going to be good enough to break them out of the 12th spot just yet. As we're left with 4 squads in the final circle. Loud, still Loud out there looking for their 3rd booyah of the day.
Doesn't it feel like deja vu how they have been able to hold on to this top side of this compound once again? Now Buriram United forced to just wait this out, taking a lot of damage from the players from the other side here. But Falcons want to go for this fight against GD. Can't do just that. So the most they can do right now is just wait out the utility, wait out the onslaught of bullets coming at them from different areas. Buriram United going to cross by, taking a lot of damage from the other teams.
Yeah, big brain play, man. Three-time world champs for a good reason. Good call by Captain Jonah. The rotation is solid. They've got the compound cover and they will not get tagged up. And now they stand a good chance of walking away with the Booyah here. It's all about positioning supremacy. And now the circle's going to be pressuring two teams. It's Falcons as well as GunDynasty. GunDynasty still on fire with the most number of eliminations in this lobby. Can they break the record set here by Buriram on Kalahari? 23 eliminations plus the Booyah for 35 cracker points.
Yeah, they're forced out into the open where Falcons decide to take advantage of this situation. If you won't come to us, you will cross into our crosshairs. Falcons, clean up house. GunDynasty out of the game. We're down to only 3.
Falcons not even giving us a lot of time to think about what the answer for that question was going to be. They say, hell no, Mustachio. We take them out of the equation. Buriram, though, still alive and kicking. But Loud, can they withstand this ambush now? Buriram taking the fight straight up to them. Valindash still active on the side of Osana. M590 looking for the connection, and he's also got the AWM. Takes the high ground advantage first, and Loud now left right behind them. What a rotation by Buriram.
Yeah, Buriram United is just so aware of how exactly things are going to go. Now, they have a lot of space to work with. They're aware of where the players are going to be here, but Pina jumps through, lands the shot, not able to, and now they want to take the fight too loud. They're stuck, trapped, very, very low HP. Jumps away, the damage is there on fire. State is just so good. Trap, gone down already, and Guaka as well. What are you going to do when you crush from so many different angles?
Taken out of the equation. Falcons, that was the Moco gameplay right there, giving them all the information they needed. And now it's gonna be your global finals champions taking on the EWC 2024 champs. And Buriram, Jonah shutting down Pina with the AWM up close and personal. Looking for the final player, Kororo looking for that recovery. And they won't be denied as Buriram pulls away the 3rd Booyah of the day to take the #1 spot on the leaderboard.
It is incredible looking at Buriram United. Not only are they so confident playing with that playbook play, they don't have to really worry about anything. Positioning is key, and from that, the rest of the eliminations and the fights just flow to them as well. Patient as hell and okay with giving away that space.
I didn't even look at the YouTube chat today, but I am damn sure, I am 300% sure everybody would have been saying, washout squad, Buriram can't do well, blah, blah, blah. We've heard that rhetoric so many times because they've started off the day with 13 points in game 1 at Bermuda, 12 points at Solara, but what a way to wrap up their 6 games. They broke their own record of 27 points at Kalahari. The match that we just saw ended on game 5, and then here at NextEra, they cleaned up house as well for a back-to-back 3 Booyah day to just show everyone that this time EWC, the championship, is going their way. But it's not done just yet. It's just day 1. This is just a preview of the first stage.
Yeah, and it's really exciting because you do this well on day 1. You're going to ride that high into day 2.
Yeah.
And most importantly, you are going to put a big gap between you and your team, which allows you a bit more space to make some mistakes.
And you have to also acknowledge the fact that this was the group that was dubbed the group of death. We have so many Titans in here, and to clean up a lobby full of Titans, I mean, mad respect to the 3-time world champs, man. 2 times they've been here already on the Esports World Cup stage, but maybe the previous time the heat at Riyadh was just a tad bit too high. They did complain about the heat in Paris as well, but I'll have to say it's nothing compared to the desert sands of Riyadh.
Yeah, for real. As we come into this game as well, I think what's really exciting to see about them is the fact that not only are they the type of team that really took their time in map #1, but you can start to see really amp and get more comfortable as most of these maps come by. You start to see Moshi, you start to see Jonah, you start to see Wasana just really step up, able to take up space. And most importantly, there's a lot of support and trust with each other for them to really go all in on these fights.
Yeah, but I have to say, Falcons, man, what a game here on the final one at NextEra to pull away 22 eliminations. This was by far their best game of the day. I mean, prior to this match, the most number of points they pulled away was at Solara with 17 points, and their second best was just 13 points. But they just finished NextEra with a 31 bomber. So if you are a Falcons fan, this is exactly what you want for yourself, right? For them to show everyone that they're still alive and kicking. But I mean, am I sad for EVOS? Not really, right? Because at the end of the day, I think they still will be able to hold on to their top 4 spot. They didn't manage to wrap the day up with the Booyah. As a matter of fact, it's only the one that they pulled away at Solara that they looked the strongest. On Purgatory, I thought they were about to pull away a back-to-back, but it just wasn't their day. We're gonna have a little interview here with the Buriram Esports player, so we'll throw you guys onto that. Tash and I will catch you guys tomorrow.
Hello everyone, we are back on stage. I'm Carol Bombshell and I'm happy to be here with this beautiful lady, Lacey. And we got Wasana from Buriram team here. Let's talk with him some very interesting things. Okay, so last year Buriram didn't perform as well as we expected, as the audience expected, and especially your own team at EWC 2025. How does this affect your team to come here this year?
ก็ใน EWC 2025 นะครับ performance ของทั้งของน้องวัฒนาฮะแล้วก็ทีมบุรีรัมย์เนี่ยค่อนข้างออกไปในทางด้านของน่าผิดหวังอะฮะไม่ว่าในเรื่องของ performance แล้วก็ทั้งตัวผู้เล่นเองแล้วก็หรือว่าทางผู้ชมก็ตามคิดว่ามันมีผลต่อ performance ของเราในปีนี้บ้างยังไงบ้างไหมฮะขออีกรอบได้ไหมครับ performance ของเราในปี EWC 2025 ครับผมมันค่อนข้างออกไปทางน่าผิดหวังอะฮะคิดว่ามันมีผลอะไรกับในปีนี้บ้างไหมฮะ
ผมว่าน่าจะตอนนั้นน่าจะแบบว่าเล่นไม่ได้เองเฉยๆครับแบบเหมือนยังอยู่ในช่วงที่แบบฟอร์มตัวเองไม่ได้ดีด้วยคิดว่าก็ดึงนะผมจำคำถามไม่ได้
Okay, let me repeat it again for you. No worries. ในปี EWC 2025 ครับผม performance ของทางน้องวัฒนาแล้วก็ในตัวทีมบุรีรัมย์เนี่ยฮะค่อนข้างออกไปทางน่าผิดหวังนะฮะคิดว่ามันมีผลอะไรบ้างกับปีนี้ครับผม
สำหรับผมว่ามันก็แบบเหมือนตอนที่ช่วงที่เราพลาดก็เหมือนให้ประสบการณ์กับเรามากกว่าครับก็มันทำให้แบบปีนี้เราโตขึ้นด้วยแบบมีประสบการณ์มากขึ้นว่าโอเคเราเล่นแบบนั้นไม่ได้นะเล่นแบบนี้ไม่ได้ใช่เหมือนแบบเป็นประสบการณ์ให้เรามากกว่าครับในช่วงที่แบบมันน่าผิดหวัง
Yeah, I think in EWC 2025 we are quite underperformance below our standard, but with that failure we study through it and we think that we study from the failure. That's what made it to EWC 2026 performance.
Wow, amazing. Great answer, Osana.
Well, I mean, you've turned things around now because let's forget about 2025 because we are here in 2006 and you guys have done such an incredible performance. Now, Osana, I want you to talk us through match number 5 when your team was in a 1v1 against AG.AL, probably your biggest competitor in this lobby. How did that make you guys feel?
ก็อยากสอบถามในแมตช์ที่5นะครับในเกมที่5ในตอนที่เราเล่นแข่งต้อง 1v1 กับตัว AG.AL นะฮะตอนนั้นมีอะไรเข้ามาในหัวบ้างครับ
ก็แบบว่ามันไหลมาทั้งเกมแล้วครับพอเจอไฟนั้นต่อให้แบบเราจะเสียเปรียบตอนเหลือ 4-3 แล้วก็มุมมันดีกว่าด้วยตอนนั้นไม่ได้คิดอะไรเลยเพราะว่าในทีมมันแบบใจมันกำลังมากันทุกคนเลยใช่ครับ
Yeah, I think we just like go with the flow of the game, and it's like I think we have a better angle, so that's what lead to the final result.
Okay, amazing. Okay, Wasana, for us to finish, I'm very curious to know about the teams that have threatened you this today, because we have like top 5 teams in Group A that are doing very well, and I want to know which teams can be a threat for Buriram.
ก็ในผลของการแข่งขันวันนี้นะฮะก็ท็อป 5 ตอนนี้เนี่ยก็ค่อนข้างผลออกมาค่อนข้างแบบว่าชัดเจนแล้วนะฮะคิดว่าในท็อป 5 เนี่ยฮะทีมไหนเป็นทีมที่ค่อนข้างน่ากลัวที่สุดในมุมมองของบุรีรัมย์ครับ
คือสำหรับผมทีมไทยน่ากลัวหมดทุกทีมครับผมให้ทีมไทยเป็นเต็ง1ทุกรายการเลยสำหรับผม
Yeah, in my opinion, every single Thai team in this tournament is like one of the scariest teams. So I would say like every Thai team.
ใช่
Only Thai?
เราด้วยครับ
Brazil. I knew it.
Well, I mean, look, all of these teams have had an exceptional day today, but of course, you know, Buriram United, and we are here with Wasana, and you have showcased absolute brilliance throughout this entire match, and I feel like
other teams should be scared. You should not be scared of any Brazil teams at this moment, especially Loud. I know she's going to hate me after this one, but congratulations again on today's performance, and especially in that last match where you've just completely taken over, the top of the leaderboard there. But I think, we're going to get things off running. We're going to take a short little moment and, of course, be back with some more exciting Free Fire.
Human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If there was any question, the reigning champions of the Free Fire World Series Global Finals 25 showed up today because they got 3 booyahs. Not just 1, not just 2, 3. Honestly, we were talking about consistency early on, right, Neptune? I don't think we were expecting this type of consistency.
I do agree. I mean, it's at some point, even in Southeast Asia, Buriram doesn't show up this much in the first day. But I think with the failure they have, and it was mentioned in the interview as well, they failed so many times before, and they don't want to risk it. They just want to bring the numbers. So that's 3 out of 6 and a back-to-back to boot.
I mean, Husky, how are you feeling about this squad?
I think, BRU, like Neptune has said, right, usually on day one, they are the slower team. They're the team that goes into the science lab, they do a bit of litmus test, figure out the variables, come up with a hypothesis, and then they figure out how to win from the day 2 onwards. But maybe because we only have 2 days of group stage, they decide to come in, nitro charge, kick in the gear 5, and just take over the lobby, which brings me back to BRU back in 2022 at their prime, where every single round, they are always going all out.
And I'm going to go with you this one, Lucifer, because Team Falcons, I mean, this squad didn't look like they were going to show up today. And on the final game, they definitely showed up.
I think it took some time for them to recover in the earlier games while we ended up seeing GunDynasty. They picked up big time. I think out of the box of a surprise, GunDynasty and especially Penel, he went all out. We saw his amazing hits coming through. He was the storm today that nobody was prepared for.
And I'm looking at 5th place, Loud Snickers. I mean, they ended up with 2 booyahs, but being that many points away from Buriram, yeah, you are kind of close and you are outside of the top 4. Remember, the top 4 after tomorrow will be going directly to the Champions Rush Finals. How are we feeling about this squad?
I don't know. I mean, for Loud Stickers, I think they have the numbers. They brought in the consistency. They can get, 3, if not 4 out of 6 games that they can get in top 12. It's more of the elimination that they're not getting. They are still playing it slow. And I was expecting in the beginning, yes, that was strategy. But even towards the end, because of how aggressive everyone is right now, the warm-up is over. Like, first 2 games, the warm-up is over, and they was just stunned. They don't know what to do because there's a lot of teams waiting for them to final circle.
I mean, teams that needed to warm up but weren't really warming up how we expected them to are currently on the second page. Lucifer, we're looking at Team Apex Gaming. You're 43 points. Right now, I think they're going to have to start changing their mentality from going directly to the grand finals to now just wanting to go to survival.
I agree completely on that. I think Team Apex Gaming, they need that little momentum shift, which is not seen yet. But one thing did happen. There was a little surge that we ended up seeing where Shoto went on a head-on with Falcons, got that win. I think that has to happen a lot more frequent, and that is the reason when you asked me earlier, I was mentioning that Tag will pick it up, but doubtful of today because it is not an environment that they're used to. So now that they've finally had a taste of the Esports World Cup stage, they might pick it up tomorrow and might have a small challenge towards the top 4.
Oh, I know. India, especially Tag fans. Tag on top would love that. And I mean, we're looking at EVOS, the reigning champions at EWC. Husky, they started off hot and they were consistent, but they just weren't able to meet what Buriram was able to do.
Yeah, but I think, for a lot of EVOS fans, this is considered better than what we've seen in the past almost 1 full year since 2025. After they won Riyadh, they had quite the slump. They went through a lot of challenges, and we even heard them talking during the interviews that they are just trying to figure things out. They're trying out different styles. So we came into today not expecting EVOS to do it that well. We were expecting them maybe to finish a top 6, and then maybe tomorrow they turn it up. But to finish in 4th place and have consistent booyahs, or at least getting one booyah, just one booyah, is already above beyond the expectations we have.
And it's kind of scary too, I mean, for some of the squads that are performing the way that they currently are, because we talked about it earlier too, right? We talked about how some of the squads are just compacting and making sure that the top is very top heavy in regards to points, sponging a lot of those points from the bottom teams. And somebody needs to do something tomorrow to make sure they stop them. We had one team with 3 booyahs, one team with 2 booyahs, and another one with 1. I mean, you need to find a way to get those booyahs.
The thing though, despite of not getting booyahs, we're looking at GunDynasty as well as AG.AL. I mean, no booyahs, no problem for the moment, for this stage, because they have been consistent in getting all those eliminations, especially with GunDynasty. They have been proactive every time, every match, and even if there's a risk, they have already stacked up a lot of those eliminations already and all those points. Although this first 6 games, that I think they're risking, like they can risk at least 1 game to go down, and then following, they will still have that top.
Yeah, I think even coming into this, right, the meta has shifted more towards prioritizing sniper players. We've seen the ability Skylar and Morse being more of the popular ones, and we have some great standout sniper players today. Daniel from GunDynasty, LimitX7 from Team Falcons, Moshi, of course, from BRU. Rasha is on his game today, and a lot of these highlight clips actually came from these sniper players.
I know you've been wanting to talk about this squads, and I'm so glad you guys joined me, especially you too, Lucifer. By the way, for everybody paying attention, we are changing people around, and don't worry, Lucifer and Husky will still be around because they're actually going to get to cast on the 2nd series that's going to be coming up. Make sure you stay tuned. We're currently just wrapping up here Group Series 1, which was none other than Group A. Any surprises, right? You talk about AG. We've talked about maybe Falcons being able to step it up, and we talk about Tag not really being able to wake up. Whether it's good or bad, I want you to tell me one team that surprised you, and it's okay if it's bad.
I think, to be honest, GunDynasty is something that everybody is winging for, because none of us thought that they will be going outright like that, coming out from Latam and now picking up pace like this against Gens from the Southeast Asia. They've done big, and especially this group was most of the toughest teams out there in the lot of the 24, and they've been the biggest surprise. And adding on to that of how loud they've gotten their booyahs and how they've been on a stretch starting off in the very first game, I think that's where we have those highlights and surprises on day 1 itself.
Yeah, for everybody currently watching, I mean, I want you to keep in mind, top 4 will be moving to the finals tomorrow once we play an extra 6 matches here for Group A. But this is what I'm talking about, that group heavy, how that top is just going to be sponging up those points. You can start seeing now a bit of the discrepancy, even though we'll have 6 more games. Now, one team from you that you were kind of surprised whether it was good or bad, Neptune.
Well, I would say Team Falcon, because I was not expecting them to slowly build it up. Again, similar to what we've seen, EVOC26. We talk about EVOC26. They're at Buriram United. They're one of the team who doesn't want to show their full potential. But I guess they're trying to shift in 2nd, 3rd gear. Not the 5th gear, as you mentioned, for Buriram United, Husky, but just as 3rd gear, just enough to stay afloat for another day.
Well, Husky, I mean, we don't want to say that 5th gear just yet from Buriram. Save it for the finals. But what is one team that you definitely need to see in that 5th gear, especially coming in tomorrow?
I gotta talk about Aurora Gaming, right? Malaysia, it's the last time a Malaysian team has been on the international stage was 4 years ago, back in Free Fire World Series in Bangkok, Thailand. And ever since then, we have missed out even in regional tournaments. So to make it back onto the world stage at EWC26, and the first appearance for them as well, is a big moment for Malaysia. Of course, you can see the jitters in them. There were definitely some moves that even I was questioning, like, what are we doing here? But I believe in them, right? I think Aurora is a team that even if they don't make it to the finals by tomorrow, they will have a decent chance in survival.
Okay, well, hey, tomorrow, if you want to be able to even go to survivals, make sure you wake up. You could see it. You could hear it in the background. And those are the loud fans starting to get ready, because that's right, ladies and gentlemen, Group B is going to be coming up. So stay tuned, because you're actually seeing as your casters. And thank you so much, boys, for joining us. I appreciate it. Lucifer, Neptune, you gotta be stuck with me the whole time. And Husky, make sure you stay tuned. We'll be right back.
What would you do with $75 million?
I would travel the world, I would invest. I know a bit of a boring answer. And I would help people when I can. I'll buy things for my family.
A house for my mom. Yeah. Invest so I keep some money for the future.
Everyone's just out here saying, oh, I'd spend it on my family, I would invest it smartly in smart enterprises. We need Americans, because Americans will come out here and be like, I buy 10 Ferraris, bruh. What if I say that I think you're lying?
I don't know. Do you think I'm lying?
Yes. The first thing that you're gonna do is buy all of the jerseys from your favorite players. I think you're gonna buy 10 fancy cars and go crazy.
Okay, I'm lying.
I would invest it into probably a retirement account.
Why are you such a liar?
I'm a finance major. I just graduated with a finance degree, so.
So don't lie, you're gonna pay off your student loans first.
No, actually I wouldn't, because I have an interest-free loan from my parents.
Oh, so he came from money. Let's go to someone who doesn't have a silver spoon in their mouth.
That's right.
What would you do with $75 million?
I'd buy an esports team.
Hell yeah, this is what we're talking about. Why are you wearing a Teemo hat watching Dota? Do you think that maybe this is, you're a traitor?
Yeah, this is my trader, yeah. A big PC. Like a nerd, like a real nerd. Lakeside mansion, you know, a good little Lamborghini here and there.
Ooh, what color?
Ooh, has to be red.
Super Asian looking Teemo, what would you do with $75 million?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Sick.
Buy my first PlayStation and Forza 6. That's it.
Yeah, PlayStations are expensive right now, so a lot of that $75 million is going towards that. Okay, rejection. It's just like high school all over again. I'm all alone.
I'd buy this arena, honestly. I would name it after myself, and everybody would have to play at my arena. This would just be mine now.
You think that this is $75 million? A little delulu.
Okay.
You could buy the parking lot.
Parking lot, I'll name it after myself. Perfect.
Yes! Okay, now shoot. Ooh, maybe he can use the $75 million to buy some skills.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as this is your halftime show before we end up going to Group B. That's right, I ended up running. So if I'm a little bit sweaty, I apologize.
I'm out of breath too, man.
Boy.
Sitting around sucks. I'm relaxing.
Well, Glitter, let me actually introduce you to the broadcast because you have been able to do all the club championship reports. How are you enjoying Free Fire so far?
Honestly, it's been really cool because we're focusing kind of on like these overarching storylines for all of the orgs, right? And obviously one of the heavy hitters I was going to be taking a look at was Team Falcons. And after what we just saw in the last match of that series, that Booyah, they just barely missed out on. It's so close. Second place, that puts them in 6th overall. So that's big for CC side of things, as well as AG.AL being up there in 3rd. Not too shabby.
It started to heat up there for the club championship. But yeah, I mean, Falcons did good. They finally woke up for us, Lace.
Yeah, match 6. But yeah, look, I did sort of capitalize on that, you know, a lot of pressure on their shoulders, a lot of, you know, the club championships to sort of carry. And, you know, if we move back to 2025, it was like only until the last particular match that they were able to sort of capitalize for Free Fire for the club championships of Falcons. So they sort of came out a little bit slow. They were sitting in like that middle of the pack mentality. But you know what? They were like, wait a second, we got to be club champions of 2026. You know what I'm saying? So
they want to go for that back to back to back, which we'll see if they're going to be able to do it. But right now, you know what? We're taking a little bit of a break from Free Fire at EWC26. We want to have some fun here. I want to ask you, how's your trip so far in Paris? What is the best thing you have eaten?
Oh, the best thing I've eaten?
Yes. There's so many good options.
There's too many good options.
It was that meat in the cafeteria yesterday. The
beef. The beef was really good.
Shout out to the cafeteria people here.
Honestly, also had some really good pastries, like unmatched pastries.
Okay.
So a little pain au chocolat, you know?
Okay. I want a croissant. I haven't been able to get a croissant just
They're everywhere, 7.
I know, but I'm just waiting for the right one that just looks at me and is like, eat me, 7. I'm like, okay, that one. How about you, Lace? Which one? You said the meat at the cafeteria, right?
Day 1 I got here, okay? So I've been here for a week. Day 1 I got here, I was like, just really need a sandwich. And like here, a sandwich is fantastic. A baguette, and it had like, you know, different grains and seeds on top of it, and some Swiss cheese and ham. And I was in heaven, and I balanced it out with an eclair because, you know, I need to get those carbs in. But I was in heaven day 1, guys.
Oh my God! Yeah, wait, hold on.
You.
What was it? The one that you said? A what? A what?
A baguette.
I don't know where he has that.
You don't want to know. Let's just say I was running funny. But this baguette. Now, I want to do a challenge between y'all, okay? Because it is Free Fire at EWC26. And there's been a lot of teams getting booyahs. I mean, Buriram was just able to get 3 booyahs in one series, which honestly, everybody was absolutely shocked. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be throwing this baguette at somebody.
Literally?
Yeah, I hope you grab it because I don't want to get up because then you guys are going to see how short I am in real life. But I'm going to be throwing it at somebody, and I want you to give me your best booyah.
Okay.
Okay?
I don't know if I leave my left hand.
Who's it going to be?
I don't know.
Who's it going to be? I want to surprise y'all.
Hot potato. At least I don't have to catch it now.
Why would you give the baguette to the best? Okay, which camera am I going to stare deep into? This one?
That one right there, yeah. Oh, she's getting up for this.
Oh, I can't compete already.
Booyah, baby! Ow! There we go. That was all I got.
Oh my God! I don't even want to go.
Do you want to follow that up?
I don't want to follow that up. I don't. Well.
Okay. Well, you know what? I think we're just gonna leave it there because we will be getting ready for Group B.
Get up, 7.
I'm not gonna pick it up.
Booyah.
I actually, I'm getting hungry just looking at that again. So hopefully Group B is getting ready. We'll be getting started soon. We'll be breaking it down. We'll be talking about all the awesome teams that are there and see if there's anybody out there that might be able to get through booyahs. And we might end up using that booyah at some point. Because Lace, that was something.
That was from
Stay tuned.
That was from my chest.
Stay tuned for Group B. Oh, hold on, wait. No, not quite.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here now. The proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Alright, hello everyone, it's Yuso and we are live in Paris here in EWC26 Free Fire stage. And right next to me, we have our two co-streamers who are so popular in Vietnam. Introduce to you, AG.AL and Cyrus. Xin chào tất cả mọi người. Thì không biết là hiện tại là mình đang được ngồi đây sân khấu tại Pháp thì mọi người đang cảm giác như thế nào vậy ạ?
Xin chào tất cả các bạn nha. Rất là hồi hộp các bạn, mà không khí ở đây gọi là tuyệt vời và chưa bao giờ mà thấy một cái sân khấu mà lớn như thế này các bạn ơi. Mình không biết là áp lực của các tuyển thủ sẽ như thế nào nữa.
Sau đó thì cảm thấy như thế nào ạ?
Dạ em có thấy rất là vui ạ.
Vui thôi hả?
Dạ.
Mình bay rất là lâu tới đây mà chỉ thấy vui thôi hả?
Em cũng trải nghiệm được nhiều rồi.
Trải nghiệm được nhiều. Alright, overall the stage is really hype, big. They have never seen any stage like this. Very special to them in this Free Fire scenes. And overall, a very overwhelming feelings, happy when they're here in Paris to attend EWC26 Free Fire. Okay, so I can see in the comment section. Thì không biết là từ nãy đến giờ mọi người theo dõi được 2 trận đấu rồi. Thì không biết là cả AG.AL và cả Cyrus cảm thấy là các bạn khán giả của mình comment như thế nào vậy ạ? Mọi người có hưng phấn và có đang chờ đợi màn trình diễn của team Snickers của mình không ạ?
Wow, rất nhiều người ở Việt Nam và rất nhiều người khán giả hâm mộ của series EWC đang trông chờ màn ra mắt của EWC. Và rất nhiều khán giả đang coi ở tất cả kênh sóng của GunDynasty Việt Nam đang rất bất ngờ bởi vì cái phong thái thi đấu của cái đội tuyển ở Latam hay là ở kể cả Mexico hoặc là Ấn Độ. Họ đánh giá thấp Brazil, nhưng năm nay Brazil trở lại khá là mạnh mẽ.
Cảm ơn AG.AL ạ. Vậy thì Cyrus sẽ cảm thấy như thế nào về trong 2 trận đấu vừa qua đi? Thì Cyrus sẽ đánh giá như thế nào? Bởi vì bảng A cũng sẽ là một cái bảng rất là căng thẳng so với bảng B của chúng ta.
Thì theo em thấy thì sau 2 trận thi đấu thì em thấy cũng khá là khắc nghiệt. Nếu mà đội nào sẽ thi đấu mà gọi là xuống phong độ sẽ đội đó sẽ bị loại.
Chính xác là như vậy. So as we can see that of this coming tournament, here we have a lot of teams, Latam, India, and so many move on more. And very excited to see a huge circle of Free Fire all attending here to compete their best to get the champions at EWC26. And overall, after 2 matches from Cyrus depends on him. Well, who got the weakness has to go down, obviously. And of course, I can see that everyone is really hyped, especially for Team Secret, as known as WAG from Vietnam, are also here to attend EWC26. We'll attend the match in the Group B after this Group A end. Well, this is the end, and I love the energy of everyone here. Everyone looks so happy and very hyped for their favorite team, and I do hope you guys are also like that. Please continue to support.
Have you introduced your outfit for today? No problem. There's a lot of options here at the official store. T-shirts, hoodies, socks, teddy bears, even hats. Oh, you want to customize with your own name? Yes, there is a bunch of options here. What about your team is not doing so well? No problem. There's another options here, another teams that you can cheer for. Okay, guys, I'm so sorry. We gotta cut this right now because I'm gonna customize my own t-shirt. Bye. Lots of fun activations here, like in Lenovo stand. You can play games and also you can do some different things. Look at this. Maybe I wanna try. Okay. Oh, sorry. I was trying to help you. Oh, maybe I should get in the line because we got a full house. You better don't take too long to come. Wow, we are in the middle of it all, the heart of EWC. We got a great atmosphere here with fans at stage 1, stage 2, the most important stage for you. Stage 3, stage 4. Oh my gosh. Oh, did you notice Team Vitality? It's your favorite team, so come and drink a coffee with them. Are you missing Kidia City? No problem. We got Kidia City right here with a lot of fun activations, interactions for you to have fun the whole day. And you know what? If you are in the area, you got to be mad to not to come here. So I'm waiting for you. See you soon. What's up, everyone? Carol Bombshell here. I know you guys are having so much fun watching Free Fire, but there is a lot more going on here at EWC 2026 in Paris. So come with me, let's check this out. Let's go!
Welcome to EWC 26 Free Fire. I'm Yosul, and right next to me is PS1 from Team Secret, as known as your favorite team WAG in Vietnam. Lần này đến với giải đấu EWC 2026 này thì không biết là BLS1 có cảm nghĩ như thế nào ta, khi mà mình vừa hoàn thành xong Free Fire World Series 2026 Spring thì có vẻ như là sẽ rất là căng thẳng như mình. Liệu rằng là mình có thể lặp lại cái chức vô địch đó một lần nữa ở đây không ta?
Dạ thì nói chung là bọn em cảm thấy rất là hào hứng khi mà chuẩn bị bước vào thi đấu. Tất nhiên là bọn em sẽ cố gắng hết sức để giành được chức vô địch lần này.
Alright, so we will try our best to get that championship once again, just like we did in Free Fire World Series C 2026 Spring. Alright, one more question. I remember in the Vietnam tournaments, you guys, especially for your coach, the Ghost, have said that we would love to say hello to the Fluxo. So, what do you think about them? Is your mentality okay when you have to face them or something like that? Because I heard that you guys were in the same bus on the way here as well. Thì ở giải đấu Vietnam League vừa rồi của chúng ta thì Yusun nhớ rằng là huấn luyện viên The Ghost có nói rằng là chúng mình gửi lời chào đến Fluxo. Thì mình cũng nghe nói là hồi nãy mọi người đi chung xe với Fluxo đến đây luôn. Không biết là mọi người có tương tác gì với nhau không? Có chào hỏi gì, có thân thiện với nhau không ta?
Thì nói chung ở ngoài đời thì tụi em là bạn bè, nhưng mà vô game thì là kẻ thù. Một mất một còn.
Một mất một còn. Vậy thì BLS1 nghĩ như thế nào về Fluxo ở giải đấu hiện tại?
Em nghĩ Fluxo họ rất là mạnh về khoảng teamwork, nhưng mà nếu mà bọn em bắn đúng phong độ thì có lẽ cũng sẽ không thua kém gì họ.
Okay, of course, like outside we are friends, but in game, of course, we are enemies. One loss and one win. And overall, I think that Fluxo is very strong about the teamwork, but also the tactics. But if us, Team Secret, play our best, we are not going to lose them. Well, thank you, PS1, a lot. And this is the end of our interview. Thank you so much for watching, and please continue your journey at EWC 26.
Welcome back to Free Fire at EWC 26. It's time. I wasn't lying to you. It is Group B gonna be coming in. I mean, we got some surprises in that Group A. I know one team. Conchita, you're back with us. Thank you so much for coming back.
Yay,
you're
so
gonna be looking at RRQ.
Yes, it's so good to be back, and it's so good to finally see RRQ back in action, because I'm rooting for them, obviously. I've always wanted to see them finally get the trophy, finally get to be able to feel and experience how it's like to be #1. Because the case is almost like, you know what they're saying? Always the bridesmaid and never the bride.
Oh.
That is kind of the case with RRQ, unfortunately, but I'm pretty sure that they're here to finally break the curse this year. Please don't make it a jinx. Don't make it another Aurora moment with Neptune over here. No, I'm not trying to jinx you, RRQ. I'm really rooting for you.
Oh, no. Maybe it'll be a blessing. Remember, AJ and Tash, they were able to bless some teams. Maybe you talking about RRQ will definitely be a blessing, because I know one team that Lays wants to bless is none other than Team Secret.
The underdogs. I love an underdog story. I'm always, going out for those, the people that sort of, don't have the massive names, you know what I mean? But Team Secret. Now in 2025, they didn't do good. Okay, so you're like, Lace, why are you picking them? Like they weren't that great in 2025, where they completely had a brand new roster, choked. Yep, I'm using that. They hit about 14th place, and it was only in the last couple of global series and online tournaments that they were able to win back to back to back. So talk about on the rise and the come up. Team Secret are going to be the ones you have to keep an eye out on, because although in earlier performances not that good, but it seems like something has come into the drawing board, which is making this team definitely one to watch.
Okay, well, hey, we'll have to wait and see
if
that's going to be a jinx, or if it's a good call out and they'll be like, you know what, we really don't want to choke. One team that's going to be looking not to choke here on day one of Free Fire at EWC 26 is going to be Fluxo, because this is that one championship that they're currently missing, and I'm pretty sure they're going to be looking to be like Buriram, come in and get 3 booyahs.
Oh yeah, I mean, expecting that as well, especially when the top dogs is not part of this. Right? We've seen the group of death from Group A. Group B right now is I couldn't say that they don't have that fire compared to what we've witnessed earlier, but it's a similar story from what we witnessed from RQ, Fluxo, especially after they were they were stolen of that global finals championship by Buriram United.
Stolen.
Everything was just going downhill. Well, not too much of downhill. They're just short out of being champions once again. So I'm really looking forward to that turnaround being brought in by Fluxo right now. And let's see though, because they still have the usual fire in them. And we were talking about snipers. MT7 will be in there. So I would love to see him really perform.
I mean, the reigning MVP out of Brazil too, right? And if we're going to be talking about players, once one player, whether it's from RQ, Conchita, or from some other squad, because I know we're not biased to RQ here whatsoever on this desk.
We are not. We are not. I clearly just said that there's always time for them to be champions because, come on guys, number 2 is not good enough. And I think it is time for you guys to step it up. But yeah, speaking of players, I really want to appreciate how Dutz is doing so well as the captain of RRQ, but also something that really caught my attention is actually what the Fatality team is doing this year, because they are trying a new meta. 2 snipers, 2 rushers. That is something out of this world. And they are the strongest that they've been with this new formation and movement that they're trying to do. And it's just so amazing what a small change can do to a team.
Okay, Neptune, I see you itching over there. You're like, you're getting happy feet. You're like, yes.
He's trying to push me off the camera. He's moving so much.
Pretty sure you want to talk about this one too, huh?
Yeah, I mean, like I've watched this team from when they were introduced to Southeast Asia in FFWS, and it was just a Falcon Hunters. And then they switched from Falcon Hunters to a Giant Hunters because they're just going against all the giants like Buriram United, AG.AL, and now bringing that into the conversation, double snipers. Back then they were just the ones trying to catch up. Now they're ones leading the teams to a different meta. And I don't know if someone will copy them. I know if someone will copy them quite well to counter them, but we know that Chris Jaw, the coach, has a plan in there. I tried to squeeze it out of him, but he's a lock.
Well, let's do a bit of a prediction, right? With what we've seen so far out of Group A and how you have seen the lobby play out, what do you expect from that kind of new meta, from that kind of formation? Do you expect it to maybe perform quite well in surprises here, like some of the other squads were able to? Or what are you expecting from having 2 snipers?
Well, there's a lot of aggression that you can put in. Like you have more information, especially when it comes to Kalahari. And even in those usual maps like Bermuda, Purgatory, you still have a long range of information as well as elimination capability. So, and from similar to what I mentioned earlier for Buriram United, they once they get that knock, they already use the launch pod ready to go in for that shot, for that confirmation. And they know exactly if they will be third party. And they can pull out quite quickly. So that's what we've seen from Bigatron, or Team Vitality rather. They're quick on their feet. They know when to get in and out because they know how to choose their fight.
Yeah, and seeing how the train goes from the Group A, I think the lobby looks quite similar to what we usually see at the Southeast Asia games, right?
That is exactly what I was going to ask. I was like, that lobby was stacked. What are we in for?
It is so familiar. And the thing that I'm also noticing is that all the passive team are not doing so well in the Group A. So yeah, I think it's finally the chance for teams like Fatality, who are trying new things with 2 snipers, to actually perform really well and become, take the center of the stage.
I mean, sometimes when you have that particular play, you are adhering to the strengths of each player, because in any sort of game, you're like, I'm going to play support and just kind of sit in the back here. But no, I'm excited to see this because that is putting, probably everybody's strengths in the forefront. And yeah, it could turn out like a complete mess. But, to be one of the teams that are sort of only particularly running that sort of combination, this could be such an exciting match just to see this. And I want to see how many people copy it. I'm ready.
Oh my God, this is actually my very first EWC, as I told you before. And I am so moved by what I'm seeing today. I mean, can you see how amazing defensive Fluxos are?
I wish they were right behind us. I'm not gonna lie, because not only are they doing that stuff,
my hands up
they
too.
also had some drums. They had a bunch of energy. They're jumping up and down. They even have their mascot here. So actually, is that right? Yes, that might be right. I'm hearing that the amazing Karen Bombshell has an interview with some fans.
Can you feel this energy? This is the atmosphere of Brazilian fans. I am right now at the Fluxo crowd. Let's talk about with Amoroso, who is responsible for all these people that came all the way from Brazil just to cheer for their favorite team, Fluxo. Okay, Amoroso, I know this is your first time here in Paris, the first time you're out of Brazil. How does it feel to be the first time you're out of Brazil only for your passion for esports and especially for your team? Eu sei que é a sua primeira vez fora do Brasil e eu quero saber como é que você está se sentindo saindo pela primeira vez do Brasil pela sua paixão pelo esporte eletrônico e para torcer para o seu time.
Cara, a sensação acho que é inexplicável. Não só eu, né, mas a maioria, 99% da torcida nunca nem viajou direito, tipo, não saiu do Brasil pela primeira vez. E tá todo mundo muito feliz, principalmente que a gente é uma torcida muito apaixonada. A gente nunca imaginou, né, porque tipo, a gente ia pra WB, né, pra FFWS Brasil de metrô, resenhando. Eu nunca imaginava que um dia a gente ia de avião assistir o nosso time em outro país, principalmente Paris, cidade maravilhosa. Então, nós estamos muito orgulhosos do que a gente já construiu e eu garanto que a gente vai fazer história aqui e vai sair com esse título.
There's no words to explain what I'm feeling right now. It's such a special moment to bring all these people from Brazil, especially because we used to go to the regular season of Brazil by subway, by train, by walking, and these people could never imagine to get in an airplane and come all the way to Paris at EWC 2026. So right now, we are really happy to be here, especially to support Fluxo. That's our team. We love them. Okay, guys, make some noise!
I swear, I have better dance moves than this, but I'm not supposed to move that much.
That's dad
So
dance
just
moves. I have one question actually. Carol, can I be adopted by you? Me too. She looks like such a fun mom, you know, with the fans, with the drums and everything, the spirit. Oh my God, amazing. Girl
It
crush.
is. I mean, that outfit she's wearing too. She's sparkling everywhere.
I know, I
You
know,
see her
right?
walking, you'd be like, oh, there goes Carol.
That's my
disco ball.
Yeah, a ball of energy for sure. Love you, Carol.
She's gonna. Yes, this is what I wanted.
Oh yeah.
I asked for it, and we got it. Hold on, brother, I need you to come over here with that drum because I want to be able to bang on that drum at least once. But you know what? Since we have Fluxo here, earlier we saw Buriram being able to get 3 booyahs.
Yeah.
Nobody expected that. I think it's safe to say that nobody expected that. So let's do the unexpected. Let's see, maybe we can cast her, curse them, or bless them in some kind of way. Lace, I'm gonna go with you first. Which team do you think, and don't let the teams behind us and the fans behind us influence your decision, that you think they might get 3 booyahs coming up in this Group B series?
I'm gonna get. I need some crowd control after this because I'm gonna go RRQ. Hopefully they didn't hear me. Yeah,
That's the spirit,
They didn't hear me,
girl.
guys.
Love you.
She sold you on it.
She really did. So we're double caster cursing, right? No, we're double given positivity.
Yeah, we double blessed them.
We have a shrine out the
Hopefully,
back.
fingers crossed. Okay.
Well, before you give me your answer, before I go to Neptune as well, you were telling me that there is one player from RRQ that you really wanted to talk about.
Yeah, I kind of really want to see how Rans is doing because he's a rather new player. And what's interesting is that RRQ actually plucked him from the academy. So he's got a lot to prove. He's still very young and he's playing the role of a playmaker, which as we all know, usually is given to Abai. So it's something new that he's trying. I'm just really hoping that he can do his best and the stage fright doesn't really affect him because then again, being a new player, being new to EWC, it's a whole another pressure.
We call it new player, but
Yes.
it's a new dynasty.
Yeah.
You know, we have these seasoned players that have set in their ways, and then you get these younger players that come through that change everything. And then it is the absolute world. So new dynasty, not new player.
Yes,
not at all.
new dynasty. But
RRQ,
it is something that we needed to do, though. We gotta keep them fresh.
Agreed.
We do. We definitely do. And you know what? I'm going to give you some more time because I think I have an idea who you might be picking, Conchita, in regards to the team that might end up getting 3 booyahs. So Neptune, you got some time. Let's see if you have been swayed to the RRQ or maybe the fans behind us with Fluxo are swaying you, or you're just going to surprise us.
No, I mean, despite of Fluxo being behind us right now, I'm just going to numbers right here. But because based on like the qualifiers that they have, the regionals that they have, they're the ones that has the most booyahs, 14 if I'm not mistaken, and you won't be able to do that. They're not even, that's just even the first phase, the first league. So I'm really looking forward to them to continue that here on, because there's a lot of paying back that needs to be happening right now. Fluxo is waiting for this opportunity, and guess what's missing when they are in EWC right now is the fans. But now we're getting that energy. We're going to get that energy as well, because if you go to Brazil, you can see how crazy fans get, how loud it gets. Now, not loud, but how Fluxo hype up.
That was like, okay, which one you want to go with? Okay, Conchita, you have plenty of time.
Okay, I do. Should I talk a little slower then?
Which team are you gonna go with?
Well, obviously, I have a special place for RQ in my heart. But if we're talking about distractions, I think one of the biggest distractions that they need to face and conquer this time is Secret WAG, because they are one of the strongest contender that we have right now in the Southeast Asia, and I do think that they have a lot to prove at this EWC 2026. But again, if you ask me which team are most likely to replicate what Buriram United Esports has just done, 3 booyahs, I think I'm gonna have to go with RRQ. They just deserve it, you know. It's just, I really wanted this to happen for them. I genuinely do.
That's a crazy long way to say that.
I'm really sorry. I tried to be neutral.
That's a professional right there, my girl.
She took us on a roller coaster of emotions.
I was like, she's gonna change it?
Oh my God, she's gonna change it. No, we're coming back. Okay, it's actually RQ.
But all I'm saying is that it's not without distractions, it's not without challenges, because I know that RRQ, it hurts me to say this, it pains me to say this, but a lot of people has been saying that they have this choke that they haven't really found how to be rid of that yet, you know, the stage fright, I don't know, something. Yeah, well, let's just call it a curse, okay? Just, they need to break the curse right away.
It happens, honestly. We've seen many teams in different battle royales. We've seen teams being able to do it here at Free Fire too, where you get to this kind of position, where you get to this kind of event, and the comfort of your home is no longer there. The comfort of having close relatives to kind of support you if you have a bad day is not there, even though sometimes we do have family traveling with some of the players. It's just a completely different atmosphere, and sometimes players do tend to choke. Sometimes the pressure does get to them. What I want to know, Neptune, is if you are one of those players, let's say 3 games not really going your way, right? What can you do as a player to just snap yourself out of that mindset?
Again, one thing that pressures the team is because they're not enjoying the game. And that's basically like, that's a basic when it comes to playing the games. All you have to do is enjoy it, because that's where everything gets clear. Whatever you practice would be coming back to you. There's no more pressure of the opponents, no more pressure of the crowd. Just enjoy yourself. Just go back to the basics. And then that's when you go with the checklist of how are you going to go with it? Are you going passive? Are you going aggressive? Will you be like, and I'm pretty sure these teams has plans from A to Z, or probably even more.
And if I was one of the players, I'd be like, but Neptune, booyahs are fun. Winning is fun. But
eliminations are fun.
Not really, no. Yeah, but then again, I have to agree with Neptune, because the more you let yourself go, the freely you play, the better you get. So I think it happens in every sports. The mentality of going all out and just putting it out there, the sincerity of it is actually what's going to help you to perform better.
Yeah, and the one thing that we actually don't want from any of these teams and that we tend to see quite often, as sad as it is to say this, is that they wait for the last second
Yeah.
to just actually send it. When they got nothing to lose, that's when they're like, you
Team
know what?
Falcons.
Yeah, we got nothing to lose. Let's just send it. And luckily for Group B, I mean, you're going to have 6 matches to start off with. You saw what happened with Group A. Going into this lobby, Lace, especially in Group A, we saw so much aggressiveness. Are you think it's going to be the same? Because I'm thinking it's going to be the same. Aggressiveness is at the top of the chart.
Well, I did talk about that. I said, I think it was even with GG, match number 1, where they hit 17 elims. They came out incredibly strong, which solidified those future games for them. Did they win? No, but they were sitting in the middle of the pack, you know, a little bit more safe than hitting those bottom 2 on the leaderboard. So I think come out incredibly strong. And, you know, we're talking about the teams, double snipers, double rushes. Like, just see if this works. Give yourself those 2 matches, those first 2, come in strong. Doesn't work, and adapt and make changes through there. But, yeah, y'all need to, like, turn this up because I need to see some action.
Yeah, I mean, it's Paris and it's summer, so it's hot outside. Might as well turn up the competition inside as well, right? And as I keep saying,
entertain us.
As I keep saying, I think we've been seeing some changes now. Aggressive way of playing is actually works, and it is what the team has been trying to do in the first group, and I think that's the only way to do it now, since Group B have some dangerous teams in it as well. So.
Yeah, I think what we would expect, especially this is second half of our day number 1, because they've seen a lot of tactics already. They've watched, they stalked a lot of teams right now. Yeah, so they can get more of those strategies on their own, especially if it's in tune with their own personality. And that's what we would expect right now, especially with those, as you mentioned, GunDynasty. Who doesn't want to be on the top of the board, like doesn't care about getting booyahs yet, because it's just the number 1. You don't need that for the like compared to Champion Rush, so you can go with that kind of approach and then rest towards the second half.
Okay, well, it's time to see if Group B is gonna be top heavy or if we're gonna be seeing something different that we haven't seen yet. Group B, Free Fire at EWC26 starts now.
Of our teams have now had a chance to compete right here on the Gadia City grid. And there's plenty more where that came from, Looty.
Yeah, of course, 40 ace players just waiting in the backstage now, and they're counting down the time, the moment, until they can finally get their hands on the game.
Oh, well, let me take this opportunity to remind you that this is your chance to instill the fear of combat into your opponents. Don't hold back, don't hesitate, and trust in your teammates.
Yeah, and as we saw in the first group, like, there is few surprise, but most of the time the favorites just have made strong start to the tournament. It will be maybe the same on Group B. I mean, we will find out in a few minutes now. So please, ladies and gentlemen, help me to welcome our teams, starting with MÍA Corp!
Ahli Esports!
Total Gaming Esports, IQOO!
Straw Hats Esports!
LYON! Team RRQ!
Twisted Minds! Team Secret! And finally, Fluxo W7M! This is where your journey begins. You decide whether you dominate or whether you simply survive. This is Free Fire at the Esports World Cup.
And which team will come out on top in this Group B? Hey, you know what? It's time to find out.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Esports World Cup Free Fire 2026 here in Paris, France. We made it, Lucifer. We have made it. My name is Husky, of course, joined by Lucifer on the desk, and we will have 6 more games coming up. This time with the teams from Group B, a group with a lot of second places, a lot of podium finishes, but never at the top, a lot of second place curses, a lot of redemption arc waiting to be reignited again.
I really like that we're going to be casting this group, especially because everybody's got to prove themselves. That's the main impact of this group. Compared to our Group A, where we saw the Group of Death, the most difficult group, the toughest of the teams, and you could see it's already top heavy. But I think this is the group, Group B, 6 games, where anything can happen. Everybody has a chance. Yes, Fluxo is one of the favorites, and they are roaring with their fans right here. And on top of it, RRQ, they're somebody who's looking forward to get themselves on the board and not choke.
Yeah, if you want to look at a lobby with teams that have known heartbreak more than anyone else,
exactly,
this is the lobby. This is the group. Fluxo, last year in Jakarta in the Global Finals 2025, second place for both categories, both ripped away by Thai teams, AG.AL in the Clash Squad, BRU in the Battle Royale after breaking the streak for 2 years straight. RRQ, same thing, EWC25, 3 chances, and they dropped all of it. Recently in the Spring Clash Squad, same thing, came in second. Global Finals 24, they came in second again. So many storylines that they're waiting to complete, and I think this is a very good litmus test for us to find out who has the upper hand, who came in more prepared than everyone else.
And on top of it, like, Fluxo are trying to get to their winning ways. I think what Team Secret did, just in the recent SEA finals that we ended up seeing for Spring, they took it in a storm. They became the champions, and nobody could believe what just happened. I think they are going to be looking forward to replicate that here, because this is Vietnam coming here for EWC. They missed out last year. They want to make sure that this 26 season is something that they can be able to prove, along with, as we mentioned, right, Group A already being the most difficult group. Here there's an opportunity for the South Asian team, something that we did not see a lot in Group A. They missed out their opportunities. It was a very tough lobby out there. They couldn't get out from the bottom 6, but I think here there's a wild chance for the Bangladeshi teams, for the Indian squads, all going up the ranks.
Hey, we have Straw Hats. I think, you know, TG is in here. Total Gaming is here as well. I personally, if you ask me, I'm looking at Latin teams, right? I am looking at both MIBR.LOS and LYON, especially LYON, because this is a team that has members, has players from Rainbow 7 back in FFWS 2025, and one of my favorite sniper players out there, Games King. Young player, young prodigy from the region. He has made a promise that he's going to be the one that goes on that big stage. He gave us quite the performance last year on that global stage, but it wasn't enough to close things out. Now he gets a second chance here.
And I think I agree with you. I think LYON are a team to watch out for everybody else, the 11 lot. And if they don't, he might be a menace in the lobby in its entirety. The other survivors will have a very tough battle to go through. But I think it is another opportunity for young guns. When you already spoke about it, S8UL Esports, they are the guns that are looking forward to prove on a global stage. They've been very aggressive in the Indian lobbies. They've been known as the underdogs, and now they're looking forward to prove in such a stage as here. I hope that aggressiveness right out of the game number 1, like how we ended up seeing Loud, is out here from S8UL.
Yeah, and if you talk about young guns and aggressive players, right, we have people from Fluxo who have also had quite the journey. Even before they were Fluxo, they won their first trophy back in 2022, and then they did it again the year after under the banner of Fluxo, with only one minor change to the roster in the sniper role, right? But this this entire squad has been together for what, like 3-4 years now, and they're constantly chasing for new highs. They've came close in recent times, and when you look back at EWC 24 and 25, they didn't really have the best finish. Last year, didn't even qualify for Champion Rush. They were bottom 6 in the Grand Finals, alongside teams like BRU and Falcons, surprisingly, and now I think they are in a very good spot to make things right. Even though you look at how they qualify here, they came in 4th in their region, but I think, you know, a team like Fluxo is a team that is always full of surprises.
Yeah, the surprises and possibilities. I think this season in its entirety for Free Fire itself, teams have had an opportunity to prove themselves, win, like how we spoke about Team Secret, right? They took up an opportunity who nobody in that SEA Grand Finals thought would be possible. Back-to-back booyahs, and something that Fluxo right now can do it for themselves. I think right now everybody is looking and gearing for them because they've been roaring from the very start. Even before we ended Group A, that was one noise that we heard from the very start and from the very beginning. And I think when we talk about the beginnings of all things, I think I want to talk about Total Gaming as well. This is a squad from India that have been the biggest in terms of names for Free Fire, and they want to prove on the global stage. They have certain recent changes that they're trying to test the grounds itself, and now that they're on an international stage, they would rightfully want to prove that decades of experience right here, right now.
Even for me, it's a very exciting time because it's not technically not the first time we've seen, you know, teams from South Asia and India compete in a regional international stage. We actually saw it for the first time back in 2022, and it's been a long time coming, right? Like we sort of have the same journey as the Aurora Gaming from Malaysia, where it took 4 years since the last appearance on an international stage. So I think, you know, this really goes back to how much they can make use of the unpredictability of this group, right? I think with how volatile Group B is, it is very easy to blow the gates wide open and take that lead. But our experts actually also talked about RRQ's young star runs, right? Conchita mentioned it earlier on. This is someone that has been on my radar for a while. In Clash Squad, phenomenal performance. I think taking over the reins of Abai in that playmaker role has really suited him very well. But like she mentioned, this is also the true test. Can he kind of deal with the pressure, right? Or will he fold?
We will kind of see how it goes for the side of RRQ, mainly because even I was having a chat with Neptune yesterday, depending on what RRQ keep making changes about. They're very adaptable in their playstyle. And Maal, right? He's been the main man who everybody thinks is going to fight from afar, but all of a sudden he's right in front of your face. So things like that, strategies coming out, could be something that we see especially in this group, where we saw Group A had dedicated stuff that they were doing, whether it be the support players, whether it be the rushers or the snipers. There were those specific roles, but in Group B, a lot can change because we have teams who want to prove themselves. Ahli itself, them here on this stage, they want to prove themselves from MENA, and now here on EWC 2026 Paris, they want to make sure that they are one of the ones in the top 4, especially because it's cutthroat, right? If you don't be at the top 4, you have to go to the survival stage, and if you don't stay in the top 10, you're out of the tournament tomorrow.
It's insane because you look at survival stage, there's an extra 10 games you have to play, right? You play 12 in the group stage, and if you perform good enough, you skip that 10 games. You get the prep for the grand finals. If not, you go to another gruesome 10 games, and then we have an uncapped grand finals with a 90-point threshold to even have a chance of winning everything. I think at the end of the day, I personally want to see some of these regions, these unproven regions, give us something to smile about, right? Last year, Dragon Esports has proven that in Riyadh. Sure, there were some shortcomings we did discuss on broadcast at that point of time. They're not the best when it comes to gunfights, but one thing that they excelled in is reading the circle. They are making smarter choices, better rotations, and more crisp macro manipulations to outsmart teams like BRU, like Falcons, like Fluxo, and that's why they were even top 6 in the first place. So I think if we can find some of the talents in this pool of Group B teams, it is going to be a very, very interesting day.
It is, and when you say about the smart choices, right, I want to talk about Team Vitality in the Asia Invitational that we right now had. They became the champions, right? They took it away from Team Apex Gaming. Team Apex Gaming had almost an opportunity. KD goes right up on the roof. If that worked out, maybe in the Asia Invitational, we ended up seeing Team Apex Gaming and India getting a crown just before they headed towards the Esports World Cup. But Team Vitality taking that might be a push for them here on the international stage, where they have an opportunity to take another title for themselves, because that might be the high that they'll be riding on.
Yeah, I mean, they almost got that trophy last year, right? It went all the way to a Game 10, and you cannot script this any better. The last 4v4 fight was between them and EVOS Divine. They were also the one that stopped RRQ from winning everything in Game A, and you know, they were the ones that really gave us that Game 10 in a way. So this year, I think Team Vitality, even though they haven't really been at the top, you don't really see them on the podium finish, they have done more than enough to get themselves onto Paris. And I think this is what actually matters in the grand scheme of things.
And mattering for Bangladesh is going to be Straw Hats. I think when we ended up seeing Titan Esports Club, they couldn't step up. We hoped that Blade would maybe have a big day. We did see him try to fight it out, break down the glue walls, but it was just not enough. But on the other end, Straw Hats in the recent performance, even in, as I was mentioning about the Asia Invitational, well, Team Vitality won. Straw Hats put up a really good performance there. So I think this could be an opportunity for them as well, because we've been talking continuously that Group B is a group of opportunity. If you're able to put yourselves ahead of everybody else, you can get to the top of the charts. You can make it to the top 4 here on day 1 of the group stages itself.
And I think one of the factors that is going to affect which team have better chances is the map rotation, right? We saw in Group A, it's going to be the same for Group B. And I think you and I had this discussion behind backstage where this feels like it favors the Indonesians. It favors RRQ, Vitality, and Fluxo to a certain degree, right? We no longer have Alpine in the map rotation. So we're looking at Bermuda. We start off good. Then we go Solara, we get Curveball, then we go to Purgatory, and then Nextera, Kalahari, Nextera. I think the last 3 maps is going to be incredibly brutal for teams that are not called RQ, that are not called Team Vitality.
And I like that you brought out that this is going to be a really good map rotation, matches that we are going to flow through for the Indonesian teams, especially because when you kind of trace back in time, the teams from Thailand were dominating Free Fire in general. But now Indonesia, who have such a vivid history of Free Fire, are getting back to those titles. RRQ, we were talking about them. They're getting closer. I think that finish that they need, the refining might have just happened right before the Esports World Cup. Same goes for Team Vitality. They've been on the hunt for this title, but they just missed by nick. But this time, maybe hook or crook, they make it happen.
Only thing that I am slightly sad about that we're not going to see for the next, today and tomorrow is Team Vitality against Falcons, right? In different groups, love to see the Falcon Slayers show up somehow, but good chance that if they both make it, whether it's to survival stage or the grand finals, I think it's almost a guarantee if you just, look at public opinion. But I'm a sucker for underdog stories, right? At some point, I'm willing to sacrifice some of these top dogs to get the unproven regions on that big map, right? If you want to trade okay, maybe a bit too much. If you want me to trade Aurora for Straw Hats, I would make that trade.
Agreed. I think that works out. But when you kind of talk about these underdog stories, right, you need to talk about the new regions who have come into the Esports World Cup. That's going to be USA. We've already talked about India. USA, MÍA Corp coming into this Esports World Cup 2026. We saw how they played out, and I think out of the lot from USA, they are really good. So going up on this international stage, we've not seen the newer teams prove as well immediately when they start off. But if they can, that tells us the competition is completely changed.
Actually, it's quite the breath of fresh air as well. Right? I wouldn't have dreamed of having the stage in Free Fire as well, but here we are. And also a fun thing to point out, a fun little detail that we actually both noticed at the start of the day is that the what do you call it, the shield where you put the key in.
Exactly.
Right? So there's the inscription in the middle, right? And it's written everything, nothing is gained, everything is earned, and it's inscribed in the native language of the team that won last year. So if you rewind or at some point you get a clear shot of that again in the center, you can see the writings is actually in Bahasa Indo because EVOS did win last year. Neat little detail. I love it a lot.
And this makes that shield a lot more personal to get it. Right? You have your own inscription for the region that you're going to be representing, your own language that is going to be coming up, and you could get to the totem, which we started at the start of the day. You've seen on the stream itself, as we are going to be starting off the Group B games. That is something that these players will be thinking at the back of their mind. A long run of 12 games in total, but today they have to only worry about the first 6 games they play out, how they start off, how they change. And I think for Group B, compared to Group A, it's about adaptability, change, be on top of your heels. If you're going to be setting your foot down, it's going to be very tough.
I agree. And, ironically, there's still one more team that we haven't highlighted, and it's also a team that a lot of time gets sidelined, but not for bad reason, just twisted minds, right? This is a team that they have always been doing some of the dirty work behind the scenes. They've always been putting out good numbers, but they're never sort of under the microscope. They're never in the center of the stage because it feels like when they pop off, you get an instant or two of good moments, of good plays, but afterwards, you sort of desire more from them, and it feels like it never happens. And I hope that they change it this year, right? Because this is a team that previously, when we still had one of the best snipers from Thailand, Saming on their squad, it is one of the deadliest teams. It is actually the first team to ever qualify for the Esports World Cup 24 in Riyadh. They were the first team to make it through under the banner of Reverse Raid, and then they became Twisted Minds. But ever since that, it hasn't really been the same, and we are still looking for the spark that made Twisted Minds 2 years later.
Something that is same that we have seen from the very start, even before our start of the team entries, is the energy coming in from the Fluxo fans. They're looking unstoppable. I'm just loving this vibe that they've created for our arena, for the stage that we are at for Esports World Cup 2026 Paris. It looks unstoppable. The energy is just going through veins for everybody. And it feels like for us also on the desk, right? Just jump up from your seats, start dancing, vibe to those beats, and go the Fluxo way. They're enticing everybody sitting here to just root for Fluxo.
It's like, how could you not want to root for Fluxo, right?
Yeah.
In fact, even when they looked at the banner, there's actually like a backstory lore, right? We asked Carol about it, and it was the whole encounter between Fluxo and MIBR.LOS back in their regular split. And well, guess what? They are both in the same lobby again, and we actually would get a potential remake of that scenario on Kalahari if it does happen, because record has it, MIBR.LOS has had Fluxo's numbers back on Kalahari until Fluxo decided that they've had enough, and that's where the whole quote comes out. It translates roughly to, dang it, they had us. I can't go any further than that, but you get the idea, right? And it became a quote for the Fluxo fans that they are now flying on that banner, which is nice, right? Like sometimes people think that, oh, this is planned now. I'm telling you, no one rigged anything, right? It falls into place. Who could have expected Team Secret to win Spring? If you ask me, I would say no way.
No way!
I tune in, I saw them lift the trophy, and I'm like, okay, they won. How did they win? 4 booyahs? Hello?
Yes! I was so surprised to see that happening one after another, and I think that's a similar storyline I kind of expect from RRQ when I was talking about the Asia Invitational, right? They were so close. They were closer than Vitality, even though they had activated the Champion Rush. It was supposed to be RRQ to close it because they made a similar comeback like that, back-to-back booyahs, and they activated the Champion Rush, but they missed out on closing it, and Team Vitality just did it.
Yep, but we actually seen it many times. Even from a team that's actually not here, Team Ahli Esports, went back in Spring 2025. We know that, right? They won the Champion Rush when no one expected them to do so. Unfortunately, the 25 round wasn't that great for them in Riyadh. I think that is the crazy thing about Champion Rush, which we have plenty of time to mentally prepare for. But you can see some of these teams, they're holding hands, they're making sure that they were actually in a group hug before the walk-ins. A lot of these teams, especially those that are coming in for the very first time, just making sure that they dial in. Right? For the experienced ones like Fluxo, we see Bobs, he's meditating, he's ready to wreak havoc. But like again, for the unproven regions, I'm looking forward to see if they can upset the balance. I think that is the most exciting part right now.
I think the weighing scale is going to be a big imbalance in this group. You cannot figure out which team's doing better. Right from game 1 to our end at game 6, you will have no clue about it. But as the fans are riling up, it's also time to start our very first game. It is Bermuda for Group B here at the Esports World Cup 2026 in Paris.
Paris, France, let's continue to light things up because Group B is going to be a fantastic show. And right off the bat, we got to look at how Bermuda plays out, right? In this case, very generous flight path right down the middle. We should get a decent circle. The drops come in still pretty much what we expected from the teams that we see a lot. Vitality going to Observatory, RRQ going to Remnant Village. I want to see who takes peak, right? Because usually it's a BRU spot, but BRU isn't here. We're looking at TG deciding to go for peak. I think Fluxo should go for Cape Town or somewhere that gears towards Sentosa. MÍA Corp also heading that direction as well, but actually Fluxo spreading out.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised. Fluxo going all over the map. We can see one of the players, as you already mentioned, between MÍA Corp, but most of the teams seems to be a little safe and sound, except for Twisted Minds and Ahli Esports. A little bit of a quick battle, first elimination picked up by Exposé, and that's going to be C4, who's already down, and that's going to be Ahli already in a disadvantage. Remind Hawk and Simons has to pick this up. They're closer, a quick dash to get the player back up. They expend their ability to get a revive.
Yeah, and I think, you know, in the early game, it is still very much understandable, right? You really don't lose too much. Worst case scenario, you go back to square one. I think for Ahli, that's exactly what they're looking at, right? Buy some distance between them and Twisted Minds and make sure they don't lose too much numbers. Unfortunately for them, they can't really fully disengage from this, so now they're going to be put to the test. Can they stand up against Twisted Minds in that early game gunfight?
It's going to be difficult for them. They've already faced a challenge. They had to revive the player, and you can see Twisted Minds have no thought of backing off, and Ahli, I don't see them retreating from this fight. They're stuck here, and it could become even more difficult because the resources in the early game will not be that great, and the challenge is still happening. Twisted Minds have a glue wall right in front. Oscar's Radiant Dash doesn't work over there, but still Exposy tries to bring it back and exchange on an elimination.
And it's Total Gaming that is the one that caused disaster for both squads. I think getting that elimination early on onto the bus, that is going to stop every altercation that has happened to this point and shift the focus of Twisted Minds towards themselves. 3 eliminations early on, Ahli gets bailed out of this situation. Everyone lives on, but let's see how far Total Gaming wants to push this.
Total Gaming Esports, IQOO, they wanted this opportunity for a long time. Their team in the making itself needed some fine-tuning with the new addition coming in Water. It seems like it's working out, and there it is, Shanke. He finds one, but quickly teared off by Diamond. So there is answer coming in from Twisted Mind, but they have to be very, and Mafia looks like he's back in form, picks up Diamond, the man who troubled them. That is another elimination added to the pool, and Total Gaming right at the start get a total of 6 troubling Twisted Minds.
Yeah, took off on a sprint in a marathon and off to a great start. 6 eliminations at the back, and unfortunately for the boss, doesn't really have much resources in his bank. So even a revive would be an impossible task as of now. To make things worse, not much resources nearby that he can go for. At least no coins.
This is what I was worried
about. You didn't say, I mean, Total Gaming, they have something in store for us. Gives me back the feeling of what we saw from GunDynasty earlier on, right? It could be that run as we shift our focus over to LYON. Them against Soul, Vitality as well in their crosshairs. Bank being forced out by the Riptide Rhythm. A couple of shots now from LYON. It's gonna be Joker that finds that, but stolen away.
S8UL Esports, that's Noor, the newest addition for the lot. And he has to prove himself on this stage, but now he gets taken down. It's going to be a trouble. He will also be confirmed. Bunny, he couldn't do much. The glue wall in front of him, Riptide Rhythm being used. Now he's going for the jump shot, but Joker surrounded him. That's not going to work out. Once more, LYON picking up another elimination on S8UL. So the start not great. Troll also down. It's all up to Jack, and he's making a quick run away from this fight entirely.
Yeah, you tempt the LYON, you better be ready. And in this case, LYON were fully prepared to receive that hit. Especially when you're dealing with people like Joker, like Games Kings that we talked about, the young prodigy of Latam, Hacks as well. Sometimes forgotten in the wayside as Jack gets found, jump blast him in the back, and that's another point gone. Twisted Minds secures the second, and they get a full revive, so the boss get the job done.
Thankfully, before going down, S8UL were able to find a revive. Others could have been a very first elimination in this Group B Game 1. Thankfully, a little recovery, even for Twisted Minds, because of what just went on earlier. They were not prepared against Total Gaming. Now they did find an elimination that they're happy about. But the happiest so far, as we can still see, energy, not even a single beat being dropped. That's going to be for the Fluxo fans. But Straw Hats, finally, who had an early difficulty, now picking up pace. They pick a player from Ahli, and that's going to be Remind.
And even then, we still have 45 players in the lobby, right? As if no one got taken out at all. Bit of a casualty, but nothing a couple of revives wouldn't solve. Even when you look at the radar, TG moving towards the center very soon. Launchpad being taken by Straw Hats. They're going to leave Graveyard. One of the players does lag behind a little bit, but you do have the Reconnaissance squad ahead, and they might end up running into Simox from Ahli. They spot him, taking the Launchpad out. So Observatory now conceded over the Straw Hats.
I think because this Observatory is around the edge, right? We saw Ali want to get this position, but right now with a lightning bolt, make a call. MIBR.LOS have a challenge. That's going to be RRQ that they want to hit on. General is down. Rigby holds the entrance, puts the player. That's going to be rounds down along with a bear. And MIBR.LOS will be able to recover the players. And this bolt maker works in their favor.
Yeah, right off the bat, taking out the captain of RRQ and sending only the young Ma'al on the run. No vending machine in sight. A revival point that is too risky to try and capture with Team Vitality and MIBR.LOS about to square off in that area around Clock Tower. plenty of compound to work with, a lot of low grounds to hide with. But Team Vitality splitting up as well into a 1-2-1 formation. Whereas MIBR.LOS, they're going to settle in the compound that they just wrestled away from our game.
I really like how Vitality is strategizing. They're waiting for an opportunity. They're like the cats who are about to pounce, and MIBR.LOS have no idea about it because they just pushed an opponent out of that compound. They chased out RRQ, but look at this. Slowly trailing in that same direction is even Total Gaming. There's going to be an helter-skelter breakout happening at Clock Tower now.
Yeah, it's going to be pandemonium pretty soon. We got to see where the circle takes us, right?
Yeah.
High chance Clock Tower is going to be in the next circle. But where it kind of pivots towards going to decide where Total Gaming goes, and smack dab in the center. We are getting a very, very nice algorithm for game one.
Yeah.
Starting it slow and tame.
Slow and steady was not how all it started. Multiple teams having casualties, but still all the 12 teams that dropped in Bermuda are still surviving. A major chunk of it, or maybe a team fully being eliminated, can be seen here now at the 7-minute mark. Mahal finally gets found, and that is going to be the first team. You mentioned there's no vending machine nearby, and Mahal couldn't get closer before getting spotted by Ahli.
Bit of a throwback to the recent Asian Invitational that they were in, right? Same thing. Start, it's always not how you start, it's how you finish, and in this case, for Team RRQ, they're going to go back to the drawing board, 5 more rounds ahead, and some of their most powerful maps in the later stages of Group B, so not all hope is lost. Exposy finds the 3rd point for his team as well. Twisted Mind slowing the pace down, was able to get back on their feet. Decent economy, and even having a very decked out arsenal should this game go late. I think they just cleared out Graveyard, so there is going to be a very good trajectory for them to move on forward. Even better with LYON just leaving where they were.
On the other end, silence still at Clock Tower. I think people can hear the clock making a tick sound. That's how we are seeing MIBR.LOS, Total Gaming and Vitality together, and joining that lot is going to be Straw Hats. Slow and steady, everybody want to look for an opportunity. This is going to be Yago, who spots through the window on the player of Straw Hats, the newest entry team who made it to Clock Tower. But hey, being at the center, meaning the fight is not going to yet break out. It is only when the circle shifts away from you and you have to make a move is when we see the fight. I think other than that, they'll be just trying to chip away each other's HP. Other than that, nothing else for now.
Yeah, especially in this case, for them, they're going to spread out their manpower, right? You want to control as much area as possible. You do run the risk of getting picked off. We've seen that happen multiple times. They're up against more experienced team. That's what they're looking at. Some of the weaker chains of the anchor. Diamond getting another one under his belt, and this is gonna start hurting LYON. As Twisted Minds down for round 2, back at Observatory where they dropped in the early game, but more equipped to take on the fight.
Twisted Minds, I really like that they managed to recover, but they're not just completely clocked in. They need to figure out and see coming in from the Bears King. He will get still in another different direction, but not yet towards the circle. He's just moving further away.
Yeah, I mean, one team that has been pretty silent the entire game is Team Secret. Surprisingly, this is a team on Bermuda. You expect them to come out swinging, get a couple of eliminations before they go off the radar, but so far, this Team Secret right now feels like Fluxo from 2024, where they play an incredibly slow game, and at that point of time, playing slow is sort of how you lose out in the late game. And in this case, Team Secret, they are taking no chances. As you did mention earlier on, Lucifer, LYON not really focusing on getting into the circle earlier on, but now they will have to make a break for it. The launch pad being used, a couple of binoculars ahead of Bimasakti Strip, just to make sure that there are no gatekeepers there. The circle pivots to the southern side, so the journey gets extended, and they might still get intercepted by Twisted Minds.
Now I like the position of Clock Tower. More teams joining that fray. More teams wanting to take control of that arena. It's not going to be easy. Now is when it all breaks loose. Because right at the edge, when the zone closes in, we are for sure knowing that the Clock Tower will not be inside the circle anymore after it shifts.
I mean, the last we checked the radar, Team Secret were at Factory, and they were completely alone, right? Completely uncontested. Maybe Fluxo comes in from the eastern side, but even then, it's a high chance that they will not cross paths. We did say Clock Tower has a lot of ability to play around. Around building, outside, inside. In this case, even the underground tunnel. As our Ahli members basically nested there. MIBR.LOS continues to make sure that they control the perimeter. And instantly finds pop on the Koja.
That was an opening, but I think they should be able to bring the player back up because this is happening within the combo. Taking them down is not going to be quick and easy, But as you can see, it's just the waiting game right as of now. 11 teams surviving. If not for
अनि
Mahal
यो
going down, I think we would
24/7 मा
have
रोल
12
गर्ने यार
teams.
मलाई यार
11 minutes into the game. This is Group B, game number 1. I did not expect to see all these teams still surviving.
And we were literally just talking about this in the chat group
server.
with everyone else, right? Like it really depends on the teams that play in the lobby.
Yeah.
Sometimes if they want to play fast, they're gonna play fast. Sometimes they just decide we're not gonna fight. We're getting the ladder. We're getting the teams that are gonna start blowing some smoke. Maybe 30 minutes into the game when the whole lobby is still up. In this case, barring RRQ, who have been eliminated. But aside from that, it's gonna get messy. And that also means this is an incredibly volatile late game.
It is. Especially because we already spoke, right? Group A, we know teams are very familiar with the circuit itself. We saw a lot of Southeast Asian teams already taking control of it. The Brazilians also taking control of it. Everybody's unsure about the other team. They want to read them, and that is the reason they're taking so much time. MÍA Corp. That's going to be Biblik going down next. Joshua have to figure this out. LYON also surrounding them, so there's going to be a lot more trouble. MÍA Corp, they're trying to hold them off. Glue walls all across and making sure rooftop becomes their home for the time being.
LYON will have to make a decision right now. The circle is going to start hurting them. They are going to be rested in this corner. But if they don't show themselves outside of the building, MÍA Corp has a very good idea of where they might be. And Oculus could also solve that problem. The bigger winner now is definitely the team from the States. As LYON will have to come together and figure out a solution very, very quickly in the next half minute. So making a big rotation now, one of the team Secret starts things off by taking out Josper. So MÍA Corp and another team to be worried about.
They did lose a player, but they're not worried about the casualty because they have an upper hand. They are on top of the roof. But right now, having an upper hand might be Fluxo. They want to take down Team Secret because they were the ones who made a jump right in front of them. And they're trying their best, but Team Secret quickly with the chrono, the glue walls are trying to keep it going. But PLS1 is down. Team 2, he also gets taken down and round 7, he is gone down. And Fluxo, W7M, put the team out.
The Brazilian Titans, 6 eliminations on to Butcherson. And MT7 stepping up to the occasion as well. We did say, even during one of the series breakdown, the series recap, snipers, players are integral. MT7, Butcherson, we see Yago step up to the occasion as well. And our team Vitality, it's their turn to make a splash. And they are taking care of their opponents. Only Tro is left alive. He's going to try and walk away with the stealth bites. As we lose Straw Hats off screen, Light is also out, and now the lobby is going to start shrinking.
I don't know where Troll is going to make a run. We already spoke about Clock Tower. It's already in a very difficult spot. The vending machine is there, but so are many other teams. And Total Gaming are on top of all of it. They're already in the first floor of things, so they have a better vision of where the other teams are. And AG.AL, we already spoke about them. They are underground. Nobody knows that they are there. They made their entrance. They're holding their control. On the other end of the screen, even MÍA Corp gets taken down. But wait, Troll, he picks off things. He's bringing this down to individual battles, and now Sebastian has to deliver. He's trying to put up glue walls. Troll trying to win this out on a 1v1. It's going to be very difficult. Vitality on the last man. His position getting compromised. They quickly jump in, and Team Vitality eliminated.
Taking advantage of the chaos, Ali gets themselves another point. System against Fluxo W7M right now. Full blown out fight. 12 eliminations under the belt of the Brazilians. Exposing gets pre-fire, pushes in, nails his 8 as MT7 finds the pass from long range. Twisted Minds getting dismantled. MT7 goes for a rescue mission. Bob's the captain back up on his feet, but Twisted Minds not so lucky. Diamond cannot withstand the pressure that it puts us in and make it 15 for Fluxo.
Fluxo looking unstoppable. They're still at the edge of the circle. MIBR.LOS, he finds a player on Total Gaming, but in the meantime, Troll getting eliminated. S8UL Esports, they are out. They only ended up getting 6 points in total. But Total Gaming now, they start stepping out, but Aztec gets hit by Rigby. Yago put him down, Shanky. Total Gaming held this position for far too long. And then Aztec to fall. That is going to be the end for Total Gaming. One that did not work in their favor.
And now Fluxo will take on AG.AL. Can they eliminate this team from MENA to give themselves that rematch against MIBR.LOS in the opening game? But AG.AL, they're holding steadfast. They are the ones with the man advantage. And MT7, he needs some help. But unfortunately, MIBR.LOS are in the best possible position. Bombs with a nade, takes out C4, equalize the battlefield. Hawk goes down. AG.AL now getting pressured.
Nades were being tossed by Fluxo, but MIBR.LOS, they turned it around, and Bobs is the last one standing. It's going to be very difficult, but also Bobs troubling Ahli along with the help of MIBR.LOS. They put out Ahli, and now it's the last one standing, Bobs, and it's going to be MIBR.LOS getting the very first booyah of Group B.
What an opener here for MIBR.LOS. A rematch that we didn't expect to see that soon in the final circle. With minor interventions and an uninvited guest in the form of Ahli Esports, but at the end of the day, well fought honestly by the MENA region, right? Put up a good fight against Fluxo, gave them ahead of a 4v4 skirmish, even took out one of their members before MIBR.LOS was even in the conversation. But there's nothing to be disappointed about. LOS, they got the booyah. Fluxo still finished second. The fans, they're still cheering on. This is just the beginning.
If this is the very first game and we ended up seeing a fight break out like that, which was, as we said, completely complicated. You couldn't decipher which team had the better opportunity or the better position because we spoke about it. Hey, this team has a compound. Hey, that team is in a good position right at the edge of the circle. But towards the end, MIBR.LOS did not even seem on our screens a lot. They ended up closing it out, and it ended up being a fight between the Brazilians at the end of this game.
Yeah, I mean, you called it out, right? You said that Clock Tower is a very good spot to be nested in. And guess who set up shop there first? MIBR.LOS.
Yes.
They got there first, they called dibs, and they owned the area.
And I think that's very crucial because even Total Gaming tried to play that out, but the timing when they jumped out, they got spotted because MIBR were ahead of that play. They were the ones who stepped out of Clock Tower, and that is the reason they were able to take down Total Gaming and put them down in an instant. And I think all the fights that we've seen MIBR take, they've been very quick in converting. Even in this, as we can see, the replay. Quick hits coming in from IQOO on the sniper. That is the initial approach that troubled Fluxo. They had an opportunity to recover, and on the other end, Ahli also troubling them. But Bobs, you have to give it to them. Last man standing over there, looking forward to extra eliminations, ends up getting 2 more, and that's going to be a total of 18 for the lot of Fluxo.
18 eliminations, MIBR.LOS gets 14, and in a pretty ironic way, Bobs getting gunned down in the hands of his former teammate IQOO, who actually won 2023 together as well. So again, a bit of a bittersweet reunion on Bermuda. But what a start we have! I mean, of course, barring the fact that RQ got wiped out first, it's unfortunate circumstances. I'm pretty sure Conchita is losing her mind backstage. But we're gonna take a moment to breathe and let these teams get back on track. So we'll be back with you guys in just a bit.
He's here, MT7. I am so happy to talk to you right now because Brazilian fans gave you a nickname called Baby Goat. Do you really think you are a goat? And why you think you can help your team to win EWC this year? MT7. Os fãs brasileiros te deram o apelido de Baby Goat. Você realmente acha que você é um GOAT? E como é que você acha que você pode ajudar o seu time a vencer o EWC 2026?
Trabalhei muito, hoje eu me considero um GOAT aí do Free Fire, né? E, mano, pra ajudar meu time é naquela funçãozinha minha, né? Dar o suporte, derrubar o primeiro, o segundo, o terceiro, o quarto, fazer uns highlights maneiro. E é isso, é básico.
Of course, I consider myself a GOAT because I have worked really hard through all these years. And of course, I'm gonna have a good performance to help my team to win EWC 2026, doing what I do better, being a sniper. Thanks so much, MT7, and I'm gonna see you during the match at EWC 2026. High five.
Bye.
And we're back here, and right now I'm with RRQ Kazoo, Abai, and the coach Adi, who's gonna translate for us. Okay, so last year you guys were really close to the title. You finished in the second on the standings. What have changed from last year to this year?
Kita kemarin ada di posisi kedua. Dan siapa yang mau kita bawa kemarin sekarang? Maksudnya apa yang mau kita lakuin dari yang kemarin untuk hari ini? yang kita lakuin ya kita pasti lebih disiplin aja sih dari yang kemarin. We must try to more discipline before last season.
Perfect. Okay, we all know Indonesia is a powerful region, and you guys are defending the title. I mean, not your team, but Indonesia in general. Do you think you guys are favored to win this year since you finished last year in the second in the standings?
Tahun kemarin kan Indonesia cukup powerful ya, Pak ya, 1, 2, 3. Nah, menurut lu untuk season ini gimana? Gue yakin 3 tim Indonesia bakal 1, 2, 3 lagi. Tapi yang pertama tetap tim RRQ. Ya, we trust in this season. It seems like last season Indonesia still powerful, and we hope in this year team from Indonesia they still stay on top 3.
Awesome. Thank you so much for the interview. We wish you a good luck during the matches, and I will see you there in the arena, right? Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah, aku jangan jangan dulu terus.
For RQ, not really how you wanted to start off the day, being the first team eliminated. Hopefully it's not a casting curse. We'll have to see what's going to happen in the next 5 matches for that squad. But if you're a Brazil fan and you were jumping up there and just playing all those drums, my goodness, what a start for that squad.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, ending the game with top 2 coming from Brazil, it's just something I would expect. Because it's somewhat like Fluxo was dominating it in terms of numbers. Even when they jump in against the opponents, they just are aiming for those squad wipes. So MIBR.LOS is a team that we didn't expect to get that booyah as well. So they were just stalking, waiting in the shadows until that final pounce.
One team that will be kind of stalking and just waiting to pounce on that second game. I know it's going to be some of those Indian squads, because actually one of them, Total Gaming, ended up having one of the best performances that we have seen up to this point, especially this early on, right? Out of the squads from India. But moving on from some of the other squads, one surprise squad, especially at the start, Twisted Minds.
Oh, exactly. I mean, they're going back to the aggressive way. This is one thing that I was looking forward to every time I see Twisted Mind, is them to go aggressive. And even though they falter in the first view, and you did mention about Total Gaming, because Total Gaming is one of a few of those surprises. And it's not so much that they cannot get away from it. A vending machine is available, so they can always go for a revive. And Twisted Mind, they got 14 of the total points. And that's 12 points behind MIBR.LOS though, but it's still a lot when it comes to this group.
It is a lot. And one thing that I know you're going to be happy, especially talking about Twisted Minds, is those eliminations that they were able to get, right? They ended up getting 14 points, like you mentioned, and 9 of those points were coming from eliminations. You're big on them, but I mean, we got to go back to Fluxo, because Fluxo, even though they don't end up getting the booyah, they do end up with 18 ilms. Can they maybe bounce back and go after that booyah? Remember, we have some squads earlier on get 3 booyahs in one series.
Well, I do understand the mindset of Fluxo at this point, because from what we've seen in that game, like, it is a slow pace, not so much of chasing that is happening. And I think they felt that they're not hearing all those gunfights, so they're capitalizing on, I know, some of the teams just slowly warming up, and then once they see a squad, that's when they use exactly the strength they have, like MP7 elimination.
I mean, squads that you were looking at earlier too, LYON, I know, was one of them. I know a lot of people currently watching at home is hoping that S8UL Esports does end up doing good. That squad ended up getting a total of 2 eliminations. We want to, come on, tell them that, Tim. We want to see more.
Yeah, we want more. Bring us more. Because, I mean, I know this is the first day jitters for them, especially like second half. And we were talking about that on studio. We're in. They've seen the gameplay for other teams. So this time, instead of just waiting for them to using the tactics, scattered for the moment, but I think they can get back.
I mean, coming into the second match, I really want to see RRQ bounce back. And it's based on what Conchita was saying earlier on too. We don't want to see them get into those jitters. We don't want to see them get into that choking mentality that some of these people are expecting. I think they might be able to turn it around. And I know everybody here is going to be ready to see who's going to be winning Game 2 of Group B.
Thank you very much to Seven and Neptune. Yes, I mean, Conchita is right? We gotta see if RRQ can get out of that underperforming, that choking zone, right? Something that is it's a very hard C word right now for them because he has been playing them for very, very long, Lucifer. But when we look at Solara, I unfortunately have to put RQ aside just for a bit because I want to talk about team vitality. This is a map that they excel on.
This should be an opportunity that they should close on. Solara, the smallest of all the games, the quickest of all the games, where when we compared Bermuda, right, there was a little bit of a silence in the mix. Now going and jumping down to Solara, there's an opportunity that everybody will be forced together, take that fight head on, and we might end up seeing it work out for Vitality, as you mentioned.
It's going to be pretty important as well because for Team Vitality, they didn't get off to the best start, 9 points, single digit. But then again, it was also a pretty top-heavy game number 1 with both the Brazilian teams coming out swinging and see if they keep the momentum, right? A lot of times, teams, they come out in Game 1, Game 2, guns blazing, they hit like a 30 bomb and then they gas out. And that's not really how you want. You want to be able to maintain and make sure that you don't overheat. And in this case, we're looking at both MIBR.LOS and Fluxo.
Mainly, I look forward to RRQ pulling off their best games. Because the first game in general games of all the performances I've seen coming in from RRQ, the very first game doesn't work in their favor. Every other game, they just pull off with a spree of eliminations. And something that also starts off for Ahli compared to the previous game is finding the very first elimination by C4.
And for MÍA Corp, instantly looking for the disengage. Easier to pull off on a map like Solara. If you are lucky enough to get onto the grind rails, you can't get away. But in this case, it might come down to Kapas, see if he can get a couple of pickoffs. Just scare out Ahli away. Or if not, you're going to go into the contingency plan of just splitting up and cutting your losses.
MÍA Corp, in the last game, we ended up seeing being at the edge of the circle. They tried to play it out, it did not work out. And this waiting game troubles them. And there it is. Another challenge coming in from C4. Finds his second elimination here in Solara already.
Literally say that Kapas needs to be the one that anchors down the field. But unfortunately, I think with him gone, MÍA Corp is going to be at least put in shambles for now about cutting the losses. Team Secret making an early rotation. In fact, they actually caught Water, so that is a confirmed elimination there. 2 under the belt of Hongam, looking for the remainers of Total Gaming, who actually had a great start in Game 1. But Team Secret that started slow on Bermuda, looking to turn things up in Game 2, and that's number 3. Here's the knuckle sandwich and a triple for Hongam.
And Team Secret are now picking up the eliminations. They only had 1 point at the end of game number 1. Now they have already 3 added on. And Total Gaming, thankfully, they'll be happy that one of their players were at least able to run away from studio rather than getting in the crosshairs of Team Secret again. And RRQ on the other end, they will be able to hold themselves off, get to elimination, and MIBR.LOS in still trouble. And moving up, that one, I think yes, has the max 7, but can he find the knock? He's trying his best, but it's not going to work out. Players are surrounding it, still be able to double with 1 knock, but will not be able to confirm for the time being.
Completely outnumbered. Fluxo against S8UL. Going even so far, Butcherson and GU both bleeding out, and GU is gone, terminated in this battle. As the captain boss comes in, Tro with a shot! An instant disengage there, but damage is done to the Brazilians. As Tro backtracks, MT7 calls to get out of there.
That was a big recovery coming in from Troll. He's a very crucial player on that sniper and always delivers, and this is one of the moments for him to highlight himself. But on the other end, Twisted Minds and Straw Hats as well did not have a great game. Twisted Minds at least recovered, but for the time being, on the deficit, with Exposy going down, they have to figure out how they fight out with Straw Hats. And Straw Hats, they need numbers, they need eliminations, something that they had expectations on, and they've not yet delivered. It's just 1 elimination.
And made worse by losing Exposy to RRQ, who popped him from afar, and that means the Straw Hats actually have a numbers advantage. Shocked is gonna shock Diamond with that one. Twisted Minds down to 2, and Straw Hats now have a very good chance of taking over. But with RRQ taking out Exposy early on, they're gonna come in as an intervention as Jump is already out of there. So now RRQ is Straw Hats' problems.
And it is happening already. RRQ with confirming eliminations, they're taking down players from Straw Hats, and Straw Hats are in trouble. How do they recover from this? He is questioning who just challenged them. And it's not going to be an easy challenge. Delivery coming in on the Mac 10 from a bear. He puts the player down, and who will look forward to a revive from one of his teammates.
And the rest of Straw Hats are already booking it out of there. Very easy way to navigate from this area. They was doing just that. Straw Hats should be fine. A couple of Arsenal nearby and a revival point in the vending machine down the road. Team Vitality on the other end finds themselves MÍA Corp again. Koja trying to count down the members of the USA team, but so far the glue walls have been nice. Team Vitality receiving some resistance from MÍA Corp, and it's Biblik that takes out Joe.
Not the best coming in from Team Vitality. Even the game 1 start, they were caught out in a 3v1 and they lost to Troll, ending up at a 1v1, and Ahli took their last elimination. So not sure of how they play this out. When you already mentioned, we spoke about this. This should be their map, their match. They should try to get back points, get to the top of the charts. But looking at how the play of this game is continuing, I don't see it happening anytime soon for Team Vitality.
Which is the craziest thing, because statistically they're technically not the best on this map, but whenever we get to that map and we look at the stats without Team Vitality, they step up. It's kind of a sick joke in a way.
Yeah.
RQ Kazu having their captain kept alive by a bye, but someone still needs to go retrieve him. And there it is, back up on his feet. RQ with 6 eliminations under their belt. Could cross paths with Vitality, maybe even Straw Hats again.
I can say to Neptune and everybody else on our expert panel, pish posh, there's no curse, you don't have to worry about. It's just the RRQ play. The very first game doesn't work in their favor, and then they manage to recover. Team Vitality would want to do the same thing as well. Straw Hats on the other end at Casavista, they managed to recover. They did pick up those early fights, they did win it out against Twisted Minds, but they would have wanted to eliminate the whole squad. Thankfully, Jump made an opportunity to run away, but he still not revived his entire squad. This is what happens when you run away from a very early on fight. You do not have enough coins or reinforcements to push ahead or even go to the vending machine and try to get your player back up. And I think that's what's affecting Jump right now.
Quite an interesting development as well. As we look at the edge of the circle, plenty of teams are duking it out. You know, you have RRQ and MIBR.LOS, the eastern side at Delta Isle, Team Secret and LYON on the western side as well. But I think LYON are looking for a disengage. They've already sent one of the players out to a vending machine to get those revives going soon as they start dropping bodies. And I think Games King is going to be trapped in quite the predicament. Team Vitality out in the middle in Archway, and actually getting a pretty good area to hold on to.
The circle shifts a little southern, and there's an opportunity where again Total Gaming end up being at the very center. Straw Hats, who managed to also make their recovery, are heading in that direction at Bloomtown. And right above them, we already spoke about MÍA Corp. And MÍA Corp, just like the previous game, they don't go out all brash at right the beginning. They wait for their opportunity, which they did pick up a couple in the early game, but it's not going to continue. But right as now, RRQ, the ones who are continuing, the team who just got the booyah trying and denying them, has going to be a big spray coming in and picking the players off, converting eliminations, and that's how we ended up seeing them getting their 6 eliminations in total.
A way better spot than what we have seen in game 1. I mean, anything that is not last right now is better for RRQ. Isolated jump right out on the edge. And unfortunately, the same predicament as RRQ from game 1, no vending machine in sight. And no
coins.
No coins. There is one on the radar, but like you said, no resources to bring his teammates back. He actually just picked up a power of it.
Yeah.
And that could be the game changer if MIBR.LOS don't spot him.
Fluxo on the other end, they have an opportunity to spot a player from LYON. Sneakily hiding in the time being here at the studio, and there could be an opportunity that they start off a fight that LYON are not prepared for. But I think Hax has an idea. He knows he's caught out between enemy land. He's not sure if he should head out and put his head there for a fight, and that is the reason he's just holding off until the players move out. But moving in for Team Vitality are going to be Ahli as well as Straw Hats. So something that they have to wonder about and change their pacing.
TG now up to start receiving some of those shots from Team Vitality, but they do have a compound that could keep them safe. Resistance put up a Mafia and App team to take out Deeks in that exchange, but again, compound pretty much secured for now. So Team Vitality, they should be able to recover and sort of readjust to the fight that's being put up by this Indian squad. And I think Total Gaming, there's also an opening where they could decide to go straight for the compound with Team Vitality if push comes to shove.
But again, just going back to the previous game, if they try to hold out the compound for far too long, we've known teams who managed to surround them, and that is how, even after almost having a great start, they ended up losing the battle, and MIBR.LOS ended up pulling up a booyah itself. So small instances, these small minute things that you let go of becomes a bigger viral thing for the other teams.
And Diamond taken out. Team Secret joins the feed again.
He just came back.
He just came back. I think we found a theme for Group B so far, Lucifer. Full squad, 10 minutes in.
Yeah.
Second time it has happened. I think this is what we can look forward to for the rest of the day, which is an exciting thing because it keeps it volatile. Ahli even getting a small respite there. Circle now really shrinking down towards the middle. Man, 12 teams, 2 less space for this density of population. Team Secret from the north, MIBR.LOS about to cross paths with them at Archway.
Team Secret on the other end, read by the binoculars. So I think that should be MIBR.LOS who have an idea, or RRQ on the edge of it. MÍA Corp, they end up picking up runs, but MÍA answers back, takes Nicks down. But those are just knocks for the time being. There's no confirmation. MÍA in turn gets traded out. And now Ahli jumps to trouble MÍA Corp. This is just happening back and forth. These teams are just dropping players, but not confirming any of them. All of a sudden runs and dots together. They put out MÍA Corp.
And breaks the game wide open, just as we thought that the drought will continue for a while longer. And RRQ springing to life and putting themselves on the board for now, and they continue to take on the challenge against Ahli. The glue wall is getting blasted and weakened by Ahli. Simox right in the front of Duz, and he is out. The captain once more removed by the MENA squad. Abai tries to take on the fight, but Ahli putting up better resistance, and RRQ forced away.
RRQ, they were looking good, and MÍA, now the last man standing. Thankfully, a quick pickup truck, a quick boost. He's run back to the TV tower and a vending machine right in front. So he will be able to play back. Twisted Minds, they had an opportunity to break again RRQ. But I think they have the target right in front. Ahli, who made trouble, jump is down on the other end. They wanted to sandwich. I think that did not work out. And Ahli have an upper hand because they have all their 3 players looking forward to this after converting a fight. And they're running across back into the circle, leaving Twisted Minds in trouble.
And Ahli able to sneak past Twisted Minds as well. In poke for RRQ, they get the full revive, but the pass was laying in wait. Dude, he just came back and he is removed from the equation again. So RRQ playing from behind, and everything is on the shoulders of Ma'ao. He needs one more on the diamond, the AWM. Just enough to put him down so Abai can finish him off with the Mac 10. Chrono Dome is out, but the boss is Sin, and Twisted Minds continues to put on the pedal.
RRQ getting trouble back and forth. They're trying their best to recover. It's not working out in their favor. It was Ahli first and now Twisted Minds. And Twisted Minds in this game especially are able to hold themselves off. Team Secret on the other end have been just watching this action, teams moving around. Now they have their own opportunity. Ma'al, he needs to run back, but he only has 400 coins. That is not going to be a full recovery for him. He wants to look forward to a knock or an elimination, but he doesn't have enough time. And with Ma'al going out, the zone doing the damage, RRQ are done for here in Solara.
Standings isn't pretty in terms of placement points, but at least
eliminations.
At least they ran away with 13, and that's going to fill out that booyah for a little bit in equivalence. As we're now tracking on Straw Hats against Fluxo W7M, pushes in right through the window, has the therapy with him. The Cassie by his side along the Oscar, a classic combo to go up front. Up close and personal, Troll from afar actually taking out Straw. So Straw has attention being divided. They need a bit of help, but it seems like this sandwich might be too much as S8UL and Fluxo W7M are going to be the undoing. Straw have been wiped out.
That was an opening for Fluxo, and they're going to be happy. They put Straw Hats completely out of the game. S8UL Esports ended up becoming a wonder of a blessing for them. That is added on eliminations. Yes, one of the players got 1 elimination on Straw Hats, but the other 3 were all taken away. Now Team Secret want to do the same thing. They have a total of 11 eliminations right at the edge of the circle. The same position even goes for Twisted Minds. And that is the reason we can see the inclination coming in from Team Secret to take out Twisted Minds as soon as possible.
And it has been working wonders for them, right? They picked up the pace. Game 1, they played slow and they fell in the hands of Fluxo. But this time, they amp up the tempo a little bit. And Fluxo, surprisingly, doing the same. But the eliminations hasn't been reflected just yet. We're still looking at 5 for now, but with 8 teams remaining in this lobby. It's a very good opportunity for some of these teams to rack up a couple more takedowns. And S8UL is one of them. But Tro getting pinned down by PLS1. How do they get out in particular? The blue zone is behind. Team Secret is in front. And it seems like it will be easy pickings, like shooting fish in a barrel. Twisted Team Secret with 13.
Twisted Minds, they are also in trouble. But Exporty, he wants to trouble Team Secret. While they did pick up eliminations, they're looking good. But Jump's been lost, the man who brought the players back up. Toll Gaming on the other end, they are going down to their knees. The fight against Vitality not working in their favor. But Sipeng and Dix are also down. So Team Vitality, they have another challenge. That's going to be LYON on one end and Fluxo on the other. And LYON are taking an advantage on both the teams of Vitality and Total Gaming and finally put an end to their run on Solara. But Koja, he's going aggressive. He finds MT7 over there. Will not be able to confirm yet because he had to step out of the zone.
It's going to be crunch time right now. Hong Out actually takes out Jakos right before that glue wall comes out. And Team Secret might have just broken open Lion's defenses. They get the pickup still, but it means resources have been spent. And Team Secret in a very strong position to make it further. Joe now needs to poke it for safety and will do so for now, but PLS1 catches him from behind, and that's Team Vitality removed from the lobby. 5 more teams remain. Team Secret, 14 eliminations and counting.
I'm seeing a lot of M60 being used. They are pummeling these bullets to their enemies, looking unstoppable. And that's what Team Secret is just rallying one after another, rounds after round. And LYON now, they make a jump. A big launcher coming in from Hacks, and he puts the side of Fluxo out.
Cascading damages. Fluxo walked into a landmine, and LYON comes in with a grenade launcher. And they are the ones that get to voucher off and reap the rewards of what has been sold by their opponents. But right now, out into the open is Twisted Minds and Team Secret waiting for the easy pickings, and they are done. Now Twisted Minds up against Team Secret. A 4v3 in favor of the Vietnamese.
Team Secret, we're expecting for them to start off on Group and Game 1 itself here for Group B, but they figured out how the play was from every team, and now with 16 total eliminations, all their 4 players standing, they're looking forward to a booyah. What they did in the ACA Grand Final Spring, they want to start off just like how we ended up seeing EVOS Divine. It seems like Team Secret have found the secret recipe.
And this is the identity that has been missing, same as Twisted Minds, who are still looking for who they were back in their prime, but Team Secret roaring to life. Led by some of the brightest stars, T-Quay out in front, Ngan by his side, right the corner, dropped it onto the bars to narrow down the battlefield, exposing next on the list, and Diamond will be dispatched in just a moment. T-Quay around the corner, Team Secret with 19 eliminations and a booyah.
This is a big game coming in from Team Secret, and especially for Vietnam itself, to see their squad after just pulling off the SCA title, and now they're pulling it off here in EWC, here in Paris.
If there's any doubts whether Spring was a fluke or a stroke of luck, this should quell some of those questions. There's still more to be proven. This could still be the stroke of luck that people have been forcibly saying is part of the narrative. But if there's one thing there's a constant, is that Team Secret has some of the most gifted players. Since T-Quay joined the squad, they have been not the same, they have been different, but in a positive way. And in this case, even our side reporter, our colleague Yun Su, is going to be very happy with the turnout. Last time a Vietnamese team was in EWC, it was back in 2024 in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. That was MÍA Esports, but they had a subpar performance. They missed out 25. Team Secret, they have a lot of weight on their shoulders, and they're starting it off good.
They are indeed. I think the game itself compared to game number 1 to game number 2 quickly changes, and you could see no desperation. It was just the holding off, the consistency, the commanding play that they had, right? We spoke about them. They were already at the edge of the wall. They could have taken a fight if they wanted it, and they could have jumped the wall, gone towards Twisted Minds. They could have moved towards either the fight between MIBR.LOS or Fluxo happening. They did not. They held their fort. They knew where the circle was shifting, and they gave that time. They knew when they striked for a booyah.
An eye for opportunity indeed, and that is perhaps the secret recipe. That's what's going to carry Team Secret all the way. But we also have fans from S8UL Esports right here in Paris, in the arena. There's still a lot more to give, of course. This is just the beginning of what is going to be a fantastic and adventurous journey for our teams in Group B. But I think in this case, we have MIBR.LOS, Brazil starting off strong in Game 1. We have Vietnam on the board in Game 2. Now we're looking for the Indonesians and the Thais to make a splash in the upcoming games.
While you're looking at the SEA, I want to look at the South Asian team, Straw Hats. I did have high expectations. They should have started off really well, but it looks like they find initial fights, eliminations to convert, but then instantly when they get a challenge or forced to take a fight against somebody, they're not ready for it. And that wary situation of the unknown, they're not ready for it. Same goes for S8UL as well. Individually, we saw Troll, the magic coming in on the sniper. He is just too sharp so far. But as a whole squad, they're just not in the position that they want to feel comfortable in.
And I think it's just about getting that polish, right? Making sure that all the cogs turn in the same direction. I gotta give a special shout out to Ahli Esports.
Oh, yes.
They had some great moments off screen. We might not see them in on full display, but they were the ones that brought forth the downfall of Fluxo W7M in Game 2. Of course, that was instantly converted by LYON right after that, thanks to that RGS from the side of the LATAM representatives. But Ahli, this is a team, the banner might be new, but the players have been here for quite a while. Reminds you folks, they've had a couple of attempts, so I can't wait to see what they have left to show us. But for now, we're gonna get a room of breather, and we'll be right back with more Free Fire action.
And we are back here on stage. I'm Carol Bombshell. Happy to be here with my friend Barney. He's the man, guys. And we are here with Iago, the sniper for Team LYON, MIBR.LOS, right, Barney?
That's right. Let's do this. Carol's gonna kick things off and ask us some very interesting questions. It's gonna be good.
Of course. Okay, Iago. So recent form hasn't been great. So how good does it feel to kick off at EWC with a Booyah? Ok, a primeira partida, a gente sabe que vocês não performaram tão bem quanto vocês gostariam nos últimos jogos, nas últimas partidas, apesar da final do Free Fire ter sido muito boa para vocês, né? Mas ainda assim não conseguiram levar o título. Como é que é para vocês chegarem aqui e já começarem com um Booyah aqui no EWC?
É muito bom.
Sorry.
É muito bom, é claro que todo mundo fica muito ansioso para jogar, então é muito importante a gente chegar com um Booyah já, que já tira aquele peso, tira aquela ansiedade toda, e a gente consegue jogar bem melhor e ficar mais de boa e tirar a ansiedade do corpo.
Okay, so for sure, start with a Booyah, give us such a feeling of relax, and we can get more secure about our game, and we have also a good chemistry all together. So we start with a Booyah at EWC, for sure, it's the best thing that we could have done today.
I mean, the synergy looks great, Iago. You guys look like performing really well. Let's stay on map 1, okay, because I want to talk about the final moments. You guys went up against Fluxo in that final showdown against your regional rivals. How did it feel after that map, realizing that you went up against them and you beat them? That must have been a nice confidence boost.
Basicamente, vocês chegaram no endgame junto com o Fluxo, então nós gostaríamos de saber qual que é o sentimento de chegar no endgame contra um time brasileiro também, e ainda sendo o Fluxo, que é um dos seus maiores rivais na Liga Brasileira, né? Então, qual que é o sentimento de conseguir um Booyah em cima deles?
Bom, primeiramente é muito bom, por conta que eles estão no final, é muito bom pra gente também, pra os dois conseguir a classificação pra final. E também é muito bom, né, ter aquela rivalidadezinha, tipo, do BR. E continuar aqui também vai ser muito bom e, se Deus quiser, disputar também com eles também.
For sure, it's really nice to have a Booyah over Fluxo, but most because it's really nice to have Fluxo in the end game with us, because we are, in the end of the day, both of the teams are Brazilians, and we do get good points together, but also we have this rivalry back in Brazil, and beat them here at the EWC feels very nice. Okay, Iago, for us to finish, you are known in Brazil as Thanos because of all the championship rings that you have won. Would it add a EWC title take your legacy to another level? Você tá ligado que você é conhecido como Thanos no Brasil, né? Então, você acha que você garantir mais um título, especialmente do EWC aqui, ajudaria o seu legado a ficar cada vez maior?
Com certeza, meu legado já com certeza é muito forte. Ganhando a EWC em si fica inexplicável. Para mim já é muito inexplicável, mas é um grande sonho meu também, sonho do meu time em conquistar a EWC.
Okay, so win EWC definitely would add up at my legacy. In my legacy, of course, it will make me stronger in Brazil. I will have a stronger image in Brazil and in any another region that plays Free Fire, but this is my dream. I want to win a EWC. That's definitely my dream, and I will help my team win a EWC.
Well, after that first map, that dream can definitely come true. And with that being said, we are going to head over to a very, very quick... Well, we're just going to head over somewhere. We're going to come back very, very soon. Thank you so much for checking us out. Thank you so much, Yaga, for joining us in this interview. We'll be back right after this.
Hey. It's the E-Cap, the EWC Cap, the Esports World Cup. Okay, whatever it is, this is what happened in week 1. We crowned our first 3 champions, which means that we had even more losers. And God knows that I'm a loser. Wait, shouldn't this say that I love losers, not that I am? Can we fix this, please? What happens when you lose? Well, you wind up here, the Boulevard of Broken Keys. Don't sing Green Day, don't sing Green Day. Every one of which represents a tournament elimination and crushed dreams. Losers live forever here, and if you listen closely enough, you can hear the voices of disappointed parents who said that playing video games is a waste of time. On the Valorant stage, 4 of 8 playoff teams were EMEA, and they managed to get 1 whole win. So move over, Europe, because the finals was 100 Thieves and NRG. That's right, all American, baby. These colors don't run, they soar. The Battle Royale of the Apex Legends final featured 20 teams, and no surprise, Team Falcons won. Wait a minute, no, they finished 8th. Sorry, it was favorite Team Liquid who... No, they finished even further back at 9th? Oh, because it was actually 2024 champion Alliance who... Oh, come on, who won? Unlimit? Sorry if I'm saying it wrong, but like most people, I've never heard of them. They beat every top contender to become the first Japanese team ever to win ALGS. This will also help them on the road to winning the club championship. Nope, never mind, that's their only team, and they're not even registered for the club championship. Still, my Japanese heritage is proud that we can produce both esports winners and heated toilets. Dota 2, or Dota Duh, as it's called here, started its first week of play with solid competition from... Sorry, actually, nothing of note yet. I'll have more on that next week. And finally, things were heating up on stage of Fatal Fury Wolf City. And I don't know if you're picking up on the theme here, but Dark Angel fought his way out of the losers bracket to top the regional favorites and get another win for North America. If only the Football World Cup had been so kind. Well, guys, what is happening? 3 tournaments and 3 new champions, no title defense, no favorites able to compete, and all underdogs at the top? I'll tell you what it is, because I've said it before and I will say it again. This tournament is about the losers. See you next week.
Two matches are done for Group B. We started off hot with Brazil, but in this second one, it was none other than Team Secret, Conchita.
Yes, finally. This is the Team Secret that I've seen grab that title of the World Series Spring, and I think the organization that they have, the way of playing is what gets them here and what gets them the booyah. It's about time, actually, because I was really waiting for them to perform really well, and they did not disappoint at all. I mean, look at that.
They definitely didn't disappoint. 7 eliminations there for Hong Am, and one team that I know you were keeping a close eye on, Lace, is none other than Twister Minds.
I mean, this team, I guess if we take you back sort of to the online, didn't look too great. Okay, not looking too hot, but... You know, they had a roster change, bringing in Diamond and X-Posi, and this was like almost caused a 180 for this team, and they are now in contention to sit in that sort of top spot. And I know me and Neptune were kind of like fighting on this before, like, I wanted to red Twisted Minds. If you saw that match 2 that they had to go through on the eastern side, I mean, they had an early altercation with MIBR. They had to retreat and regather on the eastern side. But that was kind of only thanks to RRQ, who came in and like, oh, I'm just going to be a little bit of distraction, they were able to sort of get away. And not just get away. Did you see that zone pull once in that final circle? I mean, they were sitting pretty. I was bound to see sort of a win there, but look, they did only have 3 players out of the 4, whilst, you know, they're going up against Team Secret with, you know, their whole entire squad. But the ability to adapt and change from Twisted Minds. Don't leave them out of the conversation, guys, because they came to play even in match 1 with their 14 elims. They're just as excited as I am.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's one reason why I'm excited to talk about Twisted Mind. It's because they are different this time. Back then, it was just they want to go for elimination, and now they're playing with survivability. And even with that, like Jump was just going into the sides until he reached Windmill, went in for a revive, and then even in the final phases of the circle, like Twisted Mind is part of it. So this is not something that we often see from Twisted Mind.
Yeah, speaking of differences, I'm actually a bit disappointed because we were hoping to see something more from Team Fatality, right? They are showing that being different is actually something that you can do to achieve a better result. But unfortunately, that's not what we see in the first 2 games. Right now, overall with only 8 elimination points. That's sad, actually.
I mean, they are practicing something new. We were kind of hinting at it too. We didn't really know how it was going to go. Could have gone great, could have gone bad. But one team that did have a great performance there in that last match was Ahli Neptune.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they don't really expect that kind of performance. We're not aiming for the Booyah yet. They are just going for elimination, making sure that they are consistent with their placement point. And there was like, we're seeing a similar pattern here. For those who are taking the top of the board, just stay silent. Make sure that you can go for elimination, aggression from a distance. That's what I can say. Go for those elimination out of the snipers. Just capitalize on that. I mean, Solar is one of that map, though you can move fast because it's slide rails, but there's also a lot of elevation that you can work with to get all those eliminations.
I mean, you're talking about be aggressive from afar. Okay, all right, Vitality. I mean, you got some snipers. Maybe we'll start seeing that. One team that was able to actually be even more aggressive there in that second match was none other than RRQ, as we're going to take a look here at the overall ranking. Fluxo with 38 points. And Fluxo, honestly, they started off hot.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're getting back-to-back squad-wide, I would say. It was still a slow lobby, for the first 2 or 3 phases, but we've seen how well they hunt their opponents. They know the rotation of what will be taken to choose their fight. They're not going in a little bit too careless at that point, and that is the strategy of Fluxo right now. And given that there's not so much of the giants, the titans, I would say that's part of Group A. Group B, they are just wrecking it.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, we talked about that strong start from teams, right? Come out of the gate swinging, and that's exactly what Fluxo did. You know, 15 eliminations, I believe, in match 1, giving them that incredibly strong start, and obviously showcasing that on the leaderboard. But Lilas, how can you not be hyped with what's going on for Team Fluxo behind us? Like, you know, we're talking about the mentality of players, right?
Total game.
This whole entire crowd just like plays drums and sing your song. Like it's absolutely incredible, and it's working for them. Like, can I have a crew that follows me around with drums and slice when I'm napping, like wake me up and stuff.
Absolutely non-stop during the matches. Right now, that's what they're back. We saw RQ there trolling with just 13 points. I know this is one team that you were very high on, Conchita. How are you? They did bring it back in that second match.
Yeah, one thing for sure is that I think we really need to consider talking about our favorite team in the beginning of the show, because there is some serious jinxing going on. It happened with Aurora before, and now it happened with RRQ now. Like, what the hell? wow. From now on, I'm just going to keep my mouth shut. But yeah, in all seriousness, I think RRQ, well, the first game, obviously, it wasn't a great start at all. Being the first team to get sent back to the lobby was honestly quite embarrassing for a team in their caliber. But again, it's what really lit the fire under their asses, I think. Because if we see what happens in the second game, I think they are getting slightly better. They are trying to learn more about their opponents. And that's what exactly what they did.
They're so humble. That's so nice. That's delightful. You guys get some limbs and we'll just get them late. What a humble team. We knew this from the start.
They're getting a breather. They're getting a breather.
Oh, well, but I do think that they're learning a little from the mistakes that they did in the first game, and hopefully they're just going to keep climbing up the ladder. But for now, I'm not feeling it still. I am not. I mean, looking at the statistic itself, 9th position, 13 points, 13 elimination points. What the hell is that?
But then again, I mean, in Southeast Asia, they were dubbed the masterminds.
Yeah, the bomb.
That's a possible reason where she's coming from. They're studying their opponents and probably bring something in. But one thing that I want to see is, we've seen that in game number 2. Mal was left alone, even as sniper. He couldn't defend himself because he doesn't have the weapon. But on Clash Squad, where it's a different mode, he was practicing those CQCs. So if we can bring that to Battle Royale, then that's one thing that they can do. Just to make sure that they can survive and not be caught off guard, similar to what we've seen often happen, especially if there's snipers and one left behind.
Yeah, I keep saying that if EVOS has Russia at the center stage, I do believe that Mal should be given more chance to take the spotlight in RRQ, because he actually got what it takes. And again, he's also one of the youngest players that is playing for RRQ. So yeah, I think it's just a great opportunity for him to really shine and do what he's able to do best.
It could be just first game jitters. That's what we're going to throw up the first game too, because they did end up bouncing back on that second match. Now, as we're getting closer here towards the second half of their series, almost closer towards the end of day 1 of Free Fire at EWC26, we do need to see a bit of a reaction. I know there's some other squads that we want to see a reaction, because we don't want to see what happened there earlier on with Group 8.
Name of the game, at least in Group B so far, is that you have to adapt. We ended up seeing Team Secret, who have very silent in the game number 1, instantly adapted to game number 2, and now they're all in, got their booyah already. Even Twisted Minds did not have a great start. But on the other end, Fluxo, so far this entire lobby of Group B Husky hasn't seemed wayward running away from somebody.
Yeah, we have slightly tighter margins, right?
Exactly.
Like, it's not like after game 2, we see a very top-heavy lobby, which is very good, because I think even up to the 7 and 8 spot, there's a pretty good chance that they can make it in the top 4 by the end of this evening. Speaking of which, I do, want to bring out some of the points that our experts have kind of put out on the table. I think, RQ, I gotta say, Conchita, my heart goes out to you. 3rd time could be the charm.
Could be.
Could be the charm. Vitality, though, that still looking for that magic, right? Again, I think Solara has always been the map that I look forward to for Team Vitality, because I feel like that is sort of what is going to light the fuse for them to come online. But in this case, it was completely extinguished in the mid game, and now it begs the question of where else is Vitality going to able to kickstart that engine?
One thing that we know, where we are heading here for game number 3, that's going to be towards Purgatory. Whereas heaven or hell, it's time for teams to show up. And maybe, as Seven mentioned, S8UL Esports, they rise to the occasion, picking up eliminations. Yes, like how RRQ did, it's also time for placement points.
Placement points integral if you want to talk about potential tiebreakers at the end of the day. Very rare occasion, but it's always good to have some insurance policy. And in this case, I'm looking forward to see if teams are going to go to Moat House, because when we saw Group A, no teams actually like to go there. You play around the perimeter on the southern side of the Moat House, but if I remember correctly, memory serves, Twisted Minds should go north side, and in this case, they have company in the form of MÍA Corp.
Now, MÍA Corp have not had a great start so far. They're looking at around 6 points, similar to what Straw Hats. I think these are the only two teams that are a little bit of an offset compared to the entire 10 lot that we have, who are looking closer, tighter, as you already mentioned, and the fight already breaking out between these two. Looking at it, Twisted Mind should have the upper hand, and there it goes. Diamond, he already gets the opening. And that's the very first elimination, but a quick answer back by Nyx. But can he pick up the elimination? Can he confirm it? That's going to be crucial. Kappa trying to use the chrono and confirm the elimination, but it's not working in their favor. They're about to lose another, and Kappa...
Yeah, stay original.
More players from MÍA Corp. Name of the scale on just one team. It could change within the blink of an eye. Twisted Mind had the upper there, but instantly turned around MÍA Corp and now S8UL Esports. And similarly, AG.AL Gaming have to do some magic right now. Spotting the player Joker from LYON, making the glue wall open. Now the best weapon for Aztec, but he had his teammate on the other end, and Wartop pushing him into his crosshair, and they find the knock. Confirmation to follow as well. And AG.AL Gaming this time going a rather aggressive approach at the very start, finding the next knock as well, and that's going to be Aztec.
Sets it up for Water and confirms one himself as well. Total Gaming. Up to 2, hacks the third one to get chased down, and it's Mafia with the car 98. So make it 3-4. For the Indian team, but the job is not done just yet. They might have weathered the storm and sent LYON packing temporarily, but RRQ has just shown up in the compound, attracted by the gunfire, the noise of bullets flying in the air. And let's see if Total Gaming can hold a candle to the Kings of Kings.
It is going to be tough. Of how we ended up seeing RRQ without getting any point, going down in game number 1 and instantly in game number 2. 13 total eliminations. If they had placement points, they'd have looked at the top 5. And now they have an opportunity, but totally Gaming, they took an aggressive foot forward. Can they continue that is something that we have to wait and approach for. But Ahli, this team from the very beginning have been surprising every squad and now challenging Fluxo, taking the player but sent down, and Fluxo in trouble. MT7's also spotted. Hawk will try to take him down with his crosses, sneaking through. Can he find the hit on the car 98? But no, so The edge of the shore, and Straw Hats had to go for another revive, get the player back up, and the circle, thankfully for Twisted Minds, move north.
Yeah, actually a blessing in disguise. BLS1, they're gonna drop in the remind there, so Ahli will have to halt their rotation for now. And Team Secret, they're not gonna wait, riding off the momentum of Game 2, where they had a fantastic sequences of events that led to the Booyah. Let's see if they can feed off of that energy. And Ahli, they've shown us that they can fight, and they will fight back.
They will. They've been at the top of the charts, but so do Team Secret want to get in that direction. This time trying to try and find an opening. So far they've not found. Rather they've found and received damage. They've been forced to back off.
Oh.
And there is it. TQ has been taken down. Now on 7, he's also been spotted. Oh, he doesn't get anything to say. Had the launcher in the hand and will be launched back into the lobby. Nothing else. Now on 7, he's also spotted. Went to the vending machine and he turns it around with the help of PLS1. And Team Secret, they bring it back.
PLS at his teammate. That is the kind of support that we need. That is what defines this current meta, where snipers are everything. They mold the world and they shape the results. And Team Secret now in a powerful spot.
And so is LYON. Rawan with that Winchester, picking up a couple in his name. Drop the player, quick on the confirmation as well. Team Secret, after finding a full-on wipe, they have another challenge right in front of them. That's going to be Fluxo, the roaring fans right here in Paris. And now they have a challenge in front to try and push out Team Secret. It's not been easy. From game number 2, the pacing, and especially after what PLS1 did. And look at his position. I don't think they have an idea about it. And if he starts hitting, and he does, MAD to B, he puts Bobs down, and trouble already striking for Fluxo. And they cannot get closer. Bobs wants to get closer to his teammate Butson, but that's not going to happen because there's the Bolt Maker also called. Could be trouble here for Fluxo, but there might be a disguise of blessing by Twisted Minds if they decide to take a fight with Team Secret.
Potential 3-way fight here. Team Secret having a bit of a compound to work with, and on top of that, a vending machine right at their doorstep. So any emergency supplies or revives can be achieved. And Fluxo now going to step on the gas. PLS1 out of there with the launch pad to reconvene with the rest of his team and complete the rendezvous. So dodging a bullet, but putting themselves in the vicinity of Twisted Minds. But fighting one team is better than two. Fluxo could take this opportunity to get a couple of free points.
That was one of the smart moves coming in from Fluxo to make sure that they go behind the sniper and not give him position. And now Twisted Minds have the advantage of it because all the players from Team Secret have been crunched. They've been forced to be together, and Twisted Minds like this. Diamond on the flank. He spots the players, but no. Fluxo KO!
Doesn't hurt as much just yet. Team Secret could set up shop on this high ground and actually scout out the area before making a future rotation. There's also a zip line that they could utilize in times of emergency, but the decision will be made to cross past the northern side of the map. Past the northern side of the map and get around both.
Being used, the dash coming out from the bars, but he couldn't find an opening, and there PLS one, he puts the player diamond, jump the bars as well as Exposy need to do something, but it's only Exposy who finds PLS one, but maybe it's a little too late.
A bit of a consolation prize right there for Exposy, but still the rest of Twisted Mind have already been eliminated, and Exposy joins them in the grave. And Team Secret finds another wipeout here, first starting with Ahli and now following it up with Twisted Mind. They should have no problem bringing their teammate back as elimination right in front, right in the safe zone as well, and they can't get there on time.
तो जी की वैलेंट कोड दे जा
ओके सदा
आज की भाई ओके वन
laid out for Team Secret to potentially make it to the final stage
again. Could be a back-to-back. Not something that we've not seen. They're at already the top of the charts. The only thing that they're missing is the Booyah. Game number 1, they're very close. Game number 2, they couldn't. They got taken down. But now, if they fight Team Secret and put them down, the challenges for Booyah will be swept out.
And this is round 2. They put Team Secret in a very uncomfortable spot, but Team Secret conquered that hurdle and now are back for revenge. Gio with the push on forward. GlueWall goes down, but instantly from Captain Bobs at the setup. And Fluxo have cut Team Secret down to just PLS1, who was brought back early on. But can PLS1 get the build out again? Doesn't seem like it is going to be a reality this time. Fluxo coming out on top.
PLS1 again quickly running away. He was the saving grace. Yes, an ace was found, but now no challenge for him to take the player down. He had to go out of the zone. An extra effort that he has to put and win it out. But on the other end, the team who's putting a lot of efforts after getting their very first Booyah here in Group B. That's going to be MIBR.LOS. They did lose out a player, but they already have 8 eliminations. Playing inside the circle, but Koja with the dually puts the last player of S8UL Esports down. It's not working for them yet. They've not found their winning ways. These young guns are missing their player, their captain Prince, and they are not able to yet adapt in such a highly competitive pace.
And a different story for Team Vitality this time, racking up double digits in terms of elimination as Yago cleaned up the remnants of Team Secret. No more back-to-back this time. 5 teams remain. Fluxo looking incredibly healthy, same as Vitality, as both teams have gone on a tear. But there's a very good chance that we see RQ run up the causeway and into Total Gaming, who are controlling both areas. MT7 finding a sneaky one from behind. A buy right into the fire. And of course, gets the burns to a crisp.
That was a very quick save coming in, and that's the reason I was talking about how crucial Mafia is. He lets them all rush through and back again into the game. All 4 men standing, Total Gaming ready for this final 4 standoff. MIBR.LOS are the only team who have a 3-man playoff that they have to go against the 4 lot of all the survivors we have.
Will be the first time on the world stage that a team from India gets a Booyah, and how close are we to that, Lucifer? Dreams can come true, and we take it a step at a time. Total Gaming has to face off against MIBR.LOS, and Haone is the one that gets the upper hand. The Winchester, Sabank, up against Fluxo on the other end. VSS doing a magic there, but Shanky has been brought back up. The nades now come true. Riptide Rhythm unleashed. Yago in danger, but still putting up a bit of a resistance to pin down the members of Total Gaming, but they're in the face of MIBR.LOS. General takes out Water. The members of TG cut down to just 3.
General bringing it down to a 3v3, troubling Total Gaming, and now Total Gaming with the zone closing in. They are forced out of space. MIBR.LOS are able to hold their own. Aztec gets taken down by Yago with a sniper. Confirmation coming through. Shanky a little too late to just find a knock there. And MIBR.LOS for India, who wanted to see if there could be a Booyah, they put those dreams to rest for now. And MIBR.LOS are not stopping there. Yoga again once more picks up on Budzin. That's going to be on Fluxo, and MIBR.LOS might be looking forward to another Booyah. And Yago already at 7 total eliminations.
And Koja speeds up that process. The nade takes out Bobs. And unfortunately, Daze is now going to be in the crosshairs of MIBR.LOS. Haone with the rush as well. Team Vitality, they actually have more members. Diggs with the rush through. Getting tagged but not down just yet. Jago with the confirmation. Someone needs to stop this guy. He has won the World Championship in this banner, and the Team Vitality is letting him run loose. Jago again! With Fim on the sub-bank, looking for a conversion. General leads the charge. Team Vitality getting picked apart, and everything set up by Jago. MIBR.LOS with the second booyah.
It looks like Brazil is here in EWC for the title, taking it away from SEA, taking it from any other region because they've been looking for it. They have conquered the world stage once, but EWC is something that they've been missing for a long time. And what a game coming in from MIBR.LOS, especially Jago. A man to hold his own on the sniper when players are rushing. 8 total eliminations on his own.
Insane performance. Last year, when LOS was on the cusp of victory, they were the only team from Brazil that had a chance to win Champion Rush. They were denied. But that time, Jago wasn't with them yet. And he could be the missing piece. He was one Magic Squad. That FFWS Global Finals in 2023. He was the one that showed that Skylar still has value when everyone else has forgotten about that character. 2024, he got dispatched, not a part of Fluxo. MT7 took his spot and won that trophy. But right now, under the banner of MIBR.LOS, he is reminding everyone who he used to be.
This is just incredible to pull off like this, and especially when we have teams who want to make sure that they get their very first booyah. MIBR.LOS already having 2 of their own. And look at it. It just seemed like point and shoot for him. That was the POV for us. It didn't look like he had a bit of an hassle. He had to look for opponents. They were right in front, just put up the scope, and the players were taken down one after another. And you can see the happy faces of MIBR.LOS. That's another victory that they get for themselves. A booyah that will be written in their overall rankings to put them on the top of the charts.
They've technically already won the tiebreakers in a way, right? 2 booyahs is not easy to achieve, but if there's a team that has put ahead, I think we just found it. MIBR.LOS, really just incredible performance, right? We were looking for teams to hit the ground running, but we are also looking at the same time for them to close out strong, because that what matters the most. And I think MIBR, they have the recipe for both of their category.
Yeah.
They hit the ground running, and they've closed out strong 3 games in a row.
Right now, see, we've done with almost the halfway, if you want to call it. Yes, we have 12 games in total, but at least for day 1 of the group stages, Group B has played their 3 games. They should have understood the whole lobby. Now, if you take one team out, there's 11 other teams that they have to understand of what they need to do better off. And let's hope they start doing better, because right now, they are taking a quick breather, and they will be jumping back into the lobby. So you guys don't go anywhere.
We book Esports World Cup.
We're between some of our matches right now, so I decided to run up here and catch up with Nonstop Gaming. Talk to me a little bit about what it's been like co-streaming here from EWC 2026.
Yeah, I think the setup is literally crazy, and the vibe of the whole stadium is literally good. And this is the first time, like I streaming, this time I selected for the co-stream, and this is the first time. And you know, the 3 Indian teams are there, and hopefully they will do very good. We are expecting a very good matches. Let's see.
All right, now tell me what it's been like being in Paris this year.
Yeah, I think I mean, might be it's about we are lucky that the Bastille Day, I think yesterday we saw the Eiffel Tower and the fireworks and the many, yeah. There is a very good show, and we have been like, we are very lucky to have the EWC and the same thing happening in the, I think, around same date.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Now, you can be biased in this question, okay?
Okay.
Who is your favorite to win the whole thing here for Free Fire?
I think for sure, I want that our team will win. So we have 3 teams: S8UL, IQOO Gaming, and Team Apex Gaming.
Yep.
So I don't for Team Apex Gaming, it's not a very good start. But hopefully they will come back tomorrow, because today we score only 41 points. But let's hope for best for the S8UL and IQOO Gaming, because I think they did a very good start. But we have 4 games remaining, so let's see.
We still have not only 4 games remaining in this, but lots of gameplay left so far in Free Fire. So we'll have to see how everybody does. And I don't want to take you away from your chat for too much longer. So thank you so much for chatting with us. You know, enjoy the rest of the series.
Welcome. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, it's Face and Kachita here to bring you more of the storylines from Free Fire. And I think Buriram United Esports better watch out, because MIBR just got their second booyah.
Yeah, that was amazing. 3 games and 2 booyahs. That is quite something for MIBR. But also, we need to talk about Team Secret, because for a second there, I thought this was going to be their game. They wiped out Ahli and then they wiped out Twisted Minds. And if I remember correctly, they won the FFWS Spring 2026 by getting consecutive booyahs, back-to-back booyahs, and I thought it was something that they would actually achieve again on the 3rd game, but unfortunately that wasn't the case, because MIBR are surely the strongest contender now.
And I mean, Team Secret and Twisted Minds kind of are forming this little bit of rivalry, if you've noticed. In those first couple of matches, it was them in that final zone. Then in that previous game there, they had an altercation in kind of the northwestern side as well. But it looks like Team Secret just have that little extra secret sauce to be able to take out Twisted Minds, and they don't seem to get their footing.
Yeah, but speaking of MIBR, once again, that last circle, girl, that was so intense. That was crazy intense. And to see that they're now at the 4th place with 31 points, 18 elimination points. I think you're right. Buriram United Esports better watch their back. I mean, we still got 3 games to go. Anything can still happen, right?
And if we've seen it in Free Fire. So, you know what? I feel like it might be happening. Can they get a 4th? I don't know, it's going to be a little bit exciting, but to be able to achieve that sort of thing in the starting rounds, I mean, MIBR, y'all better be watching them, because 3 booyahs is coming their way. But of course, I know we're very much itching to get into those next matches. Lucifer, do you think MIBR is going to be able to achieve that 3rd booyah?
Yes, there could be another opportunity here for MIBR. They've been looking really good. And the action that they brought in, they've put themselves on the top of the charts. A total of 62 points, 37 eliminations. And as you guys already pointed out on stage, that maybe Buriram might have to watch out. Yes, EVOS Divine do not have to be worried about, but a close competitor very soon.
Yeah, very, very close. In fact, MIBR.LOS was actually a big competitor to BRU last year in Ria.
Yeah,
you know,
there you go.
It's coming together, baby. It's coming together. That's what makes Free Fire such a competitive and fun esports title. A lot of times, and that's why it's hard to escape the allegations that, hey, we predetermine some of these things. As I gotta say, it's so intertwined right now. You can step on any part of the machine, and something will fall into place. But one thing that has yet to fall into place is where do we place RQ again?
I'm not sure. I think we have to ask Conchita as well as Neptune again, because they've been the ones who've been talking about it. And hey, I don't know if there's a jinx, but maybe something that we will look later towards. But I think there could be an opportunity where RRQ now recover, right? They've had an idea what Team Secret is doing. MIBR.LOS on the other end on a spree, looking forward to Yago of how he's been sniping across, and Fluxo almost getting to all the top 4s in the final fights.
And we did say that the second half of the matches for Group B theoretically should be ID favorite. Theoretically should be RQ and Team Vitality that gets put under the microscope again. Nextera, Kalahari, Nextera. It starts with here. And honestly, I think on Nextera, I look at RQ. We're not looking at number 1 placement stats, but it's good enough, right? It's good enough to suffice for RQ to give us something to be happy about. I think same for Team Vitality. LYON going over to Intellect Center, a very less desired spot, but we also have S8UL against Straw Hats. Actually, Straw Hats are very spread out.
Yeah, it's a very unfortunate,
Yeah,
very
wonder.
early clash that we're seeing at Deca Square happen right now. And Straw Hats are already looking at the bottom.
Yeah,
It
go.
seems like it could be trouble. But as we look at our stats, we can see S8UL are the ones who are dropping the numbers. And S8UL, they are also close to those bottom two that we've been talking about. And teams need to now start worrying. Because as we have reached the halfway mark, if everybody doesn't start jumping in to figure out if they start losing points, it is trouble. They'll miss out on opportunities. They'll miss out to getting back towards the top 4 or at least staying in the 10, because if they're in the bottom 2, they will be eliminated.
I think at least in this case, we saw a bit of a disengage. That spot was taken over by RRQ as they fill in the void. So now RRQ is Straw Hat's problem. S8UL escaping with one remaining member. Pincer tech coming in. We get a quick replay of this earlier clash that we saw on the radar. And unfortunately, S8UL just hit the ground running slightly slower.
Yeah.
And the mini Uzi can make a lot of difference in this early game. And unfortunately, these 1v1s didn't really go in favor of S8UL. Straw Hats coming out on top with 3 points. 4 points, in fact.
I think there was a better rebound between the players of Straw Hats and especially their abilities, their skills coming into play. But right now the action keeps striking. Straw Hats did not have enough time to get back their resources to go for the fight, and RRQ, they had enough time. They're picking up the players. They confirmed 2 of them and take 2 eliminations. Nil is also stuck, Riptide Rhythm, and that is going to be his defenses blown open. And with that, that's going to be a 3rd elimination. And you were talking, we were mentioning, where do we place RRQ? This is where, always looking at eliminations. There's somehow finding placement points is something that they have to add on to this aggression.
I mean, they're the masterminds after all, right? Maybe they have some grand plan that we haven't figured out just yet. And for a good reason, because if we figure that out, we probably would know the results. Maybe India Multiverse RRQ, somewhere out there in the wild, they have it all planned out. But Team Secret is a team that started off slow, but the past 2 games have had great performances. Maybe not so great in Game 3, they did kind of fumble in the middle, but we also got to give props to the teams that took them down, right? MIBR.LOS was quite the force. Total Gaming as well, finishing 4th on that map. As I say, Total Gaming, Mafia shows up on the feed, taking out Bunny. Fluxo also in that altercation. As Diamond gets gunned down as well. Team Secret with the 3rd.
It seems like a lot of flurry eliminations are happening. Vitality also picking up on Fluxo, MT7 out of the play, but instantly Vatsin gets the player revived. So it's just back and forth for the time being, and the player who just got revived just got picked mid-air. So Fluxo have another effort to add on to go to the vending machine. But Mafia, the man who picked up the elimination, spots another opponent right in front of him. Riptide Rhythm being used, but Extra, he's better because he had the max 7 and his teammate as a backup. And Mafia's down. So Total Gaming having this separated approach did not work for them to get another additional elimination. However, Straw Hats seems like they're recovering. They've had 5 eliminations so far at the start of this game.
And the revives keep on coming, right? We see so many bodies drop, so many points acquired by different squads, and yet we still have 44, 43 again. It's gonna cycle. We're gonna cycle through these numbers for a bit while. As Jump finds a trade with him and the T-Quake, Team Secret, losing our number just a little bit. In the last game, they had to rely, and they could rely on PLS1. And here comes the savior. Diamond has that location locked down. PLS1 deny the pickup. Is still gonna come in onto it. The shoulder is showing. And Foley tonight. Tristan Mice this time will not let Team Secret walk away.
Unfortunate. 2 different angles in Team Secret. They get trouble. TK as well as Non7, they're the last survivors, and I think he might be taken down. Non7 is also spotted. Diamond with his arm puts him down, but the trouble is not done yet, because MÍA Corp, they entered into this fight. They want a bet in terms of eliminations, because they've not had a great game so far in the start. 3 games done. This is game number 4. MÍA Corp need to get back to those eliminations, need to get back to placement points, and they've found 3 so far. And Twisted Minds, they've now taken a little bit of a silent approach with the boss. I know he is worried and spots the player while he was completely unwary of another team being available or for a fight, and instantly the boss puts him down, and MÍA Corp suffer a loss. But another team who suffered a big loss is going to be Team Secret, who are now swept out.
The boss now finds a second challenger, which is Nick. And he turns around and finds Josper. Another body slam in the face of MÍA Corp. But the boss is hit on a one-man mission. John Wick style here. Can Nick find him though? I mean, the boss could still do some heavy damage, and all with the absence of his teammate. So can you imagine the amount of chaos they could rain on MÍA Corp when the rest of Twisted Minds complete that rendezvous in that area? MIBR.LOS playing on the outskirts this time, at the coastline. S8UL in front of them, and Rick B relays that information. The Dynamo clears, spawning slightly ahead, confirming the presence of no one. So now they can focus on the members of S8UL.
Oh no, big trouble. S8UL Esports already receiving big damage. And MIBR.LOS are closer than they think. Rick B, he puts the player down. He knew what was happening. So he had already gotten closer to the haystack. And as soon as S8UL decided to maybe go for a flank, the player instantly gets shut down. And Troll and Jack are now stuck in a building. Bunny way too far to help out. Troll will be taken down. Jack will be very soon found out. And Bunny, all he can do is run away, go for a revive. But Jack, he's thinking he wants to step out. Maybe look forward to an approach if there is save. But I don't think there is going to be a save button here for his teammate. All he can do is try to buy time for Bunny.
Yeah. And as long as Bunny can get out and get that revive, his job is done. Jack putting up a valiant fight. The result goes over to MIBR.LOS. 10 eliminations already. Just short of minute 7. We just see the standout player was Yago in the previous game, who clocked in 9 eliminations on his own. And so far, I mean, MIBR.LOS have been outclassing Fluxo, right? I mean,
yeah.
As much as, again, I'm big fan of Fluxo, big fan of the legacy. Recent times, MIBR.LOS, ever since the loss in Riyadh last year, has really fueled something in them. To see the fire burning. And not to mention with Yago's addition to the squad, this team has powered up.
Big time. And we might be looking forward to another opportunity for MIBR.LOS. We saw the stage also talking about the same thing, but one team that I do want to see who have opportunity is going to be LYON. And now they've spotted Joel. And he was just out in the open running across these tracks like he owned it. And LYON instantly put him down. In this game, LYON also has 4 eliminations. Seems like they are trying to move in the direction of finding a lot more elimination. But I'm surprised that we've not yet seen any elimination from Gamez or Games King, because he's been the MVP for their team. Rather, it's been Hacks who's been picking up the weights on his shoulders.
Yeah. And it's something that I think they need to dig deeper to find, right? In this case, they could start with getting solid confirmations onto Team Vitality. Makes it 5 now. Again, you call back to Games King's last year on the world stage. He has been a pillar of his squad. One of the youngest player in the entire tournament, but also one of the most gifted long-range players. In a meta where snipers were sort of shoved aside, and he was the bright star. Right now, everyone is looking at him, and all eyes are on him, and yet still leaving more to be desired. Axe tag kind of trace himself for 1. Total Gaming up to 2. Launchpad available to disengage from LYON.
LYON now getting hit upon by Total Gaming. Shanky puts Joker down. But quick trade coming in from Gamez. That's not going to be a confirmation. Oh, finally it is. So they do also lose a player. So even Total Gaming had to go for a quick revive. And Vota is the one who did that. LYON on the other end, they want to chase the player who went for the revive, the vending machine. And it's going to be Vota. He gets spotted. Winchester in hand for Hacks. He gets taken down with a rush coming in from Vota. And Vota all alone trying to hold himself off. Now Games King, he's closer, and Vota will be finally taken away because Joker from afar with the sniper puts him down.
Good attempt there from Vota to really keep LYON pinned down for the rest of his team to kind of recuperate themselves. So he gets revived regardless. So TG back to full force. And so, I mean, game 3 was the game that had the faster pace.
Yeah, it did.
Now we're slowing down a little bit. I say we slow down just because we still have 39 players in the lobby. We cycle through plenty of reincarnations at this point. We've only lost 2 teams, Straw Hats and Team Secret. Everyone else pretty healthy.
This lobby of Group B itself tells you how different the entire teams are. Because there, everybody was very hungry for eliminations, fights back and forth. But here, everybody wants to read each other, understand each other, because they all know elimination is not the biggest threat, but it's about going into the finals directly. You mentioned about it. Miss that survival stage 10 games and walk into the finals, prepare better strategies and be ready for it. That's what they're eyeing for, and that is getting difficult for some of the teams to figure out, even though we are at game number 4.
Yeah, even when we look at the numbers, so far some of the accolades of these players, right? Yago, 3rd in line with the most eliminations. He has 13 in total, and 9 of the from the previous game. Total Gaming now facing RRQ. Wota, who just came back into the lobby, got removed again. And Total Gaming's members cut down in half. Shanky might have to hold the fort here.
And they're not in the best of the position. Aztec, who just went in for the revive, his position's compromised. Fluxo are going in for the chase. Shanky, he can't do anything because if he steps out, then another casualty strikes. And there it goes. The players in mid-air, Ahli, they pick out Vota once more. So nothing is working here for Total Gaming. Aztec, the man who went for the revive, he will also be taken down. And the bell is not ringing in the favor of Total Gaming. They were closer in the previous game, but in this game, they're still not able to figure out what works in their favor. But Vitality, they had to figure out, made a jump, but right into the crosshairs of Twisted Minds. 15 eliminations already, and they're looking forward to a lot more. And with the VSK expose, he gets one more added to the team.
A breather to pick themselves back up and kind of put the pieces back together. But 11.5 minutes in-game time, there's really not much space to work around as Aztec gets brought back. Twisted Minds looking at 13 eliminations. RQ sitting right across. And also Fluxo in the vicinity as well. We did see the circle earlier on, centering around Boxing Gym and Decker Square, where MIBR.LOS has basically hunkered down on the southern side of the safe zone. It could give them a good entry, get a couple of points under their belt, but I'm looking at Ahli again.
Yeah.
Last game was the only game that they didn't make it that far, but now, in the 12-minute mark, Ahli will have a good chance to prove themselves once more.
Right now, before Ahli, we have Fluxo, who have another challenge. They've always looked closer to a booyah, but they've never converted yet. This is game number 4, match number 4 that we're witnessing, and they still are trying to figure an approach where they'll be successful. But look at LYON. They knew that the flight with Fluxo will not work out in their favor. They wanted to rather be in the circle, quickly take the vehicle. Whether it gets destroyed or not doesn't matter at this point. Get to a compound, call it a safe haven so that you can fight out here on Nextera, because as we still see 12 minutes of the game, it's about to be 13. The circle's now slowly about to close in the next 30 seconds, and every team is going to be forced to fight out, and it's getting closer to Deca Square. And if the fight goes to Deca Square, it's just open lands.
Yeah, I mean, that's a gate crash if I ever seen one, but LYON keeps themselves safely tucked in a compound that will keep them afloat for just a while. But this rotation of Twisted Minds might put them in front of MIBR.LOS. Total Gaming in the fight with LYON. The jaws of the LYON clamps down. Total Gaming eliminated in an instant.
This is the reason we were talking about the compound, and LYON were very smart to act about it. Total Gaming did start off, but it did not work out. And now, after Total Gaming, it seems LYON have found their jaws with the compound towards S8UL Esports. The fight is a little too far that's happening, but they're still able to hammer them down. That tells you of what LYON's also looking forward to. A recovery of a game. But recovery is not yet happening for MÍA Corp. Fluxo find the last man, and they put an end to their run. And now RRQ also jump into this flagship battle of taking down S8UL. On one end there is LYON, on the other end RRQ. Bunny gets hit, Noor right now in trouble, and Jack becomes the last man standing. Can he be the jack of all trades? I don't think that's an opportunity for him to ask or even deliver on in such a small position with so many teams still surviving.
You did say there's a risk of fights getting caught out in open areas when the circle shrinks, and it's currently the reality that some of these teams have to deal with. As the circle starts closing in, the blue will force the movements of LYON straight into RQ's compound. The Riptide Rhythm doesn't really dissuade them just yet, but big nade from Captain Dudes sets it up. Bobs also firing from behind with support from Geo on the high ground. LYON, no more.
Jack at least gets one in that mix. An additional elimination for S8UL Esports, but Bobs with that M60. Brilliant stuff being done, but S8UL, they're not safe yet. The last man standing, Jack, he was initially kind of seen by Fluxo, but Fluxo, as the zone's closing in, they know they're not ready for this fight with Jack. They cannot just try to pin him down. He is peppering them down. Bobs is also two players from Fluxo in trouble, but they quickly recover. Having the Kiva as an advantage does help you in the nick of time.
But Gio was able to find him at the very edge of it. And that was enough to take him out of the equation as we go down to just 5 teams, but all of them have the full squad left standing. Right out in the open is Fluxo and RQ ready to receive and challenge them up front. Abai leads the charge, and instantly RQ finds himself in the thick of it with a couple of knockdowns. Runs also steps up to the occasion. And the Jitters completely eliminated, and so does Fluxo.
RRQ. We were mentioning about them, talking about them, and now they place themselves in the top 3. This is what they wanted. They had placement. They did not have placement on their eliminations, but Yago, stop this madman from MIBR.LOS. He is just shooting players down like they're standing still targets. One more. Remind gets confirmed. And now MIBR.LOS in trouble as MÍA finds General. Rigby close by, Rawan getting closer. Yago has to be the saving grace. He has to pull them from the jaws of death from RRQ.
And I think it's very doable. Hawk could also be the X factor. Rigby gunned down again by Rans. Simokes is there. Ahli with his save. If they make it far enough into the game, they can be one of the contenders. And here they are in top 3. With lesser members to work with, but enough to threaten RRQ and give MIBR.LOS some breathing room. And this seems to be the reality right now. Those glue walls need to be taken care of because they need line of sight. And Hawk is making it incredibly difficult for RRQ to focus on the task at hand. So Rez gets sent in to eliminate Hawk from the equation. And now MIBR.LOS makes it closer to the compound. But MÍA, great on his shot and right on the money, focuses down General. And MIBR.LOS down to just 2.
It's trouble. They tried to tread the line as fast as possible, use that distraction, but it still did not work out. There was only one knock, and Abhay and Rans are in front of the game. They're already super aggressive. Rawan has already received damage. What magic can Yago do? He's out in the open. This time his sniper doesn't sing of any songs to look forward to elimination. It's going to be RRQ, Rans and Duts finding the very first booyah for Indonesia.
And the captain holds the hands of the young blood and leads him to the first booyah on the world stage. And that is the exact motivation that you need for RRQ. And unfortunately for Ahli, another heartbreaking loss in the final circle. And it's starting to show something that needs to be kept in check because we've seen them in the top 4. We've seen them at the podium, at least for the round itself. But it's about closing it out the game. We've seen the exact same performance from DRS Esports last year. When it's not about the rotation, they're pretty smart about it, but it was about how you take those fights, and in this case, they are outgunned by their adversaries again.
As you can see, it seems like the plan over there in the last fight did not go in that direction. It could have been something else. They did not have to, or they did not intend to take the fight with RRQ. I think that's where everything messed up, and that is the reason we see the player a little bit heated up. That is not what we wanted to do. RRQ were already busy with MIBR.LOS. We had to just time it perfectly, and if Ahli did it, they could have another opportunity for their own booyah. But RRQ, we have to give kudos to them as well of how well they held themselves when the fight instantly turned from MIBR.LOS to somebody they did not even think that was so close by, and they held themselves. And instantly on one end, how Fluxo, their fans have been roaring for so long. Now instantly it turns around to RRQ fans and they're happy.
Yeah, I mean, again, you say that you have to stop Yago, and Yago was stopped in a different way, right? By eliminating everyone around him. But again, when MIBR took the opportunity of a distracted RRQ to make that rotation, RRQ, they understood the urgency, right? They took care of Ahli as fast as possible and made sure that they still have eyes on the rotation of MIBR.LOS, and that gave them more than enough resources and intel to get this booyah.
Now, with Ahli already performing in such caliber, right? This is not a game they have to be upset about. Yes, emotions are high because everybody understands that every game is going to be crucial. Even Seven was mentioning, right? Consistency is going to be very crucial when you're in the group stages, especially if you want to make it to the grand finals directly. And I think that's what Ahli thinks, and that is the reason we see emotions completely high at this time, especially of a game so close to a booyah. Nobody wants to miss or mess it up, and I think it does happen. That's what RRQ, for example, the first 3 games we barely saw them. 13 eliminations with the only explanation of RRQ being in the overall ranking. But now the booyah tells that there is chances of making a comeback. You have to just reset.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day is how you kind of finish the run, right? There's still chances left, and speaking of chances, we're going to give this team some room to take a breather and readjust themselves for the upcoming game. So don't go anywhere, stay with us, we've got more to come.
Welcome to Gadia City, an activation right in the heart of the Esports World Cup. And let's be honest, you can't miss it. It is so bright, it looks incredible. This activation, we have VR, we have consoles, and we have simulators that you can take part in. It's so much fun. If you're going to the Esports World Cup in Paris, make sure you come down here. And my friend Luti is over here, my stunning co-host. How are you feeling?
I'm into golf now because football is over for me.
Oh dear, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's see how accurate you can be in this golf simulator. If there's one thing that I know, it is being a dad, gaming, and golf. And so this is my third one. Let's see your accuracy on this one. 82.3%. Luti, let's see if I can beat you.
I hope for you. I hope for you. Okay, Bunny, basically now it's your turn. And in life, you are doing two things. Hostings and playing golf. So hopefully you're gonna do better than me.
I mean, you're not wrong. If I don't beat you, I'll be really upset. I'll probably have to quit golf forever. So we're just gonna have to wait and see. Here we go.
It is your time.
It is my time.
Okay, that looks a little bit better than me, I have to say.
Yeah, the sword goes back in the sheath at 90%. Barney Banks absolutely bringing this one home. It's okay. You can focus more on golf. I'll focus more on football for now. But for now, Lauren and Lace, it's your time.
I hate football.
All right, Barney, you had to show off those golfing skills. But for everybody currently watching, don't forget to join the Esports Foundation Creator Program. Register on the EWC website. It's pretty straightforward. There's going to be a QR code. At some point, make sure you scan it, join up, earn reward, score points, and we might end up interviewing you on the final day. And that sounds pretty sweet. So make sure you join it. There you go. There's the QR code. Go scan it right now. Because one team that has been able to step it up in a big way, especially this last match, RRQ. Conchita.
It's about time. Honestly, It's about time. And yeah, we still have 2 more games to go, right? So this is actually a good way for them to reset, to find that rhythm, to find that, I don't know, bond that they're finally showing. And again, like I said, MAL turned out to be the saving grace of the last game for RRQ, I think.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Miles is one of those that at this point, I think even the pressure is not facing him anymore. Because there's so many times in the previous competition when he's going solo, he will just be going down that quickly. It did happen a few times from the earlier games, but now because he's the one who's bringing that energy to the table right now, I think there's a lot more that we can see from RRQ.
Please don't talk to me about RRQ.
Oh no,
they heal lows. Girl.
No, honestly, Carol, I was concerned because I really thought that it was going to be another booyah for MIBR. I was like, enough!
It would have been the third one.
Yes,
Remember,
the third
at
one.
the beginning
Right?
of Group B, I asked, can anybody maybe mimic what Buriram? And we were saying it, honestly, in a joking manner. Because nobody expected to see what happened in Group A here in Group B. And Carol, first of all, thank you so much for joining us. The fact that that squad got so close, Brazil in Group B, they're looking good.
Oh my gosh, they are doing an amazing here at AWC. And the funny thing is that during the grand finals in Brazil for Fire World Series Brazil, they were almost the champions. The thing is, the format, the champion point, didn't give they the opportunity to have their final booyah and go for the win.
I think
But
that's
they were the best team of the day.
I think that's why we're seeing them just go after those wins. They want to make sure that when they go to the finals, they're going to be ready to get those booyahs. Because right now, it's working out for that squad. One squad, honestly, consistency. We were talking about it earlier, and we're seeing it once again here, not only with the step up of RQ, not only with the performance of Brazil, Ali. Oh, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, one of the players of Ali has been reminding us why they are champions of their region. I mean, it's just like refreshing that we're seeing one team that is keeping the balance of both placement and elimination, and it's bringing themselves higher in the table. Hopefully it's high enough to get to that top 4, because there's a lot who's taking the top 3 right now, and the lead is increasing.
Yeah, but one thing that I did realize post-match was that there was an obvious tension at the Ahli table. Maybe there was some sort of miscommunication. Maybe there was a couple of bad calls between the players. So that's something that they really got to watch out for, because consistency, it has something to do, obviously, with chemistry. So we have still 2 games left today, and yeah, let's see how they handle the stress now.
It happens, right? You don't want to see teammates starting to maybe not go the same path in the first day. To save that for the last day. Actually, don't even save that for the last day, because then that will be finals. But the overall ranking, LYON right now over Fluxo, Twisted Minds as well has been forming great. RIQ, as we mentioned, Ahli, all these squads are doing great. But talking about some tension out there, we got the Fluxo fans behind us, and I know that there's some tension between those 2 Brazilian squads.
Definitely there is this competition between Fluxo and LYON. It's like, how can I say, it's romance that never ends. Yes, because we got Iago. Iago used to play with Bobs, Jill, and MT7 right now plays with the Fluxo, right? With Butzin as well. And Iago used to be their sniper. And then after the Free Fire World Series back in 2023, Iago left the team. And right now they got MT7, which MT7 is the best sniper in Brazil. And probably that makes Iago so mad that right now Iago is stepping up here at AWC, and man, he's the best player today.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, Iago, when last time we saw them, he was just making highlights of his own. And, well, I would say even when MT7 stepped into Fluxo, he's also making them win those fights. So, I guess with Iago, MT7 rivalry, or let's say for the team rivalry, they will be very close in there on the battlefield. There's still a lot of storyline that can unfold out of this, but judging from the scores that they managed to maintain right here, even before we end this day for this Group B, the lead is pretty much sure enough for MIBR.LOS. So I don't know what miracles will happen for the other teams who's trying to catch up, because imagine RRQ guys, I know they just had RRQ, they just had their Booyah, but they're still far away, like around 27 points.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be pretty hard for them to catch up, and I cannot deny the fact that maybe today will be the day for the Brazilian team. So Carol, I think you can smile and be happy about that just today.
Is that good for you?
At least I'm admitting that today is really the day for MIBR.LOS as well as Fluxo. But then again, if we're talking about the rivalry, I'm not really sure. One thing for sure though, Taylor Swift should really write something about those two, MT7 and of course Iago. It is a love story, a complete love story of Free Fire.
Or maybe Ariana Grande. Thank you, next.
Yeah.
They're trying to find out who's going to be big brother, who's going to be little brother. Iago definitely doesn't want to be little brother. I mean, we know his stature is going to be outside of this frame. From all these squads, I mentioned it earlier at the start of Group B, and we're just so close to it. I want to see where you guys stand on this. Does LYON end up getting another Booyah and goes for that 3, or is Fluxo going to stop him? Carol?
Man, I think LYON is stronger today, so probably I would say they would go for definitely for the 30 Booyah. And one thing very specific about Fluxo is like they got this nickname in Brazil, the boogeyman of endgame, because they only go for endgame. What they are doing here today, going for eliminations, get more points for eliminations, that's not something they used to do in Brazil, because we like to say they do like skinny Booyahs. Oh. Because it's Booyahs with not a lot of eliminations, you know? So it's surprising to see Fluxo have this kind of performance here today, but definitely LYON look stronger.
Hey, I like that input. Now, quickly, Neptune, is it going to happen or is it not going to happen?
I don't know, because so far for Fluxo, they did manage to get in the top 2 without any Booyah, but if they can steal it away from MIBR.LOS and equalize it like 2-2 before the final, by the end of this day, then there's a lot of things that can happen at this point.
And Conchita, for you, I want a yes or no. Which one is it going to be?
I think I'm just here for the vibe. I'm happy with either of them. I'm just here for the drums, the music, and of course, I would be happy to see any Brazilian team take this.
Let's go. Well, let's see if it's going to happen. Husky, Lucifer, what do you guys think? Can Brazil, especially LOS, can they get that third win? Third booyah or no?
Well, I personally think yes. Vamos, go all the way. You know what? Screw the third booyah, get the third and the fourth booyah, right? Let's close it out. MIBR.LOS all the way. It's a day of celebration for Brazilian teams. Fluxo, MIBR.LOS, you name it. They are here to light up Group B. And now it is for every other team to prove that they are worthy of stepping up to the occasion and giving MIBR.LOS a worthy challenge.
I think Husky's mantra in the entire day so far has been Vamos. He is just rooting for every Brazilian squad out there. But I think there's a mix that RRQ just brought in the previous game number 4. And that one reason tells me that there could be a change happening in this game of Kalahari. The open lands of the Snipers Haven and Nest that they love to target on in Yago. He's already been doing great, and maybe he opens up at MA'AL. He's also finding his winning ways. Conchita and Neptune, they mentioned about it. So maybe RRQ, they get another booyah back to back.
I mean, we've highlighted Yago for the entirety of the Group B matches, right?
Yeah.
Most damage dealt, most eliminations so far, 21 for him alone. And then they have Haone has 15, so 36 eliminations shared between two of them. Well, guess what? Yago is on the map again. But for now, it'll be Total Gaming against LYON. Unfortunately, in the 1v3, Shanky stood a no chance. So 3 points for LYON.
Wait, what just happened? I mean, Al-Hali?
Was it LOS? I think it was LOS. It had to be.
Yeah, this is why, like, even they were mentioning on the desk, right, that, hey, that was a heated argument. There was something of a disagreement between the players, and this is what happens when emotions run high and you are not ready to kind of bring a reset. You instantly lose upon a good game that you are able to deliver. And now Al-Ahli going out so early is a big surprise.
Yeah. And I think on top of that is also, perhaps even when you get the reset, you get a very unfavorable drop, right? They get wiped out by a team like MIBR.LOS. That has got to hurt, so that's double the damage on the mental side. And this is the different part, the secondary part of competition at the highest level, right? We're not just looking at skill, we're looking at the mental aspect, the psych. How do you kind of recover from a loss? And I think, at least in this case for Ahli, they have plenty of time to talk about that.
But on the other end, LYON, while they did push a loss towards Total Gaming, now there's the Indian counterpart of S8UL. And they put the player down quickly. That's going to be Bunny acting on hacks and instantly confirming as well. So LYON, who thought that this position is completely clear, now there's another challenge. There's still one player here at Santa Catarina who is not yet giving his position away. That's going to be Games King, Gamez King. Can he change the fact, or does he call reinforcements here for LYON and look forward to something big? But something big that's done is going to be from Team Vitality's Koja. 4 eliminations already, and I think while we were talking about RRQ, while we've been talking about MIBR.LOS, I think Vitality need their end of a bargain chip where they can coin it and call themselves a one booyah game, at least for today.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, they actually got out to a decent start, right? They took out 3 members of MIBR.LOS, who just got brought back, so that they did slow down one of the front runners of this lobby. They themselves now on the receiving end of a couple of lead, courtesy of their own comrades from Indonesia, RRQ. And runs a newfound confidence from the previous game, right? Like, just able to lead him in the battle and kind of just reinforce the fact that he is one of the best. This is kind of what we always need from some of these newer players and their first appearance on the big stage, right? Just the fearlessness. And that's what Rans has brought. We're gonna check out here. We did say that MIBR.LOS basically decimated Ahli, and it didn't even look close.
Yeah, we just dropped. We were about to shift from the flight path, and this is what happened. Hawk, he's still trying to hold it off, but there's too many players from MIBR.LOS, and now too many players even swarming LYON in this fight. They're trying their best, but they're unable to hold it off, and that's still a challenge coming in from S8UL. Yes, they've been dabbled a little bit of a damage, but they're able to hold themselves off. Hacks again will be confirmed. Jack picking off one more, and Joker, he is going to be the last player who also gets picked off. And S8UL Esports, off to a start that they needed to eliminate a whole squad. It finally happens for them here in Kalahari.
On a map that usually has a slower tempo, we lose 2 teams 4 minutes in. Again, the volatility of this lobby continues to rear its head. A hit list put out. Vitality onto GU. Team Secret, we will revive for now, but they won't have time to kind of get the plans together with Twisted Smiles dropping by. And Diamond is on the hunt. Couple of Team Secret players nearby. Diamond might get sandwiched by Exposy on the low ground. And Huang Nam getting tagged as well. Nan7 dropping down to join with the rest of his team. Twisted Minds actually keeping quite the distance as they call down the storm.
Whenever a fight between Twisted Minds as well as Team Secret happens, it doesn't go in anybody's direction. They end up having casualties and eventually both of them get eliminated of the lobby. So I am a little wary about this action. Twisted Minds are actually getting closer to Team Secret. The position is known. And especially with Team Secret, the trouble is they lose PLS1 and then there is a lot going wrong. But right now, PLS1 with the max 7 puts the bars down. He tried to make a jump and it doesn't work out. And now he changes his weapon to take players from afar, pushing the side of Twisted Minds back, and Diamond had to go to the vending machine, revive his players, but he's completely surrounded. He cannot do anything. However, he puts PLS1 down, but before going down himself, he gets a whack to PLS1 as a confirmation.
Yeah, greeted out a little bit. Would have been better to use that primary, but at the end of the day, still getting the job done and quite a hefty cost. Total Gaming on the other hand. Shanky will need a bit of time to patch himself back up. We have Troll on the other side of the open field with him, S8UL having one of the better starts today. Same as TG, both with 5 eliminations. And in fact, with TG, they're a lot more spread out. Mafia taking some shots as well, but also doing some reconnaissance. Make sure that the rest of his team can follow him. There should be confirmation that Troll is nearby.
After their game number 1 and 2, I think finally we are seeing a little bit of an change in Total Gaming. They're picking up eliminations a little more proactive, they're looking a little more confident. A little mess up happened at Santa Catalina, but we can brush that away. It does happen to everybody in the initial drops, but they managed to recover. But S8UL, they managed to recover even bigger, and that's the reason they are not caring of who's in front of them. And yes, they don't know who is, but they will look forward to eliminations. They're a very elimination-hungry team, and so far they even pick up one player from Total Gaming.
I think proactiveness is the key word here, right? If you play not to lose, you're eventually going to lose the teams that play to win. And it's going to be an oxymoron for majority of the time, but it has been a reality, and that's why winning these gunfights are eventually going to be the cornerstones of getting that booyah and maybe a trophy lift at the end of the journey. And the end of the tunnel right now for Team Vitality is that they are in the center of the circle, right? They have Bayfront, they take control, and a map like Kalahari, having Bayfront under your influence is actually a pretty good area to kind of park yourself under. What surprises me is that RQ didn't immediately go to Refinery.
Exactly.
Right, they're actually playing on the outskirts of that area.
Both Refinery and Command Post are almost looking empty. No teams are taking control of it. They're letting others try to get close by. Surprised to see that, but at least at Shrines, it seems like the fight keeps going on. MIBR.LOS, they thought this is going to be a stronghold, but right now Straw Hats having the position of the verticality, using the terrain advantage, they're trying to put them down. But General answers back, puts shots down, who is also being taken down. It's up to Extra and Nil, but they're afar. They're so on top about that they cannot be able to easily help their teammates out. But Nil at least trying to hold ground, and he's going to challenge Yago. He's been the man with the big rifle, the long barrel, and he delivers once again. Will not let MIBR.LOS fall down.
Not at all. And at the cost of no casualty, they should be able to retrieve Rigby in time before he bleeds out. So MIBR.LOS with 8 points under the belt continues with 4 squads. Aztec is brought back for TG. Fluxo now under the storm, having to deal with the MÍA Corp. West quite made a bit of noise in the previous game. Didn't make it until the end, but does draw some attention to them and reminded that they are also part of the competition here. For Santa Catarina, it's going to be the hard one with the stronghold basically controlled by Fluxo. Especially Bobs here. It's going to take that move to join up with Butchers in. They could now go for the push.
Yeah. Carol mentioned, right, they're the boogeyman, but they're a skinny boogeyman, if you would want to talk about. Are they going to get closer to that? Fluxo have always been a step in front of the race for a booyah, but they've never gotten closer to it. They've always missed those last opportunities, even if they have a man advantage. But right now, they are troubling MÍA Corp. However, Kappa and Riplik, they put players from Fluxo down. They're turning the tides around. It's working out. They confirm players as well. Watson has to go on this 1v1 and win it out. MT7 on the other end. He is struggling. S8UL, a little bit of a wayward approach coming in from Fluxo, but they're still able to hold off MÍA Corp.
Yeah. And it goes back to what Carol mentioned earlier on, that MT7 was regarded one of the best snipers from Brazil. Today still outperformed by Yago, but has some moments of brilliance, and that was one of it. Fluxo is beaten and battered, only half the roster remain, and S8UL shows up, pushes in, getting chased left, right, and center for to fight, but there was no way out of this one. Jack and Tro with a couple of eliminations on their own, and MT7, the star of the show, now sent packing. With a vending machine right in front of them, but with multiple members of MÍA Corp keeping that area.
The approach of taking two-pronged fights is always a problem. You end up sending your resources in two different directions, and if both of them fall, you're left completely alone. And that's what's happening here to MT7. MÍA Corp on the other end, it was only Fluxo they had to fend off. They were able to, they got the player back up as well. So MT7 in a very varied position. He'll not be very comfortable in even going towards the vending machine. Kappa right below him. And he and his entire squad is relying for MT7 to get closer to the vending machine and get that revive. And he does. He gets Bobs. Kappa could have held the vending machine, but he doesn't now. MT7 is an opportunity, runs right to the weapon of Nix, and having, come on, an SMG in such a close range, you can't do anything against a weapon that plays the sniper role.
Yeah, there was no way out of that one. I honestly thought that MT7 would just hold that spot and try to take a 1v1, right? So probably didn't have intel of where the second member of MÍA Corp is, but at least the captain is brought back to lead the team, in person again on the field. Team Vitality with 5 eliminations and 4 of them from Koja. Yago able to sneak through, but that shot ringing through the eardrums of MIBR.LOS. It's gonna give them a bit of intel of a secondary enemy nearby. And it's important information for MIBR.LOS because they will have Twisted Minds to contend with in just a little bit, as the Indonesians now might clash. And the last time they met in Kalahari in EWC last year, it was Vitality that denied RQ of a trophy lift. Now it's gonna be some of that rematch. It feels like deja vu from a year ago.
Team Vitality, they've been getting closer to the titles but never been able to lift it off. And this could be an opportunity that they might have to write on their own. Yes, it is tough, especially in stages like this. At least when we had the last EWC season, it was 18 teams, but now the competition's even tougher. 24 teams, you are just put in one group, you have 12 games to play, and Team Vitality has still not picked up enough to get to the top 4. So the distance is more compared to RRQ. If you talk about it, RRQ are even further down because they messed up in their initial games.
Yeah. I mean, both teams have come second a couple of times, but RRQ has been there more often. It's definitely a sour spot to be in. MÍA Corp actually being in a pretty good position here in confinement. There is the blue that they are baiting in right now, but we see the binoculars used on the southern end. Gets to just cut through the open field, but completely avoid Fluxo, who are on the lookout. This could put them in a spot. If they continue that rotation down, they could end up intercepting Team Secret or maybe S8UL.
I think a team to watch out, especially here in Kalahari, is S8UL Esports. They've been taking proactive fights, but this time now they're getting a challenge, and that's going to be Team Secret taking a jump. As the circle shifts dead center, all the teams are getting forced to be close to each other. 9 teams in total, 12 minutes so far in the game, 36 players still surviving. Fluxo have only 2 eliminations, but we spoke about this. Team Secret, they were the ones who tried to go in for a bang on a surprise, and TQ is able to deliver. He's trying to put the players down. He wants to look forward to another player from S8UL, but the glue wall blocks it. Jack will be able to recover the player, but can they find another knock? No! Jack and Noor say no to the players of Team Secret. Start confirming them one by one, and now Team Secret are in trouble.
Team Secret funneled to a choke point and entered the shooting gallery of S8UL. Bunny does get dropped, but S8UL have more members as Tro gets called in. It's a 3-4v2 PLS1 and none. Getting cut down, Tro sliced them in the ribbons. And S8UL with a hell of a performance on Kalahari, 13 points and counting.
That was big to hold off, and this is the reason I said here on Kalahari, watch for S8UL Esports, and they are now delivered. They slice and dice through Team Secrets, but now they have another challenge, is their own counterpart. That's Total Gaming. But seems like they're deciding to move in 2 different directions, and that is maybe the best for here in Kalahari. In the meantime, we spoke about it, RRQ, right? Their initial games did not work out, they messed up, but right now they've taken the lead on the overall ranking compared to Team Vitality, and Team Vitality, it feels like they've been holding far too long and not getting a lot of points, whereas RRQ, they've been delivering.
I mean, if you want to talk about a team that moves faster overall, it's always going to be RRQ, right?
Correct.
They sort of get the engines warm out slightly faster and a bit more consistent, whereas Team Vitality, it really comes down to what the weather feels like. It gotta be a sunny day if you want Team Vitality to put out some numbers. And so far, the sun still shines as Joe takes off Yago's head, but no confirmation on that just yet. The rest of MIBR lost now. And again, intel of multiple teams in front of them. And look at this bird's eye view. This is going to be a nasty fight, waiting to implode on his own. Diamond even popping a shot onto Bunny, but again, no confirmation there for Twisted Minds.
Look at how the circle moves. It's just moving center to the entire big zone itself. It's never giving an opportunity for any team to take it as an advantage. And now still RRQ and Vitality are inside the circle, so they'll be happy about it. And look at them, they're holding the teams on the eastern end from getting closer, and that's going to be MÍA Corp. Already at 12 eliminations, they want more, but all of them are getting stolen by Team Vitality. The deed is being done by RRQ, but the ones who are getting the elimination is Team Vitality, along with MIBR.LOS.
Yeah, RRQ work hard, but Vitality works smart in that exchange. And MÍA Corp, rightfully so, written out of this game. I mean, Twisted Minds, this is a slower game for them, right? 4 eliminations and counting. You have Vitality on the second floor, and that glue wall is the separation that prevents chaos. And RRQ continues to put on the numbers, this time with help of MIBR.LOS, taking down the members of Fluxo. Total Gaming shows up, getting blasted mid-air as Aztag loses the exchange to Bunny, and Bunny will get his third.
Total Gaming, they don't have the zone. The zone's closing out. They don't have enough space to work with. Whereas S8UL Esports, they've looked so confident in this very game. Fluxo, the last man standing, gets eliminated outside the zone. Did not have anywhere to move. MT7 going out. The entire squad of Fluxo is done for. This is one of the first games where Fluxo do not make it to the top 4. This tells you of how cutthroat it's become right now as the zone's shrinking. Mafia also gets eliminated. Players from Total Gaming are falling, but S8UL, they're able to hold their own, and now they've gotten to the same building as RRQ.
We're talking about potential dreams. Total Gaming came close in top 3. Now S8UL in the same position, 6 teams remaining, and they are ever so close to that first big step. Of course, for Total Gaming, they have lesser members to work with, so the odds are slightly lesser. Yago removed as well by a grenade from Twisted Minds. As Vitality, they're going to share the same building as Twisted Minds themselves, and now we see that clear separation. But guess what? Where the circle is moving, the Indian teams, they're going to have a good chance to rotate.
They have to be quick on it because Vitality, they're already troubling MIBR.LOS from getting ahead. RRQ on the other end, they'll be able to spot S8UL Esports if they're quick in their run. But Twisted Minds, I really like how they're holding the compound. So Vitality, they might be in trouble in case they decide to step out because Twisted Minds, they're already ahead of the game. They're going to be the ones who will try and defend the entry. MIBR.LOS, the last is Survivors, General and Rigby. Can they do something different? Yes, they do. They take the roof approach, make a jump, but they do get damaged a tad bit. But S8UL, while they change the building from RRQ towards Vitality, the bolt maker being called, they have the challenge of the zone shifting. They have to quickly make a move.
Yeah, and for MIBR.LOS and Twisted Minds, they are going to be one of the cost dips on the center. Koja taking out dudes as well. In the meantime, S8UL, as much as they're slow on the roll this time with their rotation, but they did make the more passive choice to play from behind, and that could work in their favor as TG now bleeding now. Shanky no longer able to be rescued, and Water about to be constricted, suffocated by the blue. And the RRQ as well, removed from the equation. Rigby with confirmation onto Water. We're almost down to the final 3 teams with MIBR.LOS barely hanging on with 2 members left.
Yeah, somehow they jumped on the roof and they're still surviving. And thankfully, RRQ ended up becoming a target for everybody. Every team started shooting them down. Everybody got bits and pieces of RRQ in that fight to eliminate RRQ. But how this fight concludes is going to be very crucial. 17 seconds in the claw, and the entire zone is going to start shrinking in. No team wants to get out except for MIBR.LOS, but finally a challenge coming in from Vitality. General is down. Rigby is the last man standing. He doesn't have enough space. S8UL on the other end, they're moving further away.
And S8UL, Exposy actually caught Tro as well, and so is Jack. Vitality now joins in on the hunt, and S8UL might just meet an early demise here unless they can wrestle their way out of this. You have Diamond to take care of. He is alone, but he is an anchor for Twisted Minds, barricading himself with the glue wall, knocked down by Jack. And even for Rigby, he still wants a piece of the pie in case he ever gets removed. But S8UL, they held strong just for now.
I don't know how they did it, but they're able to for the time being. But the zone's about to close and they had to make an exit. Use the glue wall, but now it's a very small compound that they have control of. There's nothing else. Every other team is right in front of them who have a better position, a better compound. Even Rigby, who's the last man standing, has an entire compound, a window through see-through. Whereas Vitality now, it looks like they are the lords above. They're standing on the rooftops, having vision of everybody, and Sibang starts it. Bunny down, Troll down, confirmations following one through. Twisted Minds with Exposy picking up confirmations on S8UL Esports, bringing down to their knees. Jack going down, the last man standing. Vitality and Twisted Minds join hands together to take S8UL down.
Yep. Only Nor made it to safety, but Vitality knows exactly where it is. Twisted Minds wants to beat them to it though. It's still an extra point for themselves. The pass on the low ground, it might have been a fatal error as Nor now books it with a baseball bat in hand and a glue wall to keep himself safe. This could be a distraction there. Vitality preoccupied by Twisted Minds. Nor now found out by Joe, but Joe will have to work for that if he so wishes to. But Vitality, 4-man strong. We were looking for magic. We were looking for them to step up to the occasion. And this is that moment that Indonesia, they come in late, but better late than never, as the boss will be the only one that has a chance to take down Vitality. But the Hornets will not be denied. And Team Vitality brings themselves a booyah.
What a game coming in from Team Vitality. We were talking about it, right? While Brazil is taking all the initial games away, it seems like Southeast Asia finally finding their ways to victory, especially Indonesia. RRQ to follow now with Team Vitality. Brilliant game. I think even the rotation, the position they were holding in that final fight, as we saw, we spoke about MIBR.LOS, right? Then taking the rooftop. But unfortunately, they did not have the numbers. If they did have what Vitality did, looking like the giants about the Davidson, the Goliath fight that was happening, it could have been MIBR.LOS, but Vitality played it to perfection in that final fight.
And we even say that this feels like the deja vu from 2025 back in Riyadh, right? Where Vitality was the one that denied the trophy leap on Kalahari, which was a map that people usually look at RRQ, usually look at EVOS, and again, it's Kalahari that delivered them their first booyah in Paris.
Much needed. A lot of expectations on Team Vitality in general. Everybody is looking forward to it. We spoke about it. Asia Invitational, they took it away. That is one title, but they need the biggest of all titles. Esports World Cup 2026. They're here in Paris. They do not want to miss the opportunity. And finally, they've delivered. We were talking about the comparison between RRQ and Vitality. While Vitality were initially ahead of the race, RRQ picked up with their very own booyah. And now Vitality have gotten a step closer. We have to only take a look at the overall rankings, which will tell us, has Vitality beaten RRQ now?
Yeah, I mean, this is a trophy that is the only missing piece of from the BRU cabinet, right? But for everyone else, it is the first piece of what is going to be a complete puzzle of that golden road. And for the Hornets here, they've had quite the round. I mean, even you look at the faces of the Twisted Mind members, they know they've been bested. This was a game that was incredibly hard with how Team Vitality played out that final circle. When talk about the hint about the double sniper, and we saw that play out as well when they took care of S8UL.
Very crucial. I mean, for S8UL to hold their own in a position which is not great at all, that compound is very small. I mean, if anybody tries to hold their position there, they're bound to be taken on. Thankfully, maybe Vitality did not have launchers or anything, because yes, a lot of resources got expended there because multiple teams were present and a lot of fights took place. S8UL also, you have to give it to them, they held their own in such a small spot, took down the player of Twisted Minds, and I think that was also the reason Twisted Minds did not have NS reinforcements going into that final fight with Vitality. If that reinforcement was there, maybe Twisted Minds could have gotten their own booyah.
Yeah, and with that being said, we are approaching the final round, but anything before the final round deserves a bit of a breather, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in just a bit with another Nextera round.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights. Better get right, I'm champion.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy. House from blow the house down.
It wasn't lost, but it was Vitality. Being able to get that booyah, we were wondering when it was going to happen. It finally happened.
Yeah, I mean, like it's a back-to-back for Indonesia right now. Earlier it was RRQ, now it's Team Vitality, and we were talking about how well Vitality is adapting to this gameplay. And hopefully this Booyah would motivate them, because there's only one more chance for today for them to be able to grab all those points. But again, we've seen all those adjustments, we've seen all those plays, especially in the final moment, how they isolated each player of their opponents so that they can secure this big B.
And one of the teams that was able to get a top 3, we have to talk about them because the jump up that this team has been having has been great. And I'm talking about none other than S8UL. Because this squad, I gotta give you a breakdown, okay? First game, 5th place, 2 eliminations. Second, 8, 6 elims. 7th, 2 elims. 6, 8 elims. This time around, though, they got a top 3. And boy, did they back it up with eliminations.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's like a slow slope. They are just climbing up. And I'm really loving that there's a few of those adjustments that they're doing right now so that they can secure more elimination. And again, Kalahari is one of those maps where you can get those aggression from afar. So I'm really loving that they're pulling that off. Not a lot of teams will be able to manage that. But what I'm seeing is a pattern of the scene, not only for Team Vitality as well as S8UL, is it's becoming slow from beginning. Like what? 10 teams remaining towards phase 4, phase 5, and phase 6. So it's really getting tougher and tougher. But for those who are in great positions, especially in high ground, they get a lot of elimination.
One of those being S8UL. They ended up actually that last game with 5th eliminations. Another team that was able to get a lot of eliminations and kind of back it up whenever they ended up getting a Booyah in the last round was none other than RRQ. The trajectory of this team, I think this is exactly what Conchita and you wanted to see.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is their comfort map. With Mal as a sniper, they know exactly how to position themselves. And most of the time, like dropping in the middle in Refinery, that gives them more view of their opponents. And not everyone is contesting that area. And for now, I guess after 4 games, they have a good chance really to understand who would be going against them, who would be chasing against them. And with Dudes in front line with the rest of the squad, I think they have a better positioning right now, and won't be surprised if they can carry over onto the next map.
And for Vitality, we got to go back to this Booyah that they just got. Remember, we've been talking about this squad in regards to this strategy and the meta that they've been trying, right? 2 snipers. It worked out wonders here. And I think, would you say this sends a message too, going to tomorrow with this strategy that they pulled off?
Well, I think they managed to pull it off quite well in the regionals, on their own region. And there's a lot more that you can see right now, especially in global scene, and it worked right today.
Right now, first place is none other than LYON. Are they going to stay in first place? Are they going to go for that 3rd Booyah like some of the teams were able to do earlier in Group A? I think it's time. All these questions are answered on the final game of Group B.
Yep, final game of Group B indeed. At least for day number 1 is Husky and Lucifer back on the mic for one last time this evening before we close out this opening day. I gotta say, there might not be no 4th Booyah by MIBR.LOS, but I'm still looking forward to a potential 3rd as we head back onto Nextera for one last time today. We've gotten our fair share of Nextera in Group A, and that has been quite the experience. But with how Indonesia teams have been stepping up, let's see if they can keep the train going. Maybe RRQ will get the 2nd.
Maybe, but I would want to take the trajectory just like how the map is moving a little towards the east, towards the right hand. It's not something to teams to be worried about already, but still, I want to see another team get a Booyah just to even the competition. The overall standing already looks close by in this group compared to the Group A. So that's the reason I want to see another team pick that pace up. But let's see if there's any fight. And already, as you can see, Deca Square is being lit up. Boxing Gym, again, being a fighting arena in itself. Yes, irony is that it's a boxing gym, but we also see people trying to pack a punch, and Straw Hats might be in the middle of it because Twisted Minds have looked better in their fights.
So last time in Game 4 when we saw the Intellect Center draw, it was only LYON, right? Now we see TG there as well. So it's going to be some early clashes here. We'll see how that one pans out, because LYON, they kind of got close in previous 2 games, but that was the most that we've seen. Twisted Minds also comes under a bit of that pressure, I think courtesy of Fluxo, who actually dropped Diamond out in the wild, and Exposy is also already gone.
Twisted Minds, they're picking up players from Straw Hats. This was a surprise. And now Ahli is also in the mix of it. Straw Hats don't know where they have to run in the direction of. Shock did get the revive, but will not be able to turn the corner. C4, he's going to be quick. Ahli, they need to recover. Their games early on were too good, but after what happened in Kalahari, it was a big mess up. But now they would want to recover, and recovery is something even LYON want to do. It's now working because Total Gaming, they understand that day one has not been the greatest yet for them. They started well, but they're unable to close it out.
I think it's going to be some reassurance if we can get rid of Della here, who actually got a spray down there. No way to retrieve Joker though. So Total Gaming can still look for the finisher. Wota, the opening doesn't have line of sight. Actually, the timing slightly off, and Aztec gets brought back. In the grand scheme of things, right, the past two games, if we want to talk about teams that are looking to kind of recover in this final game, I want to see Ahli bounce back.
Oh, yes.
They came close on Nextera, and that was Nextera as well. They came close, finished third. The thing got a bit messy, didn't go according to plan. The last game, it was a no-show because they got completely decimated by MIBR.LOS, but now we're back on Nextera where they finished top 3. Wota just passing by Della, who held his breath.
Wait. Okay.
He has no idea.
And Della did not take a fight. I think he was worried that maybe there might be more players from Total Gaming following Wota, but Wota, he's on a hit list. He has to be worried about it. MÍA Corp are close by. He's just trying to run. Oh, it's not on Wota. It's going to be on Mafia, the hit list, and they have to protect Mafia. But Wota is nowhere close to his teammates. And there's the final revive. Shanky also brought back to life, meaning Total Gaming are a full set of 4 players, but nowhere close to each other yet.
I think it's also a smart choice for Della to not take that fight, because what if you lose, right? And you're out of the lobby. You know, a strategic move there. Team Secret against Vitality. This came off a massive round, and Team Secret looks to quickly extinguish that flames by taking out half the roster. But still, I mean, Team Vitality themselves have 6 eliminations already in the bag. Sabang holding back on the trigger finger. No clear shot just yet. So survival is imperative. Team Vitality at this point, so Team Secret gets to walk away with a couple of eliminations under the belt. I believe it's 5 for now. Even Straw has getting into a bit of a fight. RRQ coming out on top, and Rans gets a quad.
Straw Hats all the way from Boxing Gym, try to keep running away, but it's not been working out. RRQ, they find them at Deca Square. So as of now, RRQ looking forward to going back to their winning ways, what they did in our game number 4, get themselves a booyah. But in the overall ranking, we just saw both Vitality as well as RRQ both sitting with a total of 77 points. Neck and neck, these two, whenever it comes to competition. The rivalry is cutthroat between these two giants. But hey, it's about getting to the top 4. Today, you don't win anything. One thing that you make sure of is you're in the final for the hunt of the trophy, for the hunt of that shield, to put your coin in and smash every other key out.
And take 3 bags as souvenirs.
Oh, yes.
Don't forget that part. But also to give yourself a big lead so that you have a cushion to lay back on tomorrow, right?
Correct.
Let's say if you kind of blow 2 rounds in a row, at least you're not out of contention. Which is very important for teams with track record of not being able to show up consistently, right? And in this case, both the Indonesian teams we have in this lobby, we even set it up that the last 3 maps are going to be Indonesian favored. And guess what? So far, it has been RRQ and Team Vitality.
One thing that we do have to give it to is, yes, Fluxo, of how they've been trying to control and convert. But their fans out here, they've been roaring from game number 1, even before the game number 1 started in our pre-show. But right as now, LYON, they want to be the ones. The Beasts Unchained against Vitality. The Hornets who just got their booyah. A 1v1 against Koja. And Games King proves better with the duel. He goes in for a second. Banks 2 elimination. And LYON looking better than ever in this final game for themselves.
That looks slightly reckless from Team Vitality, but with Fluxo's arrival, LYON are poking it out of there. Thankfully, Vitality, they split up in a 2-2 squad, so not all is lost. Even for Fluxo, despite no booyah so far, they're still spirited. The fans continuing to cheer on for their favorite team. RRQ on the radar right now against Team Secret. The aggressors are the Vietnamese. T-Quay around the corner, joined by Nan, but the window not really safe. As the grenades fly through from RRQ, Abai would take a space. Riptide Rhythm from Wong exposed. PLS1 does the same, runs now getting pushed.
Team Secret after the game 2 and game 3, they've not picked up pace. But right now, Duts is down. PLS1, the man who's been dealing the damage, and Rans, he also gets knocked. That's going to be from TQ. And RRQ in trouble after losing 2 of their players. The newest, youngest gun and their captain. That's something to be worried about. MÍA and AG.AL, they are close. They could get stuck and AG.AL gets challenged. Nothing much he can do. Thankfully, did buy enough time for MÍA to go back to the vending machine. Revive will be back up. But so far, whenever we've seen NextEra, has been very high on elimination. Teams have been reviving their teammates back and forth, getting their teammates out, reviving again. So some of the teams are walking very happy out of NextEra once we end the game.
Yeah, it's just, you get some extra points, right? Some chump chains. And I think the teams, they got comfortable after the halfway point to settle in, and now they're more proactive in finding those eliminations. And MÍA, he's gonna fly out of there. Can they shoot him down from the skies? Doesn't seem to be the case. MÍA finds safety and a good chance of reconvening with the rest of the squad. But right here, GamesKing, a reckless rush from D, takes a headshot to the face. A double revolver working wonders here in CQC when you have that pre-fire advantage.
Advantage here on the replay, as we did see LYON getting themselves some extras. And I think LYON is a team that we want to see a lot coming in from, especially as we've already spoken about GamesKing, GamesKing. It is just brilliant of what he can do, but so far we've just seen a couple of eliminations that he's been able to deliver, and here on NextEra as well. Not much in terms of aggression, but there is an eye on him if he's able to deliver for the region, for the team, and push themselves forward, because we saw what GunDynasty did. They are sitting at the top of the charts in Group A, in a group which is the toughest out there, and they managed to do that, and we expect nothing short of their champs.
Yeah, I think in this case we're seeing the expected front runners to be in front, but there are some standout performers, right? I mean, we saw Team Secret had a good round or two, but even then they are now sitting in 6th place with only 60 points. And the cutoff top 4 is actually a lot further than they would have liked. I mean, even TG and S8UL have some good moments, but in this case, S8UL's run ended pretty early on as they have been wiped out. So all eyes are going to be back on Total Gaming, and maybe Ahli again. They can find that redemption, that recalibration from map 4.
I hope a recovery even happens. MIBR.LOS on the other end. We were rooting for maybe 4 booyahs on a stretch, but right now they might look forward to a third. They've already gotten Game 1 and Game 3 under control. This is Game 6. And if they do, I think they're already ahead of the race in the top 4 to make it to the finals. And Brazil might end up seeing a champion. I think they've been the ones who've been waiting for the title. Except for Fluxo, there's been nobody else from Brazil who's gotten themselves a big international title. And if it happens here, MIBR.LOS, they're going to be the happiest.
Again, it's a callback to one of the storylines, and I mean, a part of me wish that we could give multiple titles. We could share trophies to these teams. You want to talk about MIBR.LOS? I also want to bring up RRQ, Vitality, those that have missed on the trophy.
So much.
I want to complete the cabinet of BRU so we could finally close that chapter. That could take this. That could be a reality in 3 days or another year. We never know. But one thing is for sure, this competition has been getting harder and harder every year, man. Like I feel like coming to 2026, I think to myself, and I wonder, what else can these teams give?
It is anybody's game out there. You cannot either predict or implicate that these teams are the ones who are going to perform. Right. That's how the stage is so far. It was divine. We came in thinking that, hey, it's not going to happen on day 1 for them. And there you go.
They had 1 year of slump and they come in here and they get top 4 after day 1. I mean, 2 years ago, if you tell me BR is going to lift the trophy, I'm like, of course they're going to lift the trophy. Correct. I don't have to watch the match. I'll wake up the next day and look at the final and know it's going to beat them, right? It's going to happen in my dreams. It's going to happen in the real world. But right now, it hasn't been the case.
And that's what we kind of thought for RRQ and Vitality as well. It's not been the greatest start today. Maybe a recovery that we end up seeing around game number 3 and now game number 5 that Vitality were able to secure a booyah. Now even LYON trying to do the same thing. While we are kind of drawing verticals between Group A and Group B, that's the best part of it. Eventually, both these groups of whoever managed to qualify to the finals will be fighting against each other. So a sharp eye needs to be kept. And right now in NextEra, I'm surprised that no teams are yet fighting. We've barely seen an elimination for at least 2 minutes, and we've been just standing and talking about different teams.
Yeah, and it gives us some breathing room to really re-establish some of the narrative that has been built up over the courses of maybe a couple of seasons or even years. But now the ice will break with Team Secret's arrival at Straw Hat's mansion here. They're gonna box up the attic first, but GamesKing from nowhere takes out Xtrov, and that is bad news for Straw Hats.
Straw Hats are not having their day at all here on day 1. They've been trying. I didn't have high expectations, but it seems like just like Titan Esports Club, they're not finding their foot to lay down on and or maybe even run. And Team Secret on the other end have already picked 8 elimination, have cornered Straw Hats. Same can be said between Fluxo as well as Twisted Minds. They cornered Exposee, but the Bass, he's quick. He rushes outside, puts the player down, but butts in trying to go in for a trade-off. This is going to be a 1. As MT7's been taken down, that is going to be a little bit of a worry for Fluxo, and the teammates are not close by, not together to play out. And you can see still he picks one player off, but so close. In danger is GUO. Puts up glue walls, but for how long is he going to defend?
And was able to make it out the doorway as well, avoid the blue zone. Hughes back up in time. There's now a second win. It could be a possibility for GUO right here. That glue wall goes down. GUO now takes on the challenge. A 2v1. Tall order there for GUO. And not doable as Twisted Minds shuts that down.
Not at least today as of now for Fluxo. Tried their best, but they will get eliminated. Twisted Minds, they are looking forward to their booyah. I think they are kind of the underdogs, the underrated so far. They've been always been in the circuit, but they've not always gotten closer to the title from Thailand.
And that's what we've sort of established at the start, right? Like they were the last team we talked about. And we went to every single team before we arrived at Twisted Minds. And you look at any official circuit, they were never the last. In fact, they were the ones that is upsetting the balance. They were the ones that when they show up big, suddenly they take away all of the spotlight, but it goes just as quickly as it comes.
But as of now, MIBR.LOS, they're looking forward to getting their own booyah. Oh, a fight completely against RRQ, and it is going to be Total Gaming who win it out, but the zone's closing in. They have to quickly recover, but there is Team Secret to trouble, and whenever it is PLS1, he is the sharpshooter out there. However, trading it out, troubling Team Secret here, and they were not ready for it. The last man standing wants to take a launch pad, quickly jump over. TQ can be spotted out in the open. The zone's very small, the circle's small. However, Total Gaming, they survive. And PLS1, the confirmation comes through, and TQ steps right to the Vitality's landmine, and that is done for Team Secret.
Yeah, unfortunate chain of events, but it was a bailout for Total Gaming. A second chance given here. Twisted Minds against MIBR.LOS, who are slightly quieter this round. But in the grand scheme of things, Twisted Minds down in numbers. LYON still holding on strong now up against MÍA Corp. Vitality also in the circle with a good building to control. We've seen that in the previous round on Kalahari, where they played these compound fights very systematically. TG under the bridge, looks for the Bass, finds the trade.
They were quick, but the problem's still not done. Jump is still surviving. He's been able to deliver one knock, and now it comes down to the player, Shanky, the last man standing, and he gets cleaned off. That is trouble for Total Gaming, and it is done. Game number 6, they couldn't find much. And thanks to LYON also being there, they ended up helping out Twisted Minds, and Jump will still make it across at the 6th spot, and he still has a lot more chances now.
Some of these teams that wanted a second chance, we talk about LYON, we talk about MÍA Corp, who have something to prove, but Ahli, full squad remaining here. As we go into the top 6, Ahli now has to go to this battlefield and gets completely blown up by Haone.
The one major problem in Group B that we've seen is multiple teams taking hit on just one single team. They're getting forced on those fights, sandwiched on those fights. They're getting minced, and now Jump, the last man who gets eliminated. That's the end for Twisted Minds. But look at MÍA Corp. Of all the 5 games we've seen so far, they've made it to the top 4 the very first time, and this looks good. It seemed like a recovery for them.
You want an underdog to root for, you have 2 choices now, MÍA Corp or LYON, Latam or USA. And LYON looking good, double digits. Games Kings finally coming online with 8 eliminations as an individual. Rigby now take on the challenge. You see LYON on the high ground. MIBR.LOS is going to get pushed just a little bit as MÍA Corp shows up, taking down the Hornets. There's 2 bodies drops the bank, trying to fight back with whatever he has left, but you have the blue zone to contend with, and Kampas is not going to let it happen. This is MÍA Corp's fight. This is theirs to take, but 2 of them still goes down. The blue zone takes all of them out, and MÍA Corp ends up falling victim to the system.
Unfortunate for MÍA Corp, such a brilliant battle that they were able to deliver, but now it looks like MIBR.LOS might be looking forward to the 3rd booyah of Group B. Looking unstoppable so far, but LYON, can they stop them? A 1v1 duel is what they decide to take, but Yago and Rigby 1 by 1 take down Axe and Della, and LYON are losing players one after another, and as that happens, even Dix gets eliminated, and Games King was the last man standing, and it is going to be MIBR.LOS getting the final booyah of Group B's Day 1.
matching BRU's achievement in Group A. 3 booyahs. As and you shall receive, MIBR.LOS delivers it on a silver platter. Thailand might have dominated Group A, but Group B is their closest contender for the longest of time. And it's not Fluxo, it's MIBR.LOS.
I mean, Yago back on the trail of being Group B. Highest in terms of sniping skills, best in terms of dealing damage, looking forward to eliminations. And MIBR.LOS, I think, as soon as the zone was about to shift, right, the approach they made to get ahead of it, that sealed the game for themselves. They blocked every other team, and right now they end up holding it off. Even that final battle, LYON did have an opportunity, but we've spoken about this. You split your resources, you split your approach, it becomes difficult. If both fall, both the fillers are down, the entire building collapses, and that's what happened for LYON. If they were together, maybe there wasn't a chance.
Yeah. You're only as strong as your weakest link, and unfortunately for Ahli, this was... We saw the recovery, right? It was in action. They put the plan into motion, all to get intercepted by MIBR.LOS on the cross. But it's something that is unfortunate, and I think, you know, all things considered, they did achieve what they wanted.
Yeah.
They still have 6 more games tomorrow, and worst comes to worst, 10 more on day 3.
Yeah, but if MIBR.LOS do what they did today, Ahli might have a lot of trouble, because when they started the day off, we did see them around the top 4, top 3, but now they've slowly been dipping down, and that is going to hurt for them. And I think that is why we saw that emotion come out from the players itself as soon as they lost that battle between RRQ, and RRQ ended up getting their very first booyah.
Yeah, absolutely. And we even see the player's POV, Yago, of course, keeping the Skylar up close to his heart.
Yeah.
That's what won him his first trophy internationally back in 2023. That could be a callback if he was to lift the EWC trophy at the end of this weekend. MIBR.LOS, man, they could complete the saga. They could finish the job.
Yeah.
That was 365 days ago.
They could do between somebody else and they could take it away. Maybe Brazil is what EWC this time has the name of. But right as now, we have an interview on stage. That's going to be Dots. Let's send it over there.
Hello everyone, it's a pleasure to be back here with you and me together, but also it's such a pleasure to interview Duds right now. Alright, we reached the end of the day, but the day for you guys starts slow with some early eliminations, but you guys keep it up towards the end. What was the reason for the slow start?
Jadi pagi tadi kan mulanya agak perlahan dengan ada elimination. Jadi mengapa pagi tadi agak perlahan gitu permulaannya?
Oh, ya mungkin ini day awal kita main, jadi ya kita pemanasan aja Day ini.
Maybe it was the beginning, we were warming up.
Okay, yes, that's for sure. It's a good reason, and you guys did amazing. And it picked up massively with a booyah. Was there anything you said to each other, your team, maybe build up a better chemistry to put the previous games behind you?
Jadi kemudian selepas yang agak elimination itu kan, kemudian jadi lebih bagus. Jadi lebih bagus kan selepas itu sudah ada booyah. Jadi apa yang dilakukan dalam tim sama-sama, ada strateginya kah ke apa?
Ya mungkin game tadi sih kita belum tahu cara main musuh di sini sih. Jadi kita baca game di match berapa, ya kita akhirnya bisa dapat booyah lah.
So at the beginning we cannot read the other team's games, and then we got the trend, we know what they're gonna do, and we read the room basically, and then we got better.
Perfect. Study the other teams is the best that you guys can do to finish the day like this. Okay, IQOO have always placed highly at the international events, but not managed to win any of them. What are the final things you guys are missing that you needed to do to finally win our World Championship?
Jadi RRQ selalunya di tangga tertinggi dalam international games. Tapi kenapa masih belum di tempat tinggi dan apa yang perlu dilakukan?
Ya mungkin kemarin kita belum dapat pajalnya lah buat jadi juara. Tapi di tahun ini ya kita pasti bisa jadi juara dunia lah.
We may not have had the luck yet, but this year we are determined to win.
Wow, what a strong answer. Thank you so much, Duds. That was Duds from IQOO. Congratulations on the day. We are waiting more action from IQOO in the next days. And you and me, guys, thank you so much. That was amazing. Back to the studio.
RRQ, you started off slow, but boy, did you finish strong as well. Conchita, are you happy with their performance today?
I am quite happy, even though I know that they could do so much better. I think, yeah, they could do so much better, seeing how they performed last year, and of course, the journey throughout the whole year in the regional. I do think that could be so much better than what we see today. But finishing at the 5th position with 88 points and 63 elimination points is quite okay, I guess.
I mean, you gotta be happy.
I'm not gonna jinx it. I'm not gonna say the wrong things again. So, okay, I'm just gonna give a thumbs up.
I mean, even after that, he was just saying, you know, we read the room, and that was exactly what you said. They were like, just give him a little bit of time to like adapt, and that's what came from RRQ. So it's like, you know. No.
RRQ, that means RRQ tomorrow, she wants a first place finish out of your group, which is going to be tough considering how LYON is currently playing. Talking about LYON, it happened. It ended up happening. They ended up getting 3 booyahs.
My God. Yeah, 3 booyahs. That is amazing. And of course, seeing that Buriram United Esports also achieved the same thing, I think it's like, I don't know, it's like a reality call. Like, you're not special, we can do the same thing as you know what I'm saying? But of course, if we compare the points, I think Buriram United Esports is still slightly ahead with 132 points and 80 elimination points. So yeah, LYON, this is a great start. Hopefully they can keep the consistency.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good thing that they managed to pull off this 3rd booyah as well, because I was expecting that they couldn't. Because judging from the numbers that they brought in, or everyone out of this group, it was quite close to each other. Like, look at it. Compared to what we have earlier on Group A, right now it's only LYON who have a huge lead, and the rest is quite very close against each other. So I really am loving how each team is trying about this. I'm really looking forward to how when they're mixed up together.
Yeah, if you're LYON coming into tomorrow, you're going to be so happy. You have a 38-point lead to 5th place team. That's exactly where you want to be. Now, if you're Vitality, what a step up from this squad as well. And before we even go into Vitality, Twisted Minds ends up finishing in that 4th place.
I'm so impressed with Twisted Minds, okay? If y'all see my eyes on the screen, I've been following their entire story today, and honestly, they have been building success since match number 2, baby, and you can see it even in like their macro plays and their adjustments when they go through the trenches. And I mean, they're down to 1 player. Generally, you know, Jump's gone in and, you know, go, oh, okay, I'm down, and then you've got Diamond with the recovery, but they have been able to literally pull this together and fight for their dear life, and you see it with Exposé and Diamond. They were basically damage leaders, 2nd and 3rd. Plus, we have Exposé 2nd in elims overall for this team. So this is nothing to shy away about. No, it's not the top, but they were able to change absolutely everything through their games, and I'm loving watching this team, and I can't wait to see what they do in the future.
We're talking about these amazing teams in the 1st page, but we gotta flip that side. We gotta take a look here at the 2nd page, especially those teams towards the bottom. Coming into tomorrow, it is a healthy lead and a healthy gap that they're gonna have to make sure they close.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully they put in the homework today after the game and in preparation for tomorrow. Because again, we have Straw Hats and MÍA Corp. It's not looking good for them. I know Straw Hats has a history already in playing competitive, but in EWC, this is where we want them to pop off. But it seems like it's getting more difficult by the by the matches, and with some of the teams adapting that well. Even MÍA Corp, they try to make an adjustment of just playing it passive, not so much of aggression, just go for the placement, and it only like worked at least once to get double digits. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done by both of these 2 teams.
Yeah, of course, if we're talking about the bottom 2, it's always sad to see the teams that have to go through hell, actually, even though they're trying their best. I mean, in the other group, we have Titan and Demons fighting for their place, fighting for the spot. Obviously, wanted to see them exceed and do better tomorrow, because then again, like I said, Group A is a bit of a hell group, and there's like a huge gap that we can see amongst the teams that are actually making it, making things happen, and those who are still struggling to get things done.
Yeah, I sort of commented, I was like, it's like we're watching 2 different lobbies in one. There's like the top heavy hitters, and then there's the bottom. So I definitely picked up on that as well. But I mean, yeah, you've definitely got to be in that mid-range, otherwise it's difficult for you.
And for some of these squads, it is time to make sure you make it happen tomorrow. If you don't end up making it happen tomorrow, if you end up being on those last 2, as we've been talking, you're going to end up going home. If you end up being in the top 4, you get to go to grand finals. And if you end up being in 5th place to 10th place, you get a chance for survival. Stay tuned though, because tomorrow will be the second day of groups of Free Fire at EWC26. The special shout out to this amazing crew and everybody that was casting, doing interviews, stage hosts, and production, because you guys are amazing. Stay tuned for tomorrow. Free Fire at EWC26. Who's gonna be going home, and we'll be going to survival. We have the answers tomorrow.
Chưa. Hả đấy?